Liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Rock and roll with Latch.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Sliding outside SCE off. Say again, SCE off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another NASA Spaceflight stream where we have a Venti Booster 7. Mary has a notice, so we are hopefully going to see some fire today. I'm Stephen Marr. I'm one of the photographers here for NASA Spaceflight. And with me today, we have Mr. Chris Bergen. How you doing, Chris?
Hello there, everybody. Me again.
And also joining us, we have Ian Atkinson, the pineapple himself.
Hey everyone, great to be back. Hopefully you see something cool today.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we kind of had a little bit of a letdown yesterday. So now that we've got a little time behind us, what do you think? What do you think yesterday? Do you think that went according to plan, or do you think they were gearing up for bigger testing and then ended up having to abort?
Yeah, to me it seemed like like you said, they were gearing up for testing because we saw venting on the ship. We also saw some activity at the orbital site, but it seemed like that kind of started up and then died down pretty quickly. In my mind, that points to there being at least one abort, maybe several aborts, and eventually they were like, all right, we need to send people in to fix this, or they were like, okay, we're done for the day. But either way, it seems to me like they were attempting to do some testing yesterday, but weren't able to complete it.
Yeah, but we are here today, and we actually have a notice. So, that's always a good sign that they are actually going to press for fire today. And remember, y'all, if you have any questions, you can get them in chat and get them in our little nifty queue that we have. If you just tag at NASASpaceflight, it'll show up on this little panel, and we'll get them queued up and answer as many questions as we can. All right, so the road is closed. The road closed, you see, I think I got a text about it. What time was that the road closed? 11:15 is when I got my text. It's not always right on time, but yeah, around 11 is, 11 my time, I guess, so 10 a.m. Boca Chica time. So, what do you expect to see today? Are we going to see flames from both the booster and the ship, or are we just going to go booster today? Chris, what do you think we are expecting to see?
I think we might see both. It's just the way the suborbital tank farm was also kind of spooled up a little bit, like some pre-spooling to be prepared for the potential of loading on Ship 24. Booster 7 is pretty obvious right now, so I think Booster 7 is going to go first. We did a poll in SBL just to see if people thought which one would go first, and rightly, the majority went with Booster 7. So I think Booster 7 is going to go first, and we might see Ship 24 second, and then Elon's got his presentation this evening with T-Mobile, right, which we don't know details about, but that's going to come as well. So it's a busy day there at Starbase.
Right, yeah. What time is that? 7 local?
7 p.m. local, yeah.
What would be really cool, and I don't think this would have any chance of happening, but if they would sort of do like it was a real life situation, static fire the booster, and then just a couple minutes later, static fire the ship. Sort of timed out like it was a launch. That would be awesome, but I don't expect to see that at all.
Yeah, I'm quite tempted to think that Elon would be quite of the mindset of saying, okay, we'll do some static fire testing. We'll do both at the same time when everyone's in the top of the mega bay viewing windows or the high bay viewing windows, and we'll just show off the T-Mobile. But I think that's risky as heck because,
right.
You get an abort, or you could have a problem go with an exploding vehicle. You don't want to do that in a presentation, which is also live on SpaceX. His live stream as well. So yeah, I think they'll get these two tests out of the way. The road will open. They'll do the presentation. That's how I think it'll go today.
Yeah, and we did talk a little bit about what the T-Mobile thing is. We talked about it yesterday, but you weren't around for that, Chris. Do you have any kind of ideas, just spitballing what you think that the announcement might be?
No, I've got no clue at all. Honestly, if I had some indications of what it was, I might have at least hinted at it, but there's just... SpaceX run a very tight ship on things like this. I think all the companies do, to be fair, on what could be a contract announcement. I have no idea what it could be with that particular company. So it's going to be a real surprise, but I'm kind of hoping we get the announcement. It might be something interesting and cool. Great, but Elon might then go off on one of his little speeches like he tends to do and give us some updates on what the future is for the planet at Starbase, because it's just little clues that sometimes Elon drops that can really sort of like patchwork quilt from some information together, and we'll get a good path forward to see what they're going to do with both Booster 7 and Ship 24 and the future ships, and maybe even Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah,
and
hopefully... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Stephen.
Well, I was just going to say, hopefully they give an opportunity for the media to ask questions, because even if Elon doesn't give any specifically Starship updates, I would bet that the media people will ask questions, and then in that case, I think he would be inclined to give some kind of updates.
Yep, that's actually exactly what I was going to say, and I was going to say that I'm sure asking him things on like, oh, how's Booster 7 testing going? What's up next? Is Booster 7 even flying still? Things along those lines could be asked tonight. Maybe as little side questions. We could get some even extra Starship information tonight.
Yeah. All right, we got a few super chats rolling in here. I'll go ahead and hit those. Thank you to Matthew Dahl for becoming a launch director member. Thank you very much. We've got Lewis Holdsworth saying, hi from the UK. No question, just want to thank you for the awesome coverage as usual. Also, love the Raptor honk video. Any plans for a timeline of Starship video from start until now?
I'll tell you what, the McGregor videos we've been putting out, we're going to do some more as well, by the way, are really fantastic, because the live streams can tend to be interesting when you've got like 8 tests in a day, but there's gaps between those tests and people just chilling out in there, just watching cows moving, herd movements, and it's even I've been guilty doing that a few times. It's quite relaxing until they fire up the engines. But we are pulling more and more footage. Adam Kugler is out there for us, and he's doing some fine work, getting additional video along with the cameras we've got there. So there's very likely potential of more McGregor videos, but as far as Starbase side goes, yeah, we've got many plans. It's all above my pay grade. No, I don't get paid. But it's where Jack and the likes will be designing new path forward for new feature videos. But I think that very much is in the planning.
Yeah, I mean, it's been talked about many times that there are hours upon hours of archived footage from Starbase that will hopefully someday be made into a documentary.
Yeah, and I even know I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, like it's above my pay grade.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do with it. And I would definitely appreciate anybody that has the time to sift through it all, because there is a lot. Let's see, what else we got here? Musical Wolves, a regular around these parts. Would be cool to see Booster 7, Ship 24, and a Falcon Starlink and a Dragon Falcon 9 static fire all at the same time. Maybe the Dragon will have bacon in it too.
Oh
Bringing it
no,
back to
not
the
that
bacon,
already.
yes. Yeah.
It's too early for this.
Jack
I've
might
already
be on
eaten bacon
later.
today.
Oh no.
I just finished eating bacon. American bacon, not a European bacon though. I don't think.
Oh, the inferior version. Okay.
Of course. Yeah. What do they call it? Streaky bacon?
Yeah, because it's full of fat.
Oh well, I like
that. Makes it good.
No, it
yes,
doesn't.
it makes it tasty.
There is a lot of fat though. I'll be honest.
And then we've got Robert Hobson gifting. Wow, gifting 20 Red Team memberships.
Again,
Wow.
Robert.
Wow.
Awesome.
Thank
For
you,
anyone
Robert.
who's new to this stream, first of all, Robert Hobson is like a long-term supporter on every single stream. I don't know how he does it, but we really appreciate it. It makes a massive difference. But this gifting process is just also his way of supporting us, but it means he plays it forward, because people, literally 20 people, become Red Team members from that. If you get a gift membership from anyone like Robert or anyone on any streams we do, thank Robert or the person giving it, because they've given you a free month of membership, and it's just a wonderful thing that YouTube's added. To receive a gift membership, you have to have your profile set in YouTube, and your profile to accept gifts. Some people say, I can't click on it. Check your profile settings to allow for the acceptance of gifts. And when you get that Red Team membership, you'll find in your YouTube profile, you'll have a member area where I know what it's full of because I fill it. full of preview videos, photographs. Stephen Marr's got some SLS photographs in there.
Yeah.
So you can see photographs and preview clips and other video clips that we don't put out for members only. So it's all fun.
And after our flyovers, we dump all the photos in there, and we also put out an unedited flight video. So that's pretty cool. You get to relive the flight as Julia and I, and sometimes Thomas.
That's right, yeah.
Ourselves. Yeah.
And Patrick, who's behind the scenes, who's been doing wonderful work this week with everyone going to Artemis, he actually does the raw video for us. So when you see the KSC flyover videos, it's all edited professionally with a voiceover. Jack's probably usually doing a voiceover with all fancy annotations and what have you. If you just want to fly along with Stephen and Julie, and sometimes Thomas, he joins in, doesn't he? We can literally go in the member section and watch the full length, like 20 odd minutes of takeoff to landing. So that's our version of being able to fly along with the gang.
Yeah, absolutely. And then one more here, Martin Mooney. In the event of a booster catch, how quick can the chopsticks close to catch it? Hi, I'm from Ireland. Hello from Ireland.
Hi, Ireland. I'm just got distracted by Chris K. We'll come back to Chris K in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
But yeah, hi first of all to Martin. I'm half Irish, my dad's Irish side, so hello to everyone in Ireland. Also, as far as the chopsticks, it's an enigma. We just don't know. We've seen the CGI videos, even the official ones from Elon, and also the ones Elon likes on Twitter. There's many, many wonderful graphic artists on Twitter who do some amazing footage, and Elon likes and usually comments on those clips as well. I try and RT as many as I can because then Elon gets to see it because he follows me, but he follows a few people. But it's an indication of really where they're going with it, and it does look like it's closed pretty fast. When we see it in reality, it will be the big question. So it's an open-ended enigma that we're always following and always keeping an eye on. But I think we should go to Chris K now.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
K.
definitely.
Wow, coming in with 50 red team memberships. So all y'all in chat, look and just keep an eye out because, man, that's now 70 gifted red team memberships that we've just seen in the last few minutes. Wow. Thank you very much,
Unbelievable.
Chris.
Yeah, Chris, again, you like Robert Hobson, a long-term supporter. Chris K's a part of our team as well. So it's like, how does that work? We're supposed to be helping you.
Right. And then a few other memberships coming in. James Bracken at the launch director level, and then X-Ray, red team member, and then Johnny E upgrading to Capcom. And Capcom and above is what gets you access to this special Discord that we have where all the rocket nerds hang out and talk about all things space. And I'm sure they get off on other tangents too, but it's mostly space.
It's like just a quick
Big
one.
venting going on.
Yeah. Also, we're keeping a close eye on this as it progresses. We're waiting for some action above the OML. That's when we get closer to this. Obviously, Mary's in the area. We might get to hear of a siren going off, and as soon as we do, and Mary says, we will pass it on. You'll hear it straight away here first, because Mary's one of the few people left who didn't sell up to SpaceX, and she's still in Boca Chica Village. I'm just kidding. We honestly, it's hard to put into words, especially with my accent, because I sound disingenuous. But when people support what we do, it means we can do what we do. It literally does mean that. This is not something where we're owned by some big media publishing company and we're just basically just bringing in money. We're putting this money back to good use. That's why we could do all these things. Without it, we would not have these camera views. We would not be able to have the people putting in incredible amount of hours. I see it. It's not a 9-to-5 job, this. And it allows us to do these things. So thank you for all your support. I go on a bit about it, but it's very important to note.
Absolutely. And speaking of support, more people just keep showing their support here. We've got several memberships coming in. Thank you all very much. I want to read Rough Riders Show here saying, thank you to all the team going down for Artemis. Hope to see one of you there. What do we have left before ship 24 gets stacked with Booster 7? And with that, I hear a knock at my door. I think my new camera's here.
Okay, well, I'll give a long-winded answer to both of that, so I'll give you a chance to get to your door. First of all, we've got a large team going to KSC for Artemis. We've got 8 people accredited with NASA for that, which is the largest team we've had accredited to any event. which is going to be a crazy amount of coverage. We've got so much going on right now. The team's already there. They're already there, setting things up, and I'm sure I'm not allowed to give anything away, so I won't. But there's massive plans for an amazing stream from us for the Artemis 1 event, which you'd expect because, come on, it's SLS. We've been covering it. I'll tell you one thing about SLS. No one has written more words in the media about SLS than Philip Sloss. This is a true story. Even NASA.gov say it. They've not written as many words as Philip Sloss has written about SLS, so it's kind of important that we cover this properly. But you'd imagine we would, because it's a massive event. It's going to be the first launch and probably the only launch of SLS until a good 2 or 3 years to Artemis 2. So we're hoping it goes well. But yeah, there's lots going on there. As far as Starbase, on your question about what's next after these events, these 2 static fires, well, that should validate Ship 24, because if they do a 6-engine test, which we hope they do, with Ship 24, that's testing complete for that vehicle as far as static fires go individually. Booster 7, we don't expect to be doing 33 engines today at all. We're expecting some engines, hopefully, more than the 1, which we've seen 2 tests of previously. And that will then progress forward to the next event, which might be the 33 engine event. And once that's completed, then they can go for the full stack. Again, we're not totally sure, but we don't think it's now needing a full stack, but they might do a full stack and then do a 33 engine static fire test. We wait and see situation. Elon might say something tonight, you never know. But it is a case of then they'll full stack the vehicle, and then we're waiting for a launch license. These things could happen pretty fast, so it's all eyes on the schedule in Elon's Twitter account once they get to full stack. And then hopefully, not many weeks after Artemis hopefully launches, we might see the world's largest rocket tag being transferred over within weeks from KSC to Starbase. This is a crazy era we're living in right now. I assume that's Stephen Bach.
Yes, and Camera Watch continues. That was not a knock at the door. That was my roommate. I didn't realize he was off today. He was in the kitchen moving around. I'm like, hey, you're not a knock at the door, but I have someone to watch for the door now. So that's awesome.
Also, can we discuss real quick the extreme amount of venting coming from just the entire site here? Not only do we have the OLM vent just spewing, which is a great sign that they are getting ready for testing and propellant loading, but also at the subcoolers on the right, which I believe is the liquid oxygen side of the farm, those are going crazy right now. So good signs all around here for testing as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just got corrected. That is oxygen, yes.
Sometimes I wish chat could see our back channel.
Oh yeah.
We just saw Alex go from methane to no wait. Oh, I think it's LOX. Yes, it's LOX. It's LOX.
Alex is amazing. He's such an expert as well. So it's like we always listen when he types. He listens. We're liquid methane. No, hold up, LOX. Yes, it's LOX. Yellow.
Yeah, that's awesome. Man, it's so cool to see that just like cascading out of there. All right, back to the questions here. We've got A33 asking about those F-22s earlier. Was the F-22 Raptor flyby planned?
Yeah,
sure.
It
I'm
was.
Sure it's somebody, but yeah.
It was definitely planned. It was a surprise for us. We first heard jet noises and we're like, why is jet noises? We all checked flight aware. There was no sign of any kind of activity. It was certainly not RGV. his plane is not a fighter jet. So we were all looking around the skies, yeah. And we basically, I'm going to try and find a tweet. Hang on 1 second. Luckily, Patrick got hold of it on one of our cameras and did some amazing tracking of it. And it was an F-22. And it was planned because once we knew it was an F-22, I will do the second tweet. The F-22 demonstration team tweet was found where they said they were doing... their next up was a roar of the Shore Air and Space Expo in South Padre, Texas. So it was practice day today. And that's what they were doing. They were practicing around Starbase before they do the show proper, which is amazing. So we got to see that. I'm going to put the tweet in chat right now. I did a little bit of bandicamming of our SBL views. And that was basically some amazing maneuvers. Did a big stall maneuver above the high bay. I was like, what?
Let me hit. Man, there's a lot of new members today. Thank you guys so much for all this support. I'm going to try to pronounce your name. Dehanakin Hinder. became a Capcom member. Greg Slate, also Capcom. Caleb Valesco, PadRat member. Thank you very much. And then we've got more gifts here. We've got Paragon gifting 5 Red Team memberships. So again, keep your eyes peeled. I see some people having trouble finding the accept gifts option. I have to be honest, I don't know. I mean, I could try looking for it myself, but that's all I'd be doing. I don't know off the top of my head exactly where it is. I imagine it's in your account settings.
What I would do is ask chat, if you've received a gift, what did you do with your profile to allow that acceptance of gifts? If you just put into chat the people who are like wondering where it is, you'll help them out a bit.
Oh, and the vent on the orbital pad has stopped, which, if things are going well, that means that they are getting ready for propellant loading, as far as I understand. Again, that could be some other thing, maybe a hold, but that looks like a good indication for propellant loading to me.
That's a good
very
sign,
good
y'all.
to see that there.
I've got one eye on my back channel in case Mary hears the sirens.
Right.
And a lot of condensation coming from the methane side of the farm I'm seeing right now. Unless maybe that's just some venting. But up next, Alex is saying in our back channel that next we should start seeing some engine venting, or engine chilling, I should say. So a little bit of venting from underneath the vehicle should be happening, I guess, in the next few minutes or so.
Keep an
But
eye
either
out.
way, also, yeah, just look at the tank farm right now. It is just fog right there.
I'm going to do a poll because a lot of people are asking how many engines going to fire. We don't know, but we'll do a poll and see who gets the right answer.
Just watch they surprise us and do all 33, and they're like, all right,
No.
Absolutely not going to happen.
Here's a question that kind of goes along with that. Yoman9142 is asking, how does the booster not take off during a 33 engine static fire?
Yeah. We did kind of wonder about that, if they needed to stack a fully loaded, fully fueled, I should say, Ship 24 on top, just as extra weight, almost as balanced. No jokes, please, in chat about ballast. And it was assumed that they can do it without it. Again, it's going to be wait and see. Everyone can kind of, without Elon saying it on Twitter, I don't know if he has or not yet, because I don't, he sometimes replies just in various Tesla tweets, questions about Starship, and you miss it. But it's, as far as we know, we don't think they might have to do that. So again, the 33 engine static fire could come as a surprise without a full start.
Yeah. And we know that the Falcon 9, when they're doing their testing on those over in McGregor, they actually have to put a cap on top and strap it down to keep it from taking off, because the hold down clamps might not be enough to hold it down once the fuel starts draining, obviously through the engines, and the whole vehicle becomes lighter. So they actually have to put a cap on it to hold it down.
I'm also reminded about SN5 and SN6, the short hops of the prototype Starships back in the day, and they had 20 ton of a hat, big steel hat on top as a mass simulator, and that was to cater for the weight of no nose cone on top. So they put a 20 ton steel hat on top of SN5 and SN6 during their hops.
Yep. I'm hearing what sounds like an airplane? Or is that
not a game?
I don't know. It sounds like venting, I think.
I'm just waiting to see like an F-22 just buzz between Booster 7 and the tower.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would
That would be terrifying.
Yeah, that'd be a little close.
I'm just waiting for the RGV tweet. I flew my F-22 today. What? What?
Let's see. We got Chris Mule coming in with a super chat saying chopsticks can crush scaffolding for certain. We've actually got several questions about. Yeah. What went on there? Chopsticks were moving and scaffolding was in the way.
Some scaffolding got bumped apparently, and they had to send workers back because they were getting ready for pad clear. So obviously it was not planned, as you'd assume. You don't be hitting scaffolding. But it brings up the larger question of what they will do for the launch attempt, or even the 33 engine static fire attempt. We'll have to start moving some of that scaffolding because it's going to go flying with that amount of thrust. So I don't know. Alex believes they're going to keep it in place. I remember asking him several streams ago. Sorry, Alex, if I'm misrepresenting you there, but that's so another thing to watch. But yeah, they had to send people back just to sort it out, but it's been sorted out now. So they cleared the pad pretty fast afterwards.
And again, we're looking, there is no frost yet on the booster as far as I can see, but venting on the pad has stopped, which again, that's a good indicator that propellant load is underway, or at least about to be underway. So good to see that.
Always nice to see progress. Oh man, I'm gonna speed run these memberships. Y'all are being super generous today with these memberships. Thank you very much. We've got Wayne Boatman, Pad Rat member. Ben Gamer Ops, another Pad Rat member. Let's see, we've got a launch director, Nico Finkernagel. I think I'm saying that right.
Great name.
Yeah, great name. John Bergeron, Capcom member. Terry Perrine becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much. Discomfort becoming a Red Team member. So many memberships today. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this many memberships in a stream.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you're Capcom or above, please say hello in Discord. When you enter Discord, you get into a welcome channel where you can just basically, it just shows you entered our Discord. I remember Discord. And we'll all say hello to you. But yeah, make yourself at home and say hello in all the various channels. We've got many, many channels in there. And it's all fun community. Over 2,000 people now, I think.
Wow. Yeah. All right, and a couple more. I'm just throwing them up here on the screen. We really appreciate that support. That's an ongoing support that really helps keep the lights on and keep the cameras running, all sorts of stuff. The only reason we're able to do this kind of stuff and have all these cameras down at Starbase is because of y'all's support, for sure.
Yeah, my overdraft won't cover it.
All right, here comes a question from Atmo. For a future 33 engine preburner test, would they need to activate the water deluge system to prevent some damage to the OLM?
I'll tell you one thing. We saw the water suppression system being activated yesterday with Ship 24 ahead of its what looked like an aborted test or whatever they were doing for testing now that day. So I think they're getting into the routine now of making sure they utilize their water suppression system. It makes sense as well. We saw in the early days of testing that without that, a lot of the pad surface tends to go flying, which is never a good thing. I'm reminded of I can't remember which STS 127 or 128, where the concrete of the flame trench liberated some bricks, and that is never a good thing during a shuttle launch. So you want to avoid flying objects, especially during launch. Obviously, less danger with a vehicle that's in line and not something covered in foam that you don't liberate during ascent and hitting the orbiter stuck on the side of it. That's where I'm more of a problem with shuttle. But yeah, that water suppression system certainly helps. It plays its part, so I would fully expect that to be employed properly going forward.
Tim C coming in with $100 super chat. Wow, thank you very much. Saying that this is for the post-Artemis celebration fund. And asking, do y'all have any special plans for time off? Well, after Artemis 1, sleep is probably going to be in order. But I would say, yeah, we'll probably have a little get-together to celebrate, those of us that are down here in Florida. What are you going to be doing over there across the pond?
The irony is it doesn't really stop, does it? When you're talking about site overall, no, there's no really any gaps. I mean, there's many launches coming. There's a SpaceX launch before Artemis 1 coming up first from the Cape. Oh, is it Cape or is it Vandenberg?
It's Cape, yeah. The one on Saturday. Yeah.
The one on Saturday, yeah. So that's coming up. Then we got Artemis, and there's every chance it won't launch first time. So that could go on for quite a while. And then when that's all over, you've got back to Starbase. I mean, that Starbase won't even stop.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
so yeah,
we've even discussed the very real possibility that there could be testing at Starbase while Artemis is counting down.
Yeah.
That would be scary, yeah.
It's all right. I'll learn it. I'll just basically be on comms on myself. Just say, I'm on my own. I didn't go to it. I'm the only one not going.
Right.
And also, Alex pointing out in the back channel, the vent on the orbital launch mount is back. and the tank farm venting, at least on the liquid oxygen side, has really calmed down. So, yeah, not sure exactly what that's pointing to, but that's a possibility now.
It's progress. And we've got Andrew Mayer just reminding everyone to drink some water. Excellent.
Thank you. I think I will.
Advice. We've got Ninja Decimator. Would SpaceX do a static campaign with a fully stacked ship and booster together, or would they just go straight to launching the Mega Broomstick? Love the content. Keep it up.
I definitely think that they're gonna do a static fire fully stacked. It'll be so much data. I mean, I've seen people saying it'll be risky, but also, I mean, what is launch? Launch is just a static fire where you let go at the end instead of shutting off your engine. So you got to take risk at some point, and you might as well get some vibration testing out of it. If there's any problems, you want to discover it on the pad instead of launching it, and worst case, just like a pad fall back or something like that. So got to be careful with it. I could totally see them doing some kind of static fire campaign while fully stacked.
Yeah.
Also, you've got the automatic static fire tests of an aborted launch attempt, where I think there's every chance the first, just like SLS, there's a good chance it will launch first time. There's a very good chance the Boost 7 Ship 24 on the orbital launch attempt day will not launch that first time, or maybe several times, because
Alex is yelling at us in the back channel. He's saying engine chill vent.
Engine chill vent, guys.
Chill.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, I've got time to quickly finish that one anyway. So what I'm thinking is that when they get to launch day, they'll get down to T-0, they'll fire up the engines, and some of the engines won't be happy, and they'll abort. And that technically is a static fire attempt with a full stack, so there you go.
Here we go. So yeah, the vent down here on the ground, I'm pointing at it with my mouse like you guys can see it, but down on the ground, right next to the tower, that is, Alex is saying that is the engine chill vent.
Interesting.
So, see, I'm learning new things all the time, because yesterday we had the engine chill vent from the ship, but it was on the ship.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems with the
I wish
booster,
Alex was in here right now. Like, what do you mean? That's the engine chill vent?
Yeah, it seems with the booster and instead of the ship, they're just like pumping out, I guess, the engine vent down a pipe and then pushing it out by the tower. Whereas with the ship, they just toss it out the side as a vent. I would assume with the booster, that's because there's so many engines you need to chill, and maybe you don't want all of that building up underneath your vehicle on launch day.
Okay, yeah, that sounds reasonable to a lay person like myself. All right, so marching right along. Hopefully you're going to see some fire today. Hopefully lots of fire. I don't know. How's this poll going?
Oh, let's have a look. I do like my polls.
Yeah.
Oh, a very optimistic poll. How many engines will fire on B7? 1, 8%. 2, 7%. 3 or more, 76%. None, scrub, 9%.
Very
the mob has spoken.
I mean, yeah, that does seem like the logical next step, because we've had like 2 or 3 static fires of a single engine. That seems, like a lot of data there, and I think the next logical step, at least in my mind, is to move up to say 3, or maybe the ring of 10, or probably not the ring of 20 at once, but move up engine configurations.
Let's see. Let's get some more questions in here. Only 944 Kyle saying, will they static fire 3 or more Raptors with the scaffolding still on the side of the OLM? Wouldn't it get destroyed?
Yeah, I was touching on it earlier. It's obviously not a permanent structure. That's what they put up there for access and whatever. And I think that will eventually come down. They'll find some other system for it. But it's a wait and see situation. If it is something that doesn't need to come down, it won't bring it down. But yeah, access to the aft of a booster on what is an extremely tall mount is quite surprising. When you see Nick and Mary's photographs of people at the base of the OML, they're tiny in comparison to the legs of it. It's actually quite a very tall structure. So access to it with cranes and scaffolding and what have you. I think they need to come down, just like they need to work on the tower system, as they have been working on the tower system, where they've been removing lots of bits and bats during its construction to what it is now.
We also have the Xeno 07. What are we betting on today? How many engines? Well, we have a poll for that. I queued this up about 30 minutes ago, but yeah, well, you just heard it. A majority of people think that it's going to be 3 or more.
Yeah. And the OLM vent has started back up, as well as you can see on the right-hand side, the bottommost kind of ring of piping has frosted over. Now, again, we got to kind of reiterate, there's a lot of new systems that have been installed here. And those lines, I'm not exactly sure what those lines do, but that is a good sign that there are cryogenics at the pad being actively worked on. And the vent pulsing like that is something we have seen in the past ahead of, ahead of testing.
It almost looks like a neon line right there in this light.
It does, yeah, or like it's insulated or something, but no, that's frosted.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
and your
those.
boy. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say those are the engine chill lines. Alex is saying. Again, there's so much new here. My mind is still stuck on the the test process of a Starship.
This is usually the fun of tank watching as well. You're learning on the job, literally, because a lot of these things Starbase is doing is, as you'd expect with what Elon has said Starbase is, it's a test and development area more than the primary launch site will be on the East Coast eventually. That's why they're going to probably focus on just the one tower now rather than the 2 towers that they were envisioning at one point. And you're going to see a lot of new things via Starbase. And a lot of things to learn as far as test cycles go. I am just literally keeping one eye, my only eye, right now on the back channel, just in case we do get that siren indication. That's the thing I'm waiting for now, because that is always one of your key pointers towards a test being imminent.
Yeah, no, also like you're saying, like we're waiting on the siren. Hopefully we'll get an indication of when that happens, and that'll be a great indicator. We'll be around 10 minutes or so away from firing, but yeah, this is all very new here, so very excited to see what we'll see today.
Also, for people wondering, we will go quiet when it gets close to the static fire timeline, because people are more interested in that than our voices, so we'll be very careful not to talk over the firing if we possibly can avoid it.
All right, I'm going to run some of these super chats. Yell at me if I need to shut up.
Yeah.
Good Gremlin Media saying, hey, SpaceX, scaffold much? Hey, come on now. It was a mistake, y'all. We've got, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be read or just the letters spoken. RKAPTU is a new PadRat member. Thank you very much for that support. We've got Gunfox61 becoming a flight engineer member. Thank you. And we've got more gifted memberships. Dougal gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Clag House of Grilka gifting another 5 Red Team memberships. All right, something.
How about an orbital launch meetup in the UK? Big screen, open bar. Could book a Cineworld cinema. Well, Cineworld are in trouble, so I don't know if they'll still be around by the time that happens. But I do like the idea of a meetup. I think I'll be quite busy with the stream on that event, but I do like the idea of a UK meetup, and we are looking at that in the Discord. After Artemis 1, we'll plan one for the autumn, probably in London or up north or Perth. Why not Perth?
So over there, do
Was and they do good work. Rebecca and Jonathan Amos.
now?
Spin prime.
Well, yeah, it looked like
Is
a
it spin
spin
prime?
prime there from about 3 engines or so. I'm going to go back really quick.
Yeah, roll that back.
Yeah, it looked like about 3 engines there. Yep, 3 engine spin prime, it looks like.
Nice.
Just recorded it, so I'll put it onto Twitter. For those who, those who have missed it, you can just scroll back literally a few minutes. You'll be able to see it yourself. But I will
Now,
do it.
the thing that I find interesting there, I'm wondering if that may have been a sort of staggered start test, because if you notice, the 2 engines in the center look like 2 of the 3 center engines. Those ignited kind of one at a time, and then one of the outer engines on the left kind of did its spin prime test about a second or 2 later. So to me, it seemed like something like a staggered start test. And looking back now, it kind of feels like there may have been 2 spin primes, or maybe 1 spin prime followed by a large amount of venting from the engines.
Making me want to keep going back and seeing what you're talking about. The amount that you can glean just from that.
If those want an instant replay, here's a tweet in chat for you. There you go.
There
Thanks
you
to the
go.
wonders of Bandicam. Not sponsored by.
Chris loves his Bandicam.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
And one thing to notice, we have not seen any depress events, or at least we haven't heard any. So that is a good sign that maybe there's additional testing happening later today or in the coming minutes.
Yeah, so hypothetically, they could just do the spin prime and then move forward with maybe a static fire.
Yeah, yep. But either way, that was very cool to see a multi-engine spin prime that did not result in any extreme damage to the base of the vehicle.
That's a good point, Ian, because that is the point now. Spin Prime, they wanted to avoid the issues they had last time. I know it's the hers which sacrificed its life during that initial Spin Prime test, which resulted in an explosion. That has not been replaced. That poor hose.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Chris, but if you look towards the top center of the screen, the one cover is venting. It's like it's either I think it's the hydraulic power unit cover. It's venting something. I'm not sure if that's normal or not. I don't recall ever seeing that.
Oh, yeah, I see it now. Yeah, we have seen that kind of venting before. So again, we're learning as we go. I'm waiting to see what Alex says, to be honest.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that after after the issue they had earlier with
Yes,
Booster 7.
yeah.
Something like that. I don't know if that could be a busted line, or is that maybe a vent of the hydraulic unit, maybe to prevent like an overpressure in the hydraulic system. But Yeah, that's confusing. Now, if that is normal, we can kind of go down the alleyway of what would they be doing, which may include, engine gimbal testing, things along that, but I don't know what that vent is.
It seems to me it seems rather controlled. It's not like it's something that it's venting everywhere and just uncontrolled. It's something that they obviously released a valve somewhere and it looks like it's controlled. It's like pulsing. So again, complete speculation on my part there, but so far no red flags on my part. And we could zoom in on it, but the chances are once you do that, something will happen on the aft. We don't want to miss that. So that's why people asking in chat to zoom in now. No, we can see. We want to keep a close eye on the aft more than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back and see if anything's happening. Some people in chat were saying that engines were gimbling a little bit. I do not see that. It was
I
just my
was going to ask
monitor
that
on.
because, like, you can see the vent plume kind of wiggling around, but I couldn't tell if that was just from the wind or if that was actually a Raptor moving.
And that is something normal, by the way, if they do that. It's called a TVC, Thrust Control Vector System. Literally moves the nozzle in all directions and pretty fast. We've seen them move the nozzles very fast. And all rocket engines use that to steer. That's how they steer.
Yep. Especially with something this big and something so weirdly shaped with fins on top. You're going to need a lot of engine control and very fine engine control to deal with the flaps on Starship on top, because people know if you've played Kerbal Space Program, the rocket wants to fly fins down, and with Starship and Super Heavy, you're flying fins up. So it's got to be a very, very finely controlled guidance system, and because of that, 13 of the engines on Super Heavy can gimbal. So the inner 3 engines, as well as the middle ring of 10.
I always get asked quite a popular question about the wings on the space shuttle and what they're used for. And a lot of people think their main role was during the launch, because you watch a shuttle launch, you see these big 2 wings sticking out of the orbiter. You think they are very much helping with the launch and the way that roll and what have you. They have very limited role at all, apart from just the last part, which is landing. They do use their actuators a little bit during ascent, just part of the arc of trajectory, but all the steering, the actual steering of the rocket, is via the 3RS-25s, which we're gimbaling, and also and mostly the 2 SRBs, which also gimbal their nozzles. You saw during a recent SRB test for Artemis, the 5-segment booster, the nozzle was moving around left, right, and center. That was the TVC, the Thrust Vector Control System, a large metallic arm that literally pulls backwards and pulls forward and pushes forward to make the steering of the nozzle move. And that's what steers the vehicle.
Yeah, I think I used to think that. I used to think that it was the wings that was making the shuttle roll right after liftoff.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm seeing some small vents coming from the engine bells themselves. I'm going back a few minutes. I'm still seeing it. If you look towards the center of the screen, the little gap between the legs of the orbital launch mount, the engine kind of to the upmost right from there. It's kind of silhouetted against the one of the back legs, but it looks like there's some small white puffs coming from there every now and then. It could be, honestly, the orbital mount equipment in the way, doing a little bit of venting, but it looks like it's coming from an engine.
I think I just saw what you're talking.
Yes,
It's
me
the
too.
most minuscule of white puffs. There's one right now.
And we're not talking about the vent that's coming out behind the orbital launch mount. That's on the other side.
Yep, that's something
about
completely
right up
different. And that's shooting out away from the mount towards the back. This is coming from underneath the mount.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see little bits. Yep, and one on the left side there. I hope you've got your resolution set as high as it'll go so you can see what we're talking about. I'm not sure a low resolution is going to see this, so make sure you're on your YouTube settings, you've got your resolution set all the way up to 1080.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that is, say, like chilling from or something left over from the spin prime tests, or if they are chilling the engines now. And Alex is saying in the back channel, and again, I agree, there's been no depress vents. So either they are in a hold right now, or they are actively, quickly recycling to another test. And I think the fact that we're seeing some vents, some small vents from the engine, kind of points towards the latter. But again, the orbital launch mount test campaign is brand new. We are learning alongside you guys here.
Alex also pointing out in the back channel, it looks like the engine chill lines are defrosting.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what, while we're doing, I'll do a quick run of the support we've got, which is very much appreciated. I want to make sure everyone gets a shout out on the stream. Casper Japsper, thank you for your support. Kevin Rans, great coverage, guys. Keep it up. Thanks from the UK. Kevin, say where you're from. Because I always like Yorkshire, but just say where you're from if in the UK. But thank you for your support. Douglas Edison has become a Capcom member, so we'll see you in the Discord in the not too distant future, because you can join literally minutes after you become a Capcom member. At least I've seen that, where people have said it in chat and have ended up in Discord straight after. Very fast process. Gareth Berry's become a Padrat member. Thank you. Caleb's become a Red Team member. Thank you. Check your membership settings, because you'll have lots of content now. Also, Alejandro Flores says, I bought a large print and 3 shirts from your store. Super nice quality and comfy shirts. Channel support, indeed. That is very much appreciated, because the store is something we're very proud of. Mark and Pauline have done amazing work with that store, both from a standpoint of how it works and from the designs in there. And also a big shout out to our photographers who do some amazing work. And we've made what is a new thing into their talented work into metal prints, which I've got myself, and I was quite surprised by how, because I'd never had a metal print before, how amazing they are. And they come very well packaged, and also with some special mountings or metallic mountings with it as well, if you want to use that option. Lots and lots of things you can do there. So our store is a wonderful thing that we're all very proud of. I think we'll show some things in the items later on during the stream. We've been very careful not to take the view off screen right now, because anything could happen any second. Dale Kirkwood, 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you. If you got one from Dale, please thank him in chat, because that's extremely generous.
There is venting from 2 engines now, I'm seeing. On the one on the right we've been seeing, but if you look to the furthest left that you can see in that kind of little opening there through the pad, that engine is venting as well. And those look to be either the same or very close to the ones that did the spin prime earlier. So very interesting development there. I'm keeping my eye on the left side of the orbital launch mount, where we saw the one outer ring engine do a spin prime earlier as well, seeing if that does anything.
Tell you what, interrupt me at the first sign of anything I need to be quiet about. But I'm going to quickly read this. Mick has become a flight engineer member. I think that's our top level. That is amazing support. Thank you, Mick. Sorry it took so long to get around to that. We're just trying to go through the queue, but very much appreciate your support. Ryan, vote to make the back channel a read-only Discord. Yeah.
Too many secrets.
Too many secrets. Martin Levy, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Graham W asks, is the High Bay restaurant open yet? No, I don't think it is. We might get some indications of what state it is during the meeting tonight, the presentation tonight, because I believe it's going to be close by it. So we might get some clues there. Danny's become a launch director member. Thank you very much. Daniel's become a Capcom member. Dale has upgraded to a flight engineer. can't keep up with these. It's amazing. Thank you. That's amazing support. You'll see your names, by the way, on Independence Live on Sunday. You'll see it. You actually get, with that level, you get to a big actual readout on the actual screen at the end. So you'll see your name. Thank you. Red Hill's become a Padre member. Thank you. David's become a Capcom member. This is incredible. Seriously, when you... I'm saying these things, by the way. I'm reading these out. And I started the site in 2005. And it's just a specialist shuttle site. That's why it's got its silly name. I know they call it shuttlespaceflight.com, by the way. But we're all known as NSF now. So it's kind of... It's all become like all rockets. But when I first started it, I honestly thought we'd get no more like 20 people, like proper hardcore shuttle fans, just talking on the site. We'd do some news articles because we had some NASA people on there as well. And just like a hobby site. And then suddenly it just started exploding. And the years went by, just kept on growing. And then suddenly we get this Starbase view from Nomad and Mary showing us like this ground clearing going on from SpaceX. Originally, it's going to be a Falcon Heavy launch site, I believe, or Falcon 9 launch site. That's how it originally started off with the planning permission. And then suddenly things started building, people started getting interested in it, and we started getting these videos uploaded onto our YouTube, onto our forum servers. We said, oh, maybe a good idea to put them on YouTube because it'd be cheaper. We won't be paying for the server costs. We had no idea the channel would blow up. And now we've got 571,000 supporters. Yeah. It's a long story. It's too long to say in a quick live stream because I don't want to interrupt any testing going on, but it's a long story. It's a fascinating story, but it would not have been possible without the support. Would not have been possible without the support. I've got to stress that. We would not be around without it. Speaking of which, interrupt me if I get too talky, by the way. Elland, become a Padrop member. Thank you. So, Cybership. Nikon's in space. Is the water deluge something we could... is a water deluge? If they need a water deluge, thank you. They could always send Jack with a super circa. on his kayak. Bill's become a Padrop member. Ellen's upgraded to Capcom. I just read your name out. You've upgraded already to Capcom. And Gary sent $50. Wow. Thank you so much for your support. We'll come back to those in a minute, but thank you again for your support.
Seeing a lot of puffs now from underneath the vehicle. Pretty much continuous now on that rightmost engine we've been discussing. Unless that's from a vent on the pad itself. It's kind of tough to see.
Yeah, I'm guessing you've got this blown up pretty big on your screen because
Yep.
every time you mention something, I've got to drag our preview over here and like blow it up and like, oh, okay, now I see.
And again, important to keep in mind, we have not seen any depress events or any major events from the orbital pad for that matter since the spin prime test. So there should still be active propellant inside the vehicle.
All right, I'll run down a few more of these super chats and memberships here. Patrick Haynes becoming a Red Team member. Thank you. XTC becoming a PadRat member. We've got Patricia. Remember the accidental live stream? That's their name. Okay. Do they have a saltwater distillation plant to make drinking water due to the water shortage like in Europe? I don't think they have a water distillation plant in Boca Chica.
They do have wells. There is a well at the orbital pad and at the launch site in general, and they did request, if I recall correctly, to dig additional wells around the site. I don't know the status on those. I would assume that the wells are digging up sound suppression water. Mm-hmm. But that is all that I know on that front.
All right, and more Red Team membership gifts. Stuart Watson gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And I want to point out we got a comment from Anthony Miller trying to help explain how people can turn on the gifts.
Good.
So, yeah, Anthony Miller says, gifted membership settings for YouTube on, this is for Android mobile app, which I would assume on iOS is going to be similar. He says, hit join button. At the top, hit the 3 dots for more options. At the bottom, hit gift settings, and then toggle receive gifts. So I'll throw that up on the screen real quick. So if you're still not sure how to turn on receiving gifts, hopefully that'll help you.
Julie, it should be sent on PC. I just had a quick look on it, and it does have that 3-dot option, so you should be able to find it via there.
Yeah, actually, I'll try real quick. I'll look on the iOS version.
I'm not seeing as much engine puffing coming from the base of the vehicle. Still little bits here and there, but nothing huge, and that's kind of pointing me away from that maybe being an engine vent or an engine chill, or maybe they're in a hold right now.
So while Stephen checking his settings, I'm going to check just read out a few more of these, because Eugene, Grain Salago Burr, thank you for your support. Elon's mum, I don't think you are actually Elon's mum, but is there any information on how the lunar lander version of Starship will be refueled on the lunar gateway so it can do multiple landings? We only know about the refilling on orbit, don't we, so far, with the tanker Starships for the HLS program, because that's what Blue Origin's complaint was, that it'd require multiple tanker launches before the HLS Starship was refilled enough to be able to conduct its HLS mission. But SpaceX obviously countered that, saying it was still the best and the cheapest and the most viable option, and Blue Origin's complaint was thrown out. So as far as refilling goes, we know about the on-orbit refilling. As far as the lunar side of things, all we've seen so far is the system they use to bring the crew down and the equipment it can take there, but we've not seen anything apart from on the refilling side on that lunar part of the mission profile just yet. That'll be something we will get to see, because NASA's HLS will have to show that, because they are NASA. So they will eventually give us more additional clues into that. Or maybe Elon will do another presentation, this time focused on HLS. But again, that's still a few years away, at least, before we get any real focus on the HLS program. Right
Chris,
now,
sorry to interrupt, but we're getting continuous venting now from the rightmost engine that I was discussing earlier. Oh, my water bottle just fell over. But continuous small venting from that one engine right there. If you look right in the middle, you will see which engine is venting. Well. Looks like we've had a second spin prime, maybe an abort mid-spin prime that looked pretty weak. That's very interesting. Yeah, it looked like...
No, I don't think that was spin prime enough.
I don't think
it just
so.
wasn't enough, was it?
Yeah, unless they aborted right during the spin prime. I don't know.
Spin primes, for those who are not regular tank watchers, they're much longer plumes. They're really very noticeable. They're very different from any kind of nominal venting.
Oh, and there's people in chat asking what a spin prime is.
I could do a chat command.
Oh, perfect.
There we go. If you type in command SP, Nightbot will kindly inform you that, wait for it, one Nightbot catch up. Spin prime means that the engine turbopumps were brought up to speed, but there was no ignition.
Yep, so basically they flow a bit of liquid oxygen through to spin the pumps up, and that is it. It is a very simple test, basically just to check the plumbing and the valves. And also, this kind of reminds me of during the infamous 33 engine spin prime we saw about a month or two ago on Booster 7. There was a lot of like small puffing along those lines from the engines right before the actual spin prime. And given that the engines are still doing a bit of venting right now, I'm wondering if it was something like that we were seeing. Alex has pointed out in the back channel, and we've seen here, they have changed around some plumbing on the launch mount, and in my mind, that would not surprise me if they kind of changed the setup of how they vent the engines during testing. So that might have just been a, I guess, mega vent. I don't really know what to call it, but
Megavent. We've got this question up on the screen. I don't think we answered it yet. While I was looking at the YouTube settings here, which, by the way, I could not find it on mine. I found the 3 dots and all that stuff, but the option on my version didn't have it. Although I did see someone in the chat say that it was there on the iPad version. So anyway, the question was, is there any information on how the lunar lander version of Starship will be refueled on the Lunar Gateway so it can do multiple landings?
Yeah, I don't. There's not really much on how it's going to be refueled, honestly. We've heard possibly in the past that SpaceX would fill up a Starship in lunar or in low Earth orbit and then send that out to the moon to refuel it. We don't know if that refueling would happen at the gateway. In my mind, that sounds like something NASA would not want to do. I could see Starship moving into kind of like a I'm not really sure, like a phasing orbit. So it's nearby gateway, but not at gateway for the refueling. But I think right now, 90% of the planning is probably on just getting Artemis 3 going. I think after they get all the planning done with Artemis 3 and after they land, then they can start planning on what they're going to do for Artemis 5 for the landing, if they're going to even reuse that Starship or not.
And couldn't it be possible that for refueling, the lunar Starship could just bring itself back down to low Earth orbit to get refueled and then boost itself back up to the moon?
Yeah, it would take a bit of time, but I mean, they're going to have about 2 years probably between Artemis 3 and 5. And honestly, it wouldn't even surprise me if SpaceX said, okay, this lander worked well for us on Artemis 3, but we found this area to improve upon. We're going to, I don't know, crash into the moon or burn it up in Earth's atmosphere and send a new lander more capable, say with better life support, things along those lines for Artemis 5. But again, Artemis 3 right now is the current priority, and then they're going to go from there.
And right now, what we're going to do while we wait and see what Booster 7 is going to do, we're going to let Chris tag out and go get some rest or get some work done or whatever it is he's going to go off and do. And I'm sure he's got something going on. Thanks, Chris, for joining us. We might hear from him again later.
I'll come back later.
Yeah. All right, and so yeah, Chris is going to head out, but instead of remaining in this ominous voice in the back channel, Alex is going to join us now. Hey, Alex, how you doing this morning or this afternoon or this evening? You're way over there. You're way over there in Spain. So
I'm actually looking at a nice sunrise out of my window. Sunset, excuse me. Oh, jeez. I'm starting now. Very bad.
Great start.
Yeah, great start, I guess. I'm really cool right now, and yeah, I've been following the test very closely, as obviously, right? And yeah, it's been exciting to see all of these new, the vents, like they removed that. Now they have the new pipes and everything. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's always certainly really interesting to follow.
And speaking of the vents, the engine venting is still ongoing. Little here and there, and
something that I would like to point out before we go a little bit deeper into other stuff is something that chat. It's always very smart. There's some exceptions, so sometimes obviously, but they are actually pointing out that the frost lines, so the chill lines, are getting frosty again. So we might see another test soon.
Yeah, and it looks to me again, I could just be seeing. I don't know what the term is. But it looks like there's a bit more engines venting than before. I could see on the left little puffs from one of the outer engines. There looks to be several inner engines in the middle, unless the wind is taking some of it around. But I'm kind of feeling that we might see several engines here venting a bit. I don't know what that could mean. Maybe I'm just, not looking at this correctly, but would be very cool to
Yeah,
get.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
No, I was actually going to agree with you that I've seen the vents from the engines too. I wonder what kind of testing we might see next, because we've seen spin primes. Do you think we're gonna see any sort of static fire test? And also, I believe I'm seeing on some of our other cameras, I'm seeing the engine chill vent on the ground,
Yep,
which I
I could see
believe
it
it
here.
was off before. Maybe Patrick can change here the view real quick.
I'm sorry, I just saw in chat from Dashcam. They said it killed me. They just said 70 engine static fire is what they're predicting.
Sure.
Yeah, great. That works for me.
See, you can see on the view on the left, near the base of the tower, you can see a vent there. That's sort of the new engine chill vent that that they have changed now. We saw on the past few static fires of the booster and spin primes. We saw. Hold up, because I believe I'm seeing. No way, I'm imagining this. Is that a frost line? I'm maybe imagining this.
I do not see one.
Okay, well, that's my eyes then. Yeah. So we saw on the past few tests a couple of weeks ago, we saw a different kind of engine chill vents where there were like vents coming out of the orbital launch mount. And this time around they have changed that, and they actually dump it a little bit farther away. Everything collected into the same pipe and all the way to the tower. So I think that's probably a little bit safer this time around.
All right, and I do I want to get caught up on our super chats, but real quick, we wanted to let y'all know. Well, a lot of y'all already know, but for those that don't, we have a nifty store that you can get something for yourself or a loved one or friend or something. Any of the space nerds in your life. It's shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can get shirts, coffee mugs, swim trunks, metal prints of some of the photography that we get from around Starbase and over at Vandenberg and out here at the Cape. They look beautiful on your wall, and that right there, that's one that I took. That's Atlas V launching I believe it was the Sibers Geo 6 satellite. Sort of a daytime streak kind of thing, and you've got some of Pauline's like the landing Falcon 9 there. That is just incredible, and Mary and Nick's photos from Starbase. Some of the stuff that Nick has done with the reflections in the water out there is just it's top notch. I mean, really, every time I see a new photo from Nick, I'm like, man. Like he started out there like he claimed he's just an audiophile. Like he was he was out there to record the sounds of Starbase, and I'm not sure what his background in photography was, but he sure has he's gotten really good. So yeah, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and thank you in advance for your support. And like I said, I'm going to quickly run through, try to get us somewhat caught up on these super chats. You guys are so generous. We really appreciate it. We've got Skills UNV becoming a launch director. Thank you very much. Click, get that on the screen. There we go. Tom Yu, how many generations until this infrastructure becomes as ubiquitous as airports? This is like 1903 watching the Wright brothers. I like that sentiment.
I'd agree with that, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's still gonna be a while before like, Starship launch sites are just ubiquitous. But I don't think it's too far off. I think, some of us might see it in our lifetime, and we're seeing the beginning of it right now. Mars Embassy saying, keep up the great work. Well, we will continue to do that as long as that support is there, and as long as you guys still want to watch our streams, we will keep on keeping on. Brad Latch, becoming a flight engineer member, and Techie 500, a pad rat member. And then Elizabeth Chase, is it both Ship 24 and booster being tested tonight? I do hope so. Well, we hope so too. Right now we're focused on the booster, but we could see ship testing later on. We don't know. We will have to watch and see.
I'll never say no to some extra testing.
Right, and the road closure goes, well, I was going to say 10 p.m., but that can't be because they've got their presentation to do.
Yeah.
I just imagine Elon being on stage and talking, and you just hear like the static fire in the background, and he just like pauses and resumes his speaking.
Oh, we might be coming up on testing, I believe. The OLM did a vent to the right if you scroll back 10 seconds, and we saw that previously before the test earlier. So we'll stand by. Maybe we'll see something.
Still
That
seeing
was one of the
some
indicators.
Oh, go ahead.
Now the OLM vent is coming up. That's the one. Oh, there you go. Another spin prime test, and again with a secondary vent afterwards. This is the sort of the exact copy of the previous one.
Yep, a triple engine spin prime, and again, like
There
I
you
mentioned,
go.
the delay.
So this is amazing because I basically went back as I was preparing to come here, and then I come in comms and everything. I went back and tried to guess when this was gonna happen, and I saw that venting from the OLM to the right, where the tower is, and it was like, oh, I've seen this before. So yeah, that's one of the indicators. So there you go. Venting from the OLM. It's not from the pipes, by the way. It's sort of where the control boxes are located on the OLM. It seems like. So yeah, it's not directly from the pipes. It's sort of towards the right and more centered where the control boxes are located.
Now we're going to be watching closely, see what they do with the booster after this. Again, we have, like last test, we have not seen any depress events as of right now. Again, meaning that they could be going for another round of testing after this. Maybe they're just doing a little hold and then they'll depress, but good sign that testing is not necessarily over today at Boca Chica.
Yeah, let's see.
I do like that.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna point out that I do like that we've seen 3 engines, because we saw the past time that we saw. So the last time they tested, that was on the week of August 8th, and on August 8th they also did 2 spin prime tests, but with 1 engine, and then on the next day they did a static fire of that same engine. So do you guys think we might see a static fire of those 3 engines that we've seen testing today? Because
yeah,
I mean, we'll check out, right? Could be a thing.
A spin prime test is basically just ensuring all the valves and the plumbing work ahead of a static fire. And given that they did 3 here, one looks to be 1 from each ring, so one of the inner 3, one of the middle 10, and one of the outer 20. That points in my mind to us maybe seeing a static fire of all 3 today, or maybe tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow it couldn't be because there's no road closure, but it could be the next day that they test. That could be a thing.
That would be Monday then, I guess, at the earliest.
Yep. And by the way, for those that are keeping track of the closures, next week they change times. We're seeing the test closures being from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. lately, but starting next week it's from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Probably because of summer, the sunset and sunrise times and things like that changing.
Okay, so that first spin prime was at about 125, and then this last one was at like what 201 or maybe right around 2 o'clock. So it's about 35, 36 minutes between them. Do you guys think they'll go for another spin prime, or do you think possibly they're ready to march towards a static fire, or do you have any other ideas what they might do?
I could see one more spin prime. I could see, honestly, maybe even a pre-burner. I don't think we've seen a booster pre-burner yet. So, but again, maybe they're confident enough with a spin prime that they can go for a static fire next. Thoughts, Alex?
Yeah. So I'm seeing a few people talking about, well, is there any feed that we have with no commentary? We actually have. We have a Starbase Live running 24/7, and you guys can catch that up if, I don't know, if I know you for any reason or something, you can open that up. It's for free too, so you know you have it there. We also seen some comments about propellant loading. We're seeing propellant loading for a long time. They couldn't do any of this testing without propellant being loaded. We're just not seeing frost, which is probably one of the indicators that we haven't seen yet. Mainly because the propellant load is not above the weld line of the domes. So you know they have a dome at the bottom of both tanks, and they are welded to the outer wall of the booster. So if you only have that liquid on the dome itself, you don't see any frost because it's not touching the walls of the tanks themselves. It's only touching the dome. So the dome will be frosty, but we don't see the dome. So it's a pity, but for that we will have to have a camera right below the engines. I don't think SpaceX will allow us to have that kind of coverage.
Oh man, the views we
It will
did
be
there.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. While it seems like it's fairly safe to go off and read a few more of these super chats, but again, always stop me if you got something going on. Patrick J, small gift for the great entertainment. Thank you very much. And then Toby Burton with cool $5 in what is that sold? Is that's not euro? Help me out, Alex. What is that? Pounds? Is that pounds? Yeah.
Yes, that's pounds.
Sam Dillenbeck, what's the status of the new methane tank?
Of the new methane tanks, well, it seems like they're working, given the fact that they have had static fires on the pad before. I don't think we've seen any major work on them recently, so I assume that they're either ready to go or very close to being ready to go. Also, a thing to note that I did a quick A/B check. The frost on the engine chill line is going away within the past few minutes. Again, that's something we saw after the first spin prime test of the day, but seems to be happening again.
All right, and Caleb Valesco saying, just light this candlestick. Yep, we're right there with you. Light it up. Joachim Voldseth, I hope I said your name somewhat correctly. Thank you for that support. And then Smooth Juice doing our job for us, I guess. Why is there 15,000 people watching this and only 2.4 thousand likes? This channel goes from strength to strength. It is a huge part of the space industry. Well, thank you very much for saying that. And yeah, they're right. You know, hitting that like button does help. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, and it gets the stream in front of more eyes. So yeah, if you guys feel inclined, go ahead and hit that like button. It definitely helps us out. We've got Fez coming in with a Pad Rat membership. Thank you very much. Hamster Space Nerd 3000. Great stream. Always excited to see one on my feed. well, we are glad to bring it to you. And thank you for that very generous super chat there. We appreciate that. David Michael Tootin becoming a red team, or no, upgrading to red team. Right, thank you. And Bill Beck also upgrading to Capcom. That'll get you into that Discord. Kevin Rand, for mentioning me, you can have another 20, and I'm from Burham near Rochester in Kent. Okay, that was that was for Chris. He was pointing out that if you say you're from UK, apparently you have to say exactly where. I suppose that's probably sort of like in the US, where like just saying that you're from the US isn't really specific enough. All right, Jay Kimless, I guess. Out of curiosity, how big of a screen is everyone watching on? I'm at 75 inches, they say.
Yeesh.
I'm not sure. Oh, this is probably like a, I don't know, 24, 30 inch. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I bought this thing years ago, and I don't have a tape measure on me. But thank you for that support. And Ben Schlober, becoming a Pad Rat member. Ewald Snell, becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much. And we've got Robert Anderson. Cheers from Sweden. Well done, lads. And cheers right back at you. And Cole Logan saying Jack's Super Soaker Fund. We'll get him on that. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I picture him with like a bandana tied around his head, you know, like
with
just
aviators
wearing, like,
riding
jeans,
out
like
on a quad.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, standing up on those dunes with a Super Soaker in each hand.
Poor Jack.
Love it.
Still seeing a lot of engine venting. Doesn't look like that has stopped, really. Also, again, no depress vents. Also,
Yep.
no frost line.
I'm keeping an eye on some of the other cameras just to make sure that the engine chill vent doesn't come up subtly. Seeing just minimal venting, you know, where when it's died off and it has some residual cryogenics on it. So that's usual, like that's normal to see some vapors coming off from it.
We've had a couple
the-
questions. I'll pull this one from Robert Knowles. Were the two Spin Prime events today from the same three engines? It looked like it to me. What do y'all think?
Yeah, they look like just copy and paste of the same test, and I would not be surprised if any further testing today, be that Spin Prime, pre-burner, static fire, uses the same three engines. And it also looked to me, a big thing to note is that it seemed that they were doing a staggered start test. The first two engines started up pretty quickly, and then the third engine started up about a second or two later. So.
Got a lot of comments about the size of screens. Got a 60-inch, 82-inch, 72-inch, 75-inch. Yeah, so it sounds like a lot of people are kicked back watching it on their TV. Here's a funny one. Mechazilla saying, can you believe what the chopsticks done to me? I thought we were friends.
That was funny.
All right, I'm gonna keep trying to plow through these. I'm still sitting at about 30 minutes behind on the super chat queue, and I don't want to forget about you guys. Tater becoming a Latch Director member. Ron Smith gifting 5 Red Team memberships. those gifts are becoming very popular. Mark Lauren becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much. As well as Steve SC94, Launch Director member. And then Chad Winia. This is $5 for the bacon and Super Soaker Fund. So that, I guess that just goes straight to Jack or what? Mike Gillenkirk becoming a Red Team member. And then, man, we've got so many new members. This is awesome. Joe Ponce, Mechazilla coming back in to gift 1 Red Team membership. Wings to Space, Capcom member. We've got, for Red Team memberships, Drew Thomason, Kajel Dahlquist. Check these. Spencer Carter, Red Team also, and then a couple Pad Rats, Ken Freiberg, Pad Rat member, as well as Sugar and Magic. Thank y'all. XD Cam, Pad Rat member, thank you very much. And here's a question from Thanos Panda. How far do you guys think Starship will get on its first attempt?
How
Anybody?
far? Okay, well, I guess since I've been quiet, I talk a lot, but then I stay quiet for a bit. That's because I'm looking at
You like
things and
staring at the screen.
being
Yeah.
concentrated. Yep. So my bet is that if the booster works well, I can see the Starship going all the way to orbit. Well, orbital velocity, the whole thing, being suborbital and whatnot. But yeah, I can totally see that because frankly, we didn't see any sort of issues on the way up or the hop test, and those were like what, 4 minutes firing 3 engines. Not really that different. Now it's 6 engines, but they have heritage, right? So I can see it working. The hardest part I think is gonna be the booster, with 33 engines and all the plumbing and all the systems that need to work. That's harder.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to be optimistic. I think if they can get off the ground, I think they'll make it to orbit.
I think for me the main obstacle would be stage separation plus was it stage separation and Starship ignition. If they can get to Starship engine ignition, I think they got it.
Let's see. Let's continue on. I think I'm getting ahead, and then I look at the time, and it's still like 30 minutes behind on these. I'm gonna run some memberships here. We've got several Capcom members. Wood to Dust Roger. We've got Glenn Jones becoming Capcom. Will Morris. And Procrastination Station. I like that name. And Richard Palmer becoming a Capcom member. And then we've got a few others. We've got Michael Williams at the Red Team level, and Steve W, Red Team. Gary Seven, Pad Rat member, and Ian Campbell is a Red Team member. Alper at the Pad Rat level. Was that venting I heard?
Probably just a little tank farm event. I mean, given that it's not continuous.
Yeah. All right. Colin Gregg asking, when are they going to clad the tower with protective panels? Surely it will be needed. Sort of like how at 39A the crew access tower got that black cladding all around it, which I think makes it look real cool. Do you think that the tower at Starbase is going to get that too?
I think at some point I could see it because I mean, if you look at the tower right now, there are several like small vertical kind of stripes on the side. Those are little pins sticking out, which I believe are attachment points for cladding. But we have not seen any indication of cladding on site or them preparing to do it. It seems like it's just there for when they get around to it or if they deem it necessary. Because I think right now their main goal is this necessary to get to orbit? If not, we can wait. Cheap Gray Plastic suggesting if you can't see gift options, chat more.
Does that have something to do with it? Like, you don't get the option until you chat? I don't know. Rusty Can just throwing us a cool pound here. No question. Thomas Tate. Think Starship will switch to ion engines in the future for lunar lander? Not gonna lie, that would be cool. Ion engines, like Star Trek and Star Wars, right? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yeah, but that's the real ion engines in real life are extremely low thrust. They're extremely high efficiency, and so they're great for small spacecraft, especially doing small maneuvers over time. But for something like landing, even landing a small spacecraft on the moon, they are pretty much worthless. They're such low thrust.
Right. Yeah, so we need some major advancements in ion propulsion to get something like the Millennium Falcon has, right?
Oh yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon, but hey, you never know.
Yeah. All it takes is one breakthrough, I guess. Or probably several. Several breakthroughs. And then they'll figure it out. And you know what? We're coming up on about an hour since that first spin prime test. Oh.
That seems to be the same thing that we saw before. Not a spin prime,
Yeah.
it's more like a violent venting from the engines, so to speak. Not violent, but you know what I mean, right? It's a little bit more powerful than. But it is not a spin prime test. We saw on the spin prime test proper before, the vent went all the way down to the ground. So that's more powerful venting that we see, and it all goes all the way down to the ground, basically. So yeah.
Right. It actually
And
shoots out of there with some force.
yeah, and so we're seeing right now the lines for the engine chill vent is defrosted. The engine chill pipe doesn't seem to be venting anymore. So, but we haven't seen the vehicle do a depress vent. So they might be doing a recycle of sorts, and perhaps, maybe we're gonna get a test later.
Hopefully. I mean, we're still seeing those small puffs coming from the engines right now, which in my mind is a good indicator that, testing is not off the books and the vehicle is still active right now.
Which means we're going to stay camped out right here till we see more activity.
Not sure. People some pointing out that they're loading propellant. Well, obviously there's propellants on the tanks, folks. How do you think they're doing the spin prime test? They need propellants on the tanks.
All right. Nick Bergboer asking, do we have a number on the empty/landing mass of the booster?
It's 250 tons. Is that right, Alex?
Yeah, it should be about 250 tons. And still doing A/B checks to see if the chill lines. I think they're frosting back again, so that means they're starting to chill down the engines again. I think they're they're very chilled down by this time, right? They have done this 2 times already.
Yeah, the poor pipes.
Yep. Some people saying the booster is full of liquid oxygen. It is not full of liquid oxygen.
No, nowhere.
You will see the whole tank frosted if that were to be the case. Nope. Not,
I don't think we've ever had a full talent load on booster or Starship.
Yeah, I don't think so. We've seen full cryo loading. We have seen loading of liquid nitrogen, like both tanks loaded with liquid nitrogen, but we haven't seen it with actual propellants so far. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting when they actually do it. It's gonna look very, very cold and very, very icy. It's gonna be pretty much like Starship. Starship was very, very cold when it flew the hops. It had quite a bit of a frost on it. And yeah, that's sort of what we expect when they actually load liquid oxygen all the way up. The whole tank just gets frosty with ice. And frankly, that really hasn't changed at all. It's not something that they can decide to change out of the blue. I mean, they could, but they will have to put something like SLS with spray on foam on the outside so that the frost doesn't appear. Or like tiles on the ship, right? We don't see frost on the tile side of the ship.
Yep, the tiles definitely would act like some sort of thermal insulation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I had a question queued up earlier that might be one of those questions that a lot of people have in their mind but don't know the answer or haven't asked yet. Zed Mapping saying, why the grid fins are not closed like Falcon 9 grid fins?
Well,
I know
because
this was
they...
a... Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
I was going to say because they don't need them to. It adds extra complexity, not mainly due to the fact because these are such large pieces of steel. With Falcon 9's grid fins, they're titanium. Titanium is a good bit lighter than steel, so it's a bit easier to maneuver them. But these are huge pieces of stainless steel. And another factor too is the center of mass of an entire Starship and super heavy stack is relatively near the grid fins. And the fact that the fins aren't too far from the center of mass means that even if they're extended during flight, it's really not going to make that huge of a difference on the aerodynamics. So that combined with the additional weight that would be needed to fold them up and the additional complexity there, it just kind of it's kind of a bit of a no-brainer just to not include that folding hardware. And we know Elon has been doing a huge push to minimize the weight on both the booster and the ship. So if you don't really need it, you don't really need to fly with it.
Can I interrupt a little bit here? I'm seeing the engine chill vent is back. You can also kind of see it on the left here on this view. Sort of where it says chat. Yeah.
Very cool. That's good to see.
Close
Yep.
that. Oh,
The
yeah.
pipes are frosted. The engine chill pipes are frosted, and the vent is going off. So we're gonna see a test very, very shortly. Again, one of the indicators that I saw before was like a small kind of puff of venting from the OLM itself. So we're seeing some of the control boxes there. They are very protected now after the explosion in July. That's something that we actually talked about previously, right? And so the two gray ones to the right, a little bit more to the right of that, that's approximately where that venting came from, and that was 20 to 30 seconds before the test. So I do wonder if that's probably related. Like I guess it might have to be related because the outer engines are started utilizing those but like the QDs. So that could be a thing. Now, obviously, we're not seeing any sort of siren. If it were to be a static fire, we usually hear a siren. It's not guaranteed always. So, but there's a possibility that we could see a static fire too today. So we always have to be prepared for that. But so far, we only have seen 2 spin prime tests, which look like some kind of really fast vent coming from the engine and going all the way to the ground. I'm hearing some venting from the booster.
It was very short, so probably just a pressure stabilization vent. We haven't
More
heard much
venting?
venting.
Not sure if that's the booster itself or the... I'm looking at other cameras just to check. Again, we have SPL, guys. We have many, many views there, but we're concentrating on this one because this is like the money shot here. This is the engines. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's highly recommended if you're able to have multiple tabs pulled up if you're on a computer. Definitely have this stream up and Starbase Live.
I'm doing something a bit different. I have McGregor live up on my other monitor because there was about two. Huh? Another small event.
Okay.
Again, the engine the engine bell vents, the nozzle vents are continuing. Now we still have not heard anything about a static fire, or sorry, about a siren. So, not too sure about a static fire, at least right at this moment.
Hmm. I mean, it's not always, as I said before, it's not always guaranteed that we're gonna have a siren every single time, but it is on the notice, right? That they always alert the villagers, the residents, with a siren.
This question comes from your boy Astro. I think towards the beginning of the stream. Probably sort of a layup for either of you guys. But how many Raptors are installed?
All 33 on the booster.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, because they were out there on the pad. I lose track of time. It was last week, I think, and it didn't have all 33. But then they rolled it back to the production site and threw the other engines on there. So we're now at a full complement of 33. And hopefully before the booster comes down off the OLM, we'll see all 33 fire up. Don't know if that would be today, but hopefully before the booster leaves the pad.
Looking for that kind of sign on the OLM for that vent that occurs 20 to 30 seconds before. I know we have a super chat in the queue. I mean, we're very sorry about that because we're kind of concentrating on the test at hand. But I did see that someone actually said, "Hey, thanks for saying that it was an indicator," because I ran back to actually see whatever testing was happening. So yeah, it's super important to always have some kind of indicator.
Yeah.
Also, something you need to notice, the engine chill line we were discussing before, within the past 2 minutes has got extra frosty, so a bit more frost is built up on it. So it seems it's still actively being used, and the tank farm is still doing a little bit of venting towards the right side of the left picture. Now, Alex, which vent were you talking about as the 20 to 30 seconds?
Yeah, so that one is actually on the OLM itself, but not at the bottom, not at the top. It's sort of in the middle and towards the right of the OLM.
Is it the one that's just barely visible?
No, it's
From the
like
remote
it's more
camera?
like a burst. It's like poof, and then once it happens, 20 or 30 seconds afterwards, there's the event.
Okay,
So,
cool.
yeah, it's like a burst of something, and then the test happens within 20 or 30 seconds of that. I saw that on the first one, and then we saw it again on the second one. So trying to see if it happens soon. Should be. Might be very, very close to the test. You know, we're usually very, very quiet when a test is imminent.
Yep.
So
You don't want to talk over it.
Yeah. Because if
yeah,
you talk over it, then when Chris B grabs the screen grab and tweets it, then you'll have I'll have my big dumb voice on the on the screen grab.
I remember the explosion. We went all like, wow, wow,
Yeah.
and everyone just got that. Bandicam for life, he says on the chat.
Yeah, we want to get to these questions and these super chats and everything. We just we don't want to miss anything over here.
Yeah, this is something that you gotta be very, very patient too. You gotta wait for signals and for things to happen, because it's not a quick thing.
Yeah, I want to see this little puff you're talking about. I didn't notice that before.
I've noticed it,
Yeah.
but I did not notice it happened directly before the static fire. Sorry, not the static fire, the spin prime.
Yeah, I did notice that on the first time, and I thought, oh, something broke, because I saw like a burst coming off the oil lamp, and it was like, oh, something broke. But then the test happened, so I went back, and it was like, huh, maybe it's not that it broke. Something more like it's related with a test, right? And then again, by the second time I was already here, so the second I saw that, it was like, oh, it's gonna happen, right? So yeah. So I'm not waiting for that to occur again to be able to point it out.
I was doing some A/B testing, and it looks like the engine shield line has stayed about the same, so that's good, not going down.
Nice.
And it seems like quite a bit more of the engine bell vent going on than what we've seen earlier.
Yes, that's a very
Because
good
before
sign right there.
It was just barely visible, but now it's like it's a constant presence there.
Yep. Now, when they do a static fire, we normally do see a frost line, right?
It depends. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. Depends also on the amount of propellant that they have been loaded on the tanks. Again, we're not seeing really any frost here, and that means the propellant is loaded, but only on the domes. It's not, the level of the liquid is not high enough to be seen, in contact with a wall of the tank. Kind of like with an eye on the stream and the other eye on chat, seeing what they say.
Yep.
We're all here together, actually. Like,
Yeah.
we might be commentating here, but we feel the same way that you guys feel, and like we want this to happen already. Don't get me wrong.
Someone real quick asking in chat, what are the big brown containers in the bottom right? I believe those are just bags of dirt, I guess, to make a sort of temporary berm to protect some pad equipment from engine firings.
Yeah.
Last thing you want is for some rocks to be launched towards your pipes holding liquid methane.
Yeah, Starbase is
And the other side. Oh.
Well, I was just going to say, it's an interesting place because you've got space age equipment and technology, and then some solutions are just the simplest thing they can come up with, and this is, they're, big bags of dirt. They're like, sure, let's do it. Throw them down.
Yeah, and then the other side of the berm is covered in concrete, so it's actually reinforced on the side that matters. This other side doesn't really matter that much.
Right.
The one that sees all the fire and everything, it's the one pointed to the booster, to the big flamey boy. See, I didn't have any time to actually check what's the timeline. I'm no Adrian, obviously. But I did look for indications, and again, we don't really know sort of the timeline here. It did seem like for the first test, it was about 10 minutes between engine chill vent and the test itself. But after that, it's a little bit more complicated to to look for some like reset time on when to again start the clock and count.
Gotcha. And that 10 minutes you said was from the start of the engine chill event or the stop of the engine chill event?
Oh, when they started. Yeah.
Gotcha.
From the start to the test. It was more like 11 minutes, but you know, minute up and down. Adrian will probably be mad about that, but I'm not really that mad.
We're still seeing those vents from the three engines, the big three today. I guess we could call them. Someone in chat said the bags of dirt are venting.
Yeah, you can see some of it there. That's mainly from the tank farm, which is right to the right to this view is where some of the recondensers are located. Not recondensers, the subcoolers. There you go. Wrong part of the tank farm.
Tuckbone is saying that those are called HESCO barriers.
Oh.
There you go.
So are they not actually full of dirt then? I guess maybe they're full of something else.
I don't know. They might still be filled with dirt. That's just maybe what they're called. I don't know if HESCO is a brand or just the name of a type of barrier. Here's a pertinent question you guys might be able to answer for Scott here. Is booster being fed through the QD on the OLM, or is there another connection they're using for now? Is the OLM installation / connection automated now?
It is through the QD umbilical. It's a bit off frame right now, but yeah, it's the quick disconnect is still what they're using. I mean, obviously now it's not disconnecting ahead of a static fire, but yeah, they're using that to load propellants.
Mm-hmm. Some venting sounds.
Yep, should be any second now, hopefully. Again, we don't know what we're going to see, be it a spin prime, pre-burner, static fire, what have you.
Relax to the soothing sound.
We need,
It's
we
like
need
the
a Boca
ground
Chica.
vent might have stopped. It's venting very, very little right now. Sort of like it has died off. Hopefully that's a good indication. I did see that on the first test. I didn't fully see that on the second one.
Gotcha. And we're still getting those constant engine nozzle vents.
It's actually very like a lot frosty now. The engine vents there, like the ones that are coming directly from the engines, which is what you refer to, right?
Yeah. Doing some quick A/B testing. The engine chill line is definitely not thawing out. In fact, it's only expanding a bit.
All right, I'm going to hit questions while I can, and I will be nudged if I happen to be looking away from my preview screen over here and not notice something. Someone just, I don't know, exclaim excitedly. Just go like, oh, because I'll know then.
Yep.
Let's see. Turnout 8 saying, can you summarize what happened with the orbital tank farm? Are the big tanks not being used, or did they get fixed?
Something along those lines. and they had to add additional tanks. Oh, sounds like we had a bit of a hiccup there in the stream.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
sorry
we're now
about that, y'all.
back.
I saw I saw chat going crazy with the Fs, and I was
Yep.
like, what
Yeah.
just happened?
Uh-oh.
It went down to me as well.
Yep, I saw it refresh a little bit.
Yeah,
And
seems
we're
to be okay
back.
now. Yeah, I saw some
Thanks, everyone.
5x5s. Yeah, thank you guys very much. Sorry about that. Nothing happened while the stream was frozen.
Yeah, no testing, no,
You
not
missed
yet,
it, guys.
at least.
33 engine static fire.
Oh no!
Oh,
do that,
Don't be
Bill.
bad with them. Come on.
Right. Here's a good one. Dino CR asking, does the ship latch to the booster during launch? I heard no.
It does, I believe.
I mean, it's got to be held on there somehow, but yeah, I've heard that it's
Yeah.
not going to be quite like the way a Falcon 9 separates, right? They're going to do like they're going to sort of like rotate and like sling it off, right? Something like that.
Yeah, it does have some kind of connection points where they are connected and everything, but it doesn't seem like it is, some kind of latching pressurization system like Falcon 9 has on the interstage.
I see the engine chill vent down there is still going. Not super big, but still going.
Yeah. That engine chill vent is really weird.
Yeah,
Still
because it
venting
looks
a
like it
little,
stopped
isn't it?
and then it just keeps going.
Kevin Bradford, I've seen several questions like this, and I'll just grab Kevin's here. Could the second puff have been a purge with nitrogen after the spin prime?
That's possible. I don't know if they have nitrogen on board though, but maybe that could have been just pumped in from the ground support equipment.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yep.
Now I do wonder that.
Iron Mechanic asking F1 engines or Raptor engine?
I have a
those
special spot
F1s
in
are, yeah,
Yeah.
they're
There's a
huge and
picture
they're
of
beautiful.
Ian hugging an F1 engine.
Yeah, if you want
Right.
to know how much I love the F1, go to my Twitter and look at my profile picture. I think both are equally important engines given their time. I mean, the F1 engine to this day is still the most powerful single combustion chamber engine. But Raptor is doing its own big thing too and being, rapidly reusable, high
Oh,
thrust.
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you, Patrick. That's
We're
me.
out the screen.
And that shows
Jeez.
how big the F1 is
There you
because I'm 5'11", and that engine is not small.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are
yeah.
massive. Like it's
I mean, both
impressive that people are able to build things
Mm.
that big that do what they can do. It's just incredible.
Both are mega moon rocket engines, right? Because the Starship is a mega moon rocket.
course.
Anyways, after saying that, I'm not seeing that indication that we saw before. That sort of puff of venting, sudden burst of venting. The engine chill vent does seem to be to have died off, and I'm trying to A/B test here, like the engine chill lines themselves, whether they have defrosted or not. They don't seem to have been defrosted. So maybe we're in a hold of sorts.
Yeah, very strange to see.
Maybe it's a static fire and they're waiting for the sheriff to go with a siren.
Don't tease me.
Oh, can you imagine? I will really want that right now. Static fire, SpaceX. Come on.
Yes. I mean, we still have the engine vents right now. I'm going to do some quick A/B testing while we're here.
I'm still seeing like some puffs from the engine chill vent to the left here on the screen. It's where it says chat. It's a little bit above that. So let me clear the question because I believe we already have answered that one. Now it's where it says SpaceX. Still waiting for whatever test might happen now.
Yeah, I'm feeling dangerous, and I think I'm going to try to run a few more of these super chats just because I'm just very far behind, and y'all are being very generous today. So here we go. Yeah, just
copyright
shout.
now.
Yeah. ATP Tour fan, starting the Alex Mike upgrade fund. We need to hear.
Yeah,
all
I
his
do need a
valuable...
better upgrade, a better mic.
Yeah, they said we need to hear all of his valuable insights, and his current mic doesn't do him justice.
Yeah,
All right,
I do
well,
have a better microphone. The only problem is the acoustics of my room. Let's put it that way, right? They are not really good. So it's a better microphone. It captures sound, I think, way better than this one. This is a headset microphone. The other one is like more proper microphone. But the other one needs, clean room acoustics and things like that. My room is not like that. The fun should be about finding me someone to be able to do all the stuff that I want to do on my house.
get some egg crate foam, throw it up on the walls.
Yeah. I always ask my brother to help me with that stuff, and he doesn't do anything. Anyways, this is not the place to be mad about my brother.
Airing of grievances. John Burr coming in with a $5 super chat saying, per Elon, most of the propellant oxygen is on the moon. Sounds like the plan is send it full of methane and just top off the oxygen on the moon. I'm not sure because you'd still be burning. Go ahead.
I'm hearing some venting.
Yeah.
Trying to look for maybe it being from the booster. See, I hear venting, and it's like I run to look at all the cameras that we have, just to see if it's something that we might be missing.
All right, and Conservative Space Nerd coming in with a cool $20. We appreciate that. Scotty Park Music said, been watching since the SN5 hop test. Thanks for the amazing content and live stream. Thank you for being here. Let's see. VDiv, for the bird watching and feather dusting fund. May the first orbital flight be as graceful and majestic as the great blue herons. Name ships after birds? Question mark. Yeah, I hope they assign names to the ships.
Oh, that looks like a deep press vent to me.
Yep.
There you go, deep press vent.
And yeah, the OLM vent has started back up.
All right. What do you glean from that, Alex or Ian?
Do you want to go first?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, feels to me like an abort, or a recycle, maybe a full propellant swap recycle.
Yeah, my thoughts on this is probably somewhat along those lines here, where they're probably resetting for something else. They might be aborting. Again, this is sort of like yesterday, right? They could be aborting the test. They could be recycling. That's something that we might get more proof of that, whether it's one or the other. If they do another long depress vent later on, that might probably make the balance go more to the abort side of things. But it might not be the end of testing today, because we have Ship 24 on the suborbital test stand. So we'll see what happens with that one. Might see some testing with that too.
Yeah, hopefully.
All
And
right,
yeah,
and go ahead, Ian.
I was gonna say one last thing. The tanks are getting a bit condensation now. That's normal due to a depress. As things lose pressure, they get cold.
Yeah. So one of the things that you will actually see when they start loading propellants on the tanks, you can see the tanks actually turning a little bit darker, and that's usually because the coldness. So even though you may have the propellants at the bottom of the tank, that propagates all the way up to the tank, right? And you can see that sort of like the tank gets darker as it goes up, and it gets colder and colder, and the darkness is basically water vapor condensation just getting stick to the outer walls. But sometimes if you vent, if you have that tank at pressure and then you vent it, just because of adiabatic expansion, which is a thermodynamics thing from physics, long thing to explain. But what happens is that the tanks get colder than that, and sometimes you may get frost from that. It doesn't mean that the level of the liquid is going all the way up. It just means that the tank is getting even colder, such that that vapor is getting converted into ice. So yeah, a little bit of a tank watching kind of thing that we have learned from many years already, seeing all these tanks getting frosty.
All right, and with that, I know that Ian has actually he's been with us longer than he initially planned, and we definitely appreciate that, Ian. But I know I've been hearing you've got some schoolwork or cool work. You've got some cool work you need to go work on, right?
It's aerospace engineering homework. I guess it's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. So we're gonna let Ian dip on out of here. Thanks, Ian, for joining us today.
Yeah, it was nice. We saw 2 spin primes, so pretty cool.
Right. So
See y'all later.
See you, Ian. And with that, we're going to bring back in, just like we said earlier. We're going to bring Chris Bergen back in. How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, we're getting a bit desperate, aren't we? Where I keep coming back in. You can tell everyone's in Florida for Artemis.
Right.
Best years of your life, kids. If any of you heard that Ian and school reference, best years of your life, and all those kids in there will go, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. Trust me. When you get older to my age and things start dropping off, then you'll realise.
Key phrases. Best years of your life.
Yeah. So yeah, we've just seen a depress. I'm guessing you're fairly caught up on what's going on right now, right, Chris?
No, I'm not. Can you catch me up? I literally just came back as it started venting. I thought, oh, great. Timed that well, didn't I?
Yeah. Well, right before you jumped on, we saw a big depress. Alex, you think they're going to do a full recycle? I guess we don't really know, but.
Well, we're hopeful, right? We're always optimistic. Just like yesterday, we're hoping for a recycle. But if not, again, we also could see Ship 24 static fire test, for example. What do you think about that? Wouldn't it be amazing too? People like better the booster. I know. But the ship is also exciting. See, a year ago that was the opposite. People were amazed by the ship. Now it's more like the booster because it has more engines.
It actually looks like the walls of the booster are frosty now, and that typically happens right during a depress. Like not like white, but it looks like you can actually see condensation on there now. Like I don't think I could see that condensation before. We've got a view here of the road closure.
We're seeing the methane recondenser active on the orbital tank farm as well, which it's sort of like the vent stack at this orbital tank farm. If you watched yesterday's live stream, we saw what appeared to be an abort of Ship 24 testing, and at the suborbital tank farm, there's like a vent pipe that goes up whenever they're doing detanking. I was trying to come up with a word. I didn't remember that one. So yeah, when they're doing detanking on the ships at the suborbital tank farm, you see the old flare stack. It was the former flare stack. Now it only vents nitrogen, and that's usually because they are detanking the vehicle. It's probably not 100% the case. Like it might be that 1% of the time, might be for another reason, but usually for a big chunk of the time, 90 to 99% of the time, it is because they're detanking the vehicle. So now that we're seeing this other one at the orbital tank farm, the recondenser there, it might seem like it is probably the same function. We've seen them activate that sort of at the same time when they're doing detankings.
Well, I think we should speedrun these super chats. They're 57 minutes old.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, now that
Let me do it because I'm a fast talker. Pauline Brooke, thank you. Oh, thank you, Alex. Got me over to TV. Time to catch the test. Well done, Alex.
Oh, yeah, that was the super chat that I mentioned before. Yeah, that I caught that.
Oh, right.
And I wanted to mention. Yeah.
Cool. Radiel says, send it, lads. Marek, did he reinforce panels on the OML? Much love. Did you reinforce the panels, Alex?
I'm
trying to think what that reference is to. Yeah, maybe potentially it's been prime explosion.
Yeah. So if you look at the OLM here, you can see like a yellow panel to the left, some two gray panels to the right on the OLM itself that are like reinforced. Those were actually properly installed after the explosion because the previous ones were like just a metal sheet cover with a hinge. These ones are proper covers for the systems on the or at least for those boxes on the orbital launch mount. We do think that probably the whole mount will eventually get covers before at least a launch attempt, but we'll see what actually happens when we get there.
Thank you, Alex. Homeboard and Traveller, thank you for coming, Red Team member. A Padrat member, Carlton Hammis, thank you very much. Typewriters and Tubs. Typewriters and Tubbers, one. I'll tell you what, there's some very inventive usernames I always come across in these YouTube channels, and I'm like thinking, well, I'm not thinking something clever like that when I was back on just YouTubing. Asks, will they do an engine chill in flight or just on the pad? Alex?
Will ship do an engine chill in flight? Yeah, so that's actually a very good question.
It is
very legitimate because for Falcon 9, the second stage gets into engine chill about a minute and a half into flight. We don't see that happening while it is on the pad. Now, for Starship, though, it seems like they take at least 10 minutes or so from starting the engine chill all the way to the ignition of the engines on the ship. So perhaps for Starship, we're going to see both engine chills come up when on the pad. It's certainly something to be looking up for. I cannot wait for the moment that we are actually looking for indications of activity for an actual overall launch. Oh, jeez. I'm getting like hyped up just saying it. It's amazing.
This is okay. Just Tim has become a Padrat member. Thank you. Tom Wagoner. Oh, sorry, Stan Lawrence. I was reading the wrong one first. Stan Lawrence. One of my duties as a Padrat member is to make sure we're all well stocked with bacon. I think we're hoping Jack might be on later, so we can bring our bacon things in. And when people spam things like silly words, they go, "Well, you allowed bacon. Bacon was allowed. Why will you allow this one?" It's usually Nightbot that gets them, and I get a long DM sweary complaint about moderators on NSF terrible, blah, blah. Anyway, Tom Wagner, thank you for coming to Capcom. By the way, Nightbot is a YouTube thing Google installs into YouTube channels. It's literally like a mod bot. There we go. Put your teeth back in, Chris. That's a man. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you. That's not even a question. That's just people saying thank you. That's really appreciated. Leonard, if all the engines ignite at once, how will they prevent it all from melting? What's the problem in the past? I think that's a reference also to what we've seen sometimes at McGregor, where they sometimes go a bit melty on the test stand during fire, which is fine because that's McGregor. That's what it's designed for. It's a test stand. It's a test centre. That's where they find the limits of their engines. But relevant to all 33 firing at once, Alex, how will they prevent them all from melting? What's the difference with all engines firing together next to each other? That's, I think, the point now, isn't it?
That's actually a good question, and one of the things that we do know is that the engines are chill down, and even in flight, when they are burning, you see the hot exhaust coming out of the bottom, but the actual, all the pumps and all the bits inside them, well, I guess except for the pre-burners, the rest is very, very cold actually. And you can see there on the screen Ship 24, that might be the protagonist of the second half of today's window, maybe. Perhaps not, but we're always looking for that, right? So I was saying the engines are actually chilled out with methane, and at least one of the pre-burners I think has routing for liquid oxygen to convert into gas, but that's a little bit more complicated to explain. But yeah, it's actually cold. The only difference here is that because there are 33 of them, you gotta control those thermal constraints, and if you can imagine something more like Merlin vacuum engine, that one has red. It's the one that has cooling by radiation. I never say that word properly. It's radiatively cooled.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the word, right, Stephen?
That sounds, yeah. It's not a word I would use in my daily conversations, but yeah, that sounds about right. Radiatively, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's the word. And yeah, so if you had those kind of engines, for example, and you had them close together, that's when you get problems, because then you probably get melty nozzles, not just the combustion chambers themselves. But yeah. It was a long answer, but everyday space nerd. Well, they're quite an appropriate username there because he goes everyday astronaut. Has a great video about cooking. Now he's on about engine nozzles there and regenerative cooling and what have you. Tim does have a very good video on that, so definitely check out his channel. Usually all his videos are very good, actually, to be fair, but that is a good one as well. Frank H, great job. Love watching your streams. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. LGMD. For insect repellent fund for Nick and Mary. Yeah, indeed. I always hear about, it's not just the heat, not just the crazy weather conditions down there, it's the bitey insects, which I'm yet to experience, and I'm fully looking forward to. Do you have bitey insects in Florida, Stephen?
Oh my goodness, yeah, we do here. But I thought it was bad here, but when I was at Starbase, it was a whole new level of pain.
Oh my word.
Like during the day, like when the sun's out, it's not too bad, although you still kind of have to deal with them, but the early morning, because we always try to get up for the sunrise, and man, those mosquitoes, they'll carry you away.
So when I was in Manchester Airport, and I saw a stall for people going to the States, because I've been to the States lots of times, but not to any mosquito places, but I've seen the mosquito repellent sprays. I presume you spray yourself with the sprays, but that doesn't work.
Well, that's kind of funny because when every day when I was in Starbase, I would start off the day coating myself in mosquito repellent, and there are some that work. They're not exactly for the health conscious because what I've found is the ones that are labeled 40% DEET, those are the ones that work, and apparently DEET isn't great for you. But I would start
Okay.
off the day with that, and then when the sun comes out, I would coat myself in sunblock and then reapply as needed, and then somewhere throughout the day probably reapply more mosquito repellent. It basically by the end of the day you're just caked in stuff
My
that you've had to
word.
spray on.
All I know is that when you see a horse kicking furiously and you think he's angry, it's usually he's kicking off mosquitoes from his belly. And that's what they do. They have to kick up. It's like they've got 4 legs, which makes it really awkward for them. There's a little horse tip for you there.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hayes, thank you for becoming. Sorry, I digressed into horses. I usually do. Jimmy Hayes, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We'll see you in the Discord. Probably see you already. Actually, I've just been speaking to a lot of the new members in there. Hank, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And PY Pry Z Rum. I'm going to put the name in chat and in the stream and see if you can pronounce it. Become a Pat member. Thank you very much, first of all. But let me just put that into the stream and see if you could have pronounced that. It's not clicking. Yes, that's good, isn't it?
Prism,
Oh, there we go.
Spanish.
Prism
Oh, okay.
Try Zumrul ZZ.
Prism.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Casper Jesper has become a Red Team member, and Robert has become a Red Team member. Robert has become a Padrat member, sorry. Oh, that's why my panel is lagging a little bit. That's why I'm reading the wrong name to the right thing. There we go. Robert has become a Padrat member. Mechazilla has gifted 20 memberships. My word. I was wondering what all the ones were about earlier. Maybe that's because one person had taken it, one person had taken it. Very much great support there. Thank you. Mark has become Red Team member. I think Nightbot got you actually for all those ones. You've got to be careful. That's another thing. If you type the same word over and over and over and over and over again, Nightbot automatically sees it as kind of like a spammy thing. So it'll time you out. Don't worry, you'll come back. It's just a Nightbot thing. And I always get blamed for it. The moderators get blamed for everything Nightbot does. It's automated. It's not us. Tommy Vance, I have come here to chew the bubblegum and watch tanks. But I'm all out of bubblegum. But luckily we've still got tanks for you, Tommy. So we're all right there. Taras has asked if you were standing in the Starship Interstate next to the 3 Raptor engines before launch of a full stack, how cold would you be? Does someone want to digress that question into something where I can work it out? Hang on, I sort of think here. If you were standing in the Starship...
They're trying, interstage is what I think they meant.
Ah, that'll make more sense. Yeah. So let's work this out, Alex. The interstage bit of Starship next to the 3 Raptor engines, which always be chilled. I get the idea about how cold it would be. Can you work out roughly what that could be an answer to?
I think Alex is away from his
Oh,
computer.
that's typical.
Right
I didn't read the
I'm
back.
back. I'm back.
He's back. There you go.
I was just grabbing a drink.
Can you see
Yeah,
that question?
I was hearing everything. Yeah,
Cool.
I was actually listening to everything. I'd say that what's the temperature? How cold? Well, a lot. I don't know. It will be hard
Cheers,
to
yes.
explain because, yeah, it's very cold. Because you will have probably the engine chill vents coming raining down on you. You will be on top of the methane top dome. So yeah.
Luke, become a Padrat member. Thank you. Matthew asks, may I have asked already, but could you print out the engine chill lines that were mentioned? Have we done a show and tell while I wasn't on there with the chill lines?
We mentioned it, but yeah, it's been a while. It's definitely worth mentioning again. It's those horizontal lines at the bottom of the OLM, not the bottom of the legs, but the bottom of the platform itself. That's what we were looking at. And right now they're not frosty. They were frosty before. That's one of the things we've kept our eyes on.
Centric has become a... Sorry.
I don't have the ability to draw on the screen, or else I would.
I was gonna mention that Daz art. Yeah. Luckily, Daz from Raptor Sides has given me the tool I need to actually draw on screen. Unfortunately,
I was about to say, I think I previously shared a picture with it.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what we're working on, and I was wondering if we could re-show it, because I think that's what the question's really asking for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Patrick has it, we can show it. I think I showed every picture that sort of shows that new pipe and the old pipe as well.
There it is.
There we
you
go.
That was
I
me
knew-
on MS on Microsoft Paint. So yeah, go ahead, Chris.
This is what I think we were working on, but I went away by the time we'd actually shown it on stream, so I didn't know if we'd shown it before. But that's a great indicator of what things are. I wonder if Alex, can you quickly explain the two things you've pointed out there, because the red writing on a photo doesn't look very clear.
Yeah, I'm hard.
Yeah, so you see there. So you see there. It's also because it's a little bit low resolution, I guess, the preview there. But you can see the red that is painted there, that's the new pipe, and then the green one is the old pipe, and then the red one, you can see there another sort of arrow pointing down and says new pipe is routed down here. So you can see the whole new pipe is routed down that way, and it goes all the way down and out to the ground sites. And I believe we have another picture to show. There you go. So it goes down and then it goes into that sort of doghouse cover that they have. We'll see. Is that the same overlay that you had before, Patrick? Oh.
Landed abruptly. Are you due to show something else, or shall I carry on? Hearing nothing, I'm going to say thank you for coming back, a Capcom member, Eccentric, thank you. Megazilla says, who thinks I should become a moderator? Trust me, you don't want to become a moderator, it's not fun. The amount of grief you get for any little thing is not worth it, but thank you for your support, and trust me, we have a very good team here, and a lot of them behind the scenes, especially the SBL operators. People are on there all day from dawn till middle of the night. In fact, it's almost 24-hour operation. They put in so much hard work, and it's really appreciated because it's important to have people always on the ball. It's not only watching the cameras, watching the bots, changing the scenes, it's also dealing with chat, because we like to be interactive. So if chat sometimes asks, oh, can we have a look at this? Chances are there's an operator there, we'll change the view or move a camera. And it's very important to be interactive, and it's a lot of hard work, and they do it with a grumble-free attitude. Chase asks, they added more propellant in this load than the last two spin primes. Well, that's helpful, isn't it? If that's the case, sir, we'll keep an eye on that. Christopher McDonald, what do you think? Do you think when Booster and Starship are operational, they will build them in Boca and then do a test launch from Starbase and land in the Cape instead of transporting by railroad boat like Falcon? There's a lot to answer there, because point-to-pointing them, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that's too far off. I love point-to-point, and it pains me to say that it's probably a long shot, because the amount of approval we'll need to do that is going to be taking a horrendous amount of time. As far as the operational ones, I think that the Roberts Road status is still a long way away from being at a point where it can construct vehicles. I say that with trepidation because we saw Starbase building its High Bay 1, High Bay 2, the latter now known as Mega Bay, and almost utilising it before it finished being constructed. So we have to keep a very close eye on how fast they can start building inside these buildings they're constructing right now at Roberts Road. The Roberts Road facilities are coming up at a pace. They really are rising out of the ground in no time. But as far as KSC launches, I mean, Alex, do you think that the first vehicle to launch from KSC will be actually built in Starbase and transported, or do you think they will wait until Roberts Road and build one Florida-born Starship from KSC first?
I do think they're going to be transporting them to the Cape, but I don't think it's going to be with a test launch of any sort. Especially for the booster, it really doesn't get all the way there even if you try to.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't make that distance, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't make that distance. Especially, well, I mean, it could, but if you launch it with a nose cone and like all of these things, like if you modify it enough, you probably could get it. But then, is it useful for then put a Starship on top and fly an orbital flight, for example, from Florida? I don't think so. I do think we're probably gonna see some kind of transportation of boosters and ships. That's actually some of the indications that we have had, but I don't think we actually know the full details of what that will entail. Mainly because if you look at the Star Factory at Florida, you might think, oh, it's coming up very, very nicely. But it's only the skeleton of the Star Factory. You still need all the tooling, all the bits and nuts and bolts to come inside, and that's coming way later down the line. That's not going to be something that's going to be instant.
Yeah. But I would imagine that it'll get built up quicker than at Starbase, being that Starbase was the first time, and now they sort of know what they need, right? So maybe it'll come together more quickly.
I think it's fascinating overall because it's not just that. You've also got LC-49 in the mix, and there's potentially going to be 2 towers there. And we can envision a future where KSC is going to be launching Starships. Let's face it, there's a long way to go yet. They've got to get things right and operational and have some track record with their launches, be in a confidence position of launching as often as they do with Falcon 9 now, with the Starlink launches, but potentially, and the oil rigs. Let's not forget Phobos and Deimos. It's a crazy amount of cadence they can envision going forward. And I think that is why Roberts Road is so big. It's such a large facility. They're going to need such a large facility to cater for the amount of vehicles they'll need. It's exciting times. There's no question about it. We're not just seeing PDFs. We're seeing actual construction. It's very exciting times. Mechazilla's gone crazy with the gift memberships. He's just done 3 in a row there. And I think I know what's going on here. Because one of his friends probably, I vote Mechazilla for mod. You can't buy your way into moderator, by the way. It doesn't work like that. But thank you for your support.
Yeah, it doesn't work like
seriously, that. I'm being serious. Don't think if you spend a lot of money, you become a moderator. It doesn't work like that. It's an arduous task as well. It's not really a fun thing. It's something where it takes a special kind of person who can just take it on the chin quite a lot. But yeah, that's quite funny. Anthony Miller, on another note about gifting membership, tier is predetermined at the highest level or at below 5%, so less. So if NSF will... Oh, I don't understand that. Anthony, let's read your question out on screen, because on my panel it's all joined up. 1 second. Let's wait for it to come up on the screen so we can read it out properly in one line. Another note about gifting membership. Tier is predetermined at highest level at or below $5. So for NSF, it'll always be red. Right, okay, so the gifting memberships will always be red, team. That makes sense, yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It's kind of set for that level. There's no worry about a gift membership being, oh no, I've only got, I wanted for 20, but I ended up doing like 2, but they were like top tier. That'd have been silly. So I think YouTube's done something right there. Set it at a good level where whoever gets gifted it gets quite a lot of content, and the person who's doing it can do it for a lot of people. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Sorry about that, Anthony. I had to read it out on the actual screen there because the panel there is quite short and hard to read. Ironhead, thank you for becoming Capcom. You'll be on our Discord, and John has become a Padrat member. Taras asks, when a tank is being filled, is it from the top or the bottom? If from the top, does the liquid fall all the way to the bottom of the tank and splash hard?
Hey,
it is from the bottom.
I've wondered stuff like
it's
that.
always from the bottom. Yeah, if you look at any rocket out there, it's always... there's probably some exception, but it's generally always from the bottom. You don't want to load any cryogenics from the top, especially because if you start loading a tank from the top and then the cryogenic liquid falls into the bottom of the tank, and the bottom of the tank is hot. And if it falls and rains down into that hot bottom, hot as in, room temperature, whereas the cryogenics, it's very, very cold. You could probably do a little bit of damage there to the to the tank, you need to condition them before that, and that's sort of one of the things that you need to do before you actually go into fast load, which is one of the sort of steps that you see on rockets normally when they're loading propellant. They go first with small flow onto the tank, and then they go and ramp up the flow.
Again, amazing support on a stream, especially we've not had a static fire yet. You kind of expect people to get excited about, oh, I've seen a static fire. Thanks for streaming it. Here's our support. It's the other way around this time, which maybe we're all beckoning for a static fire to happen. That's what I'll be it. Yeah, we're all beckoning for it. Willing it, that's the word, yeah. Gavin, thank you for coming, Padrat member. Dragon Trapper, thank you for coming a Padrat member. IndyCar, Red Team member. David, become a Padrat member. And Westy the Third. Oh, I recognise his name. It's actually upgraded. That's why I recognise his name. Up to a launch director. Wow, thank you. You'll actually see your username being on the screen at the end of NSF Live this Sunday. Paul Tompkins, one called Trooper, one called Jefferson, one called Airplane for pure fun, one called Highway for Deep Purple fans. Starship named could rock out. We're on about naming starships here, aren't we? So that's obviously something that was brought up earlier, which I've just missed, but I read that out without even thinking that, and it's quite good. I love that. That's a really good thing to bring out. I do like the idea of Elon using his Ian Banks names, like he wants to call the first Starship, as he did say a while ago, Heart of Gold. And that's a great name for a ship. I do love that. That's a wonderful name. He's named his drone ships after Ian Banks novels as well, which is, Of Course I Still Love You, A Short Follow Gravitas, and Just Read the Instructions. Those are the 3 drone ships there. And I'm bringing up drone ships because we might have Gav if he comes into the right comms net.
I think he's just doing a sound check.
All right, fair enough. Because here he is. Let's first of all introduce him. Gavin, welcome to Starbase live stream with ships of the steel and upright type, rather than water type.
Yeah, these really aren't the right kind of ships for me, but I'll take what I can get. So hey, everybody, how's it going?
We were just naming actually. We were just naming the pretend names of future starships, and we mentioned that Heart of Gold is one for Starship because Elon is a big fan of the Ian Banks novels, and of course the drone ships, the ASDSs, are all named after those novels. Well, of course, I Still Love You, Just Read the Instructions, and A Short Fall of Gravitas. Are there any other of the ships at Port Canaveral or even on the west coast that have got cool names in that style? Or are they mainly just names they've made up rather than from novels?
They've started using the astronaut names, which it's noble, but it's a bit boring. So they've got Bob, Doug, Megan, and Shannon, which are SpaceX's first 2 male and female astronauts that they launched. So we've kind of cut back, I suppose, on funny names or references, and we're sort of going more towards immortalizing and stuff like that. But
maybe it's just because on the drone ship there's plenty of area to write a long name, and on the ships they're a little smaller, so that there's not enough space to write out a short fall of gravitas or something like it. So they just go with Bob and Doug.
I suppose so.
Where did Mystery and what's the other one called? Mischief come from?
Mischief.
Mischief.
Oh my gosh, it's been so long now, which is sad by itself that I've actually forgotten.
Oh no, not your 2 favourite boats.
They're just puns on. I'm gonna have to go and check my own website. This is a bit embarrassing. I'm sure they're just puns on Mystery and Mischief, but oh well.
What's the name of your website, Gav?
SpaceXfleet.com. It might be a touch out of date because I'm horrifically busy all the time, but most of the facts are still up to date, I reckon.
There we go. Put it into chat.
Yeah, it's just the name Mystery is literally just a pun of the word mystery, and then they came along with Mischief, which is just a pun of mischief. Just fun names that SpaceX chose, but we're apparently no longer doing fun names. We're doing astronauts. So if SpaceX gets another ship, they might call it, I don't know, something else. Who knows?
What are the fast boats names? Oh, sorry.
No, it was most of a joke. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were pointing out something.
No, I was about to say that people are pointing out in the chat that we have two British here. Two Brits.
By the way, I've messed up a little bit. I'm not too well, so that's probably my excuse. But Ian Banks is for the drone ship names, but for Heart of Gold, it's actually Douglas Adams, isn't it? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So
Right.
yeah, I just thought, where did I get it wrong there? There we
Which
go.
is another Elon thing that he likes that he's
Yes.
mentioned before in the past. So yeah, I think someone mentioned the two fast boats, SpaceX's
Right.
new additions. They're two little fast boats. They've got on top of Bob and Doug. They're called Maverick and Goose, which are Top Gun references. They haven't got any actual names on them, as far as I'm aware. They just say SpaceX on the side of them, but they're identified by their trackers. So I don't really know what SpaceX's naming scheme is. So if we're going to start naming Starship ships with names instead of numbers, anything's a go, I suppose. It could be possibilities endless there.
Just scrolled up the chat. Yeah, I did actually. I corrected myself earlier. I did actually get that with the Douglas Adams. It's very much Elon thing. It actually makes you like Elon a bit more because he's into the kind of cool sci-fi. But also, Gav, I've got another. I'm going to hit your questions because we had a potential ship-related
I've
question earlier.
completely derailed your Starship stream to come.
That's
and
no,
talk
it's
about.
literally Starship. This, so it's okay. We were talking about the first launch from KSC, whether or not the first KSC launch will be a Starship that was built at Roberts Road, which is still a long way away from being constructed, or built at Starbase and transported to KSC, Florida. And if the transport is the option of road, point-to-point, that is not going to happen, or by ship. Now, there's some questions or not whether they could transport these things because they've changed the design since. There's probably a good chance they can do it now. But if they were to transport a booster, let's say, let's take a booster, a super heavy booster from Starbase to KSC, Florida, what would be the path and what kind of ship would they use for that?
Step one, you've got to figure out how to flip your booster horizontal. It's not going to go there vertical either by boat or by road. There is no way. So step one, figure out how to put your booster horizontal. Step two, I believe, based on its size, it has to go by boat. So let's say it has to go by ocean or by water. The reason Falcon 9 is the size it is to fit down roads and under bridges as it comes across the country from California to Florida. Starship is a lot bigger than that. It doesn't fit under bridges and roads. It is gonna have to, on my opinion, go by ocean. And what they will probably do, because I reckon it has to go by barge. SpaceX likes barges. We've seen lots of evidence of that in the past.
That'd be a pretty big barge, right? That'd be
yeah,
bigger than
or
a drone ship, wouldn't it?
Oh, I imagine so. To go, yeah, definitely longer, not as wide, perhaps. Where am I going with this? Yeah, it has to go by barge. You might want to strap several barges together if that's possible, because I'm not sure a single barge exists that's long enough to put a horizontal booster on it. But you'll want to load that up, and then once it's safely on there, you should just be able to quite happily tow it all the way across the Gulf of Mexico to Florida. And this question's been asked to me in the past. To get from open ocean off Florida coast up to the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy Space Center, you have to go through Port Canaveral and then onto the Banana River. To go between those two locations, there is a set of locks to divide between freshwater and saltwater. I've checked, I've done the measuring. Horizontal Starship and booster by width will fit through those locks if you find the right size barge. So there's no reason that they can't load a booster and ship on a barge at the port of Brownsville and just sail it all the way to the turn basin outside of the vehicle assembly building and raise it horizontal there and roll it down the crawlerway to 39A for launch. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, and once you're at the Cape and once you're on Kennedy Space Center grounds, luckily all the roads and byways, they're all built to transport big stuff like that.
Yeah, what were they built for? Does anyone know?
I don't
Chris?
know. There's been a few rockets and rocket-related things around these parts.
I've heard rumours of that. Yeah, it's true. Well, we had the right person on for that, didn't we? Because if they'd asked me that question, what kind of ship would they need and how would they make it work? I'd be like thinking, well, the only thing I know about is Pegasus barge, which was the one which transported pretty large external tanks and it's actually expanded to fit the core stage of SLS. So it could be transported from the Michoud assembly facility and actually went up. It actually didn't go the normal route, which was normally Michoud to Florida up the Banana River and to the turn basin at KSC. It actually made a quick detour first up river towards the Marshall Space Flight Center for testing, and then to Stennis, where it was hot fired during its double DR, and then it was transported to KSC. So that was a real use of Pegasus barge, which is quite historic now because that barge was the first thing I ever heard about as far as rockets and barges back in the day of Shuttle. So that was, I'm glad to see it's still in service. All with this new expansion.
And,
Biscuit. Oh, Alex, go on.
Wait. More depress vent.
Ooh. Yes, everyone's under instructions to interrupt if they see something of interest on this stream, because that is what we're here for.
So this second depress vent is... I don't even know if people are listening to me right now because...
Yes, we are.
Okay. No, because they are very, very loud. So...
They are.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I've got the volume down on this because otherwise I'd never be able to hear myself.
Yeah.
Oh, lots of
Usually
vents.
blessing. That's
All the
depress,
vents.
isn't it? Oh, my word.
Here.
All the vents.
Well, well, well.
Okay. Seems like it's now getting quieter. Yeah, so actually one of the things that I was about to point out is related with the shuttle. Because we saw shuttles going through the streets in the case of Endeavour, my favorite orbiter. We saw Endeavour going through the streets of LA. Like, wouldn't that be mind-blowing to think about when the shuttles were flying? Oh no, you cannot put a shuttle in between the streets of LA. Come on, with all the traffic and like the light poles and the traffic lights, you cannot do that. But they did. They did, and we actually had recently someone from, I'm struggling to remember her name, but she was actually one of the people that were in charge of making that possible, of carrying the orbiters after retirement from Kennedy Space Center all the way to the different places. And I think that was one of the recent Intrepid Museum shows that we had on NSF Live. And it was amazing to hear all the stories about how they had to come up with these different tools, but they were able to, you know. It's not really that huge deal. You just gotta find out the right way of actually doing that. So it wouldn't be that far out to think of moving a booster and a ship all the way to Florida via barge, for example, in a horizontal position, right? Like, they could find a way. There's always a way.
You have to sort of assume that somebody at some point in a meeting somewhere at SpaceX thought, how do we get this massive object we've built from Texas to Florida?
Right?
So you hope
Exactly.
that they've considered it in some aspect.
Are there structural concerns with going horizontal with the booster or the ship?
That will be a probable thing that they could be concerned about. But again, you could probably design some kind of tooling to keep the tanks stable and rigid during the transport, the transport, and you could have all sorts of ways to actually counteract those disadvantages of moving ships and boosters horizontally. But in return, you probably get a way safer transport all the way to the Cape, you know, than actually flying them or having them transported vertically. Now, another option that you could have, and that's something that I did see on the chat and I could agree with, could be that probably you could just transport barrels, right? That could be a thing too. We're not really fully sure, but that could also be an alternative. You could just transport the ring stacks, the barrel sections, and just stack them at the mega bay out there at the Cape. That could be another option, and probably not out of the possibilities for SpaceX.
Right, Alex, I have a lot to say because you mentioned
Go ahead.
Endeavour, Streets of LA, and I thought, right, okay, here we go. First of all, it was Stephanie S. Stilson who was the
There you go.
lead. Yeah, she was NASA Enterprise Program Project Management Office. She really was deeply behind what was a fantastic transition and retirement events for the shuttles. She and a lot of other people did an amazing job, a seriously amazing job, giving those orbiters an honourable retirement and a send-off. And Endeavour was probably the best one. Atlantis, fair enough, it was only up the road to the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Center, but obviously that has now got a wonderful exhibit. Discovery was sent to Jules and now is at Smithsonian. And got to meet Enterprise. They did a swap over. Enterprise was given a tour of New York City and now an Intrepid Museum. And Endeavour was sent to Los Angeles, a massive cross-country tour, and several hours flying around from the Golden Gate Bridge over the Hollywood sign, over LAX, even over Long Beach, all those places. There roughly about 1 million people turn up to watch this flyby. It was live on NASA TV all the time, and it was emotional because it wasn't the vehicles retiring that was emotional. It was the amount of people out there waving their flags and so like cheering this orbiter. I just found it amazing. It kind of showed what was like public support for the space program, and I will never forget that. I will never forget that. I'm going to put the interview with Stephanie we did on NSF Live and the Intrepid Museum show into chat if you ever get a chance to give it a watch, because that person kind of like really exemplified what I like about Shuttle. Is not just the shuttle was a great looking vehicle, blah blah, they had problems. If you're a true shuttle hugger, you understand the problems and you respect the problems. There was a lot of problems, but the people involved with making these vehicles fly and work despite those problems put their heart and soul into those vehicles. And Stephanie is a good example of such a person who treats, she calls the orbiters her daughters. And it's just an important thing to remember that people are dedicated to their job, tend to do a very good job. Right, I'll be quiet now, because that's when Alex started talking about Endeavour, I thought, oh, that reminds me.
Yeah, and so we're obviously looking at all the other cameras and everything. And I was actually looking at this view, and I've seen the recondenser at the suborbital tank farm being activated. Now, does that mean a test is imminent? Well, that depends. Normally, when we see the whole tank farm active, that's more indicative of a test being some minutes away, or at least fueling underway in like very short order, right? Now here the problem is we're only seeing the recondenser, whereas the other side of the tank farm is not active. So that usually indicates that the tank farm is pulling up and activity is coming up soon. So that's a good sign, folks. We're probably going to see Shape 24 testing today. That's good news. So after Booster 7 testing, we see to be on tap for Shape 24 testing now. But sadly, it might mean that it's maybe an hour or so away because it's not fully active. That tank farm is not fully active. It doesn't look like any test is coming up anytime soon, as in minutes from now. It's more like an hour or perhaps 2 from now. I will gladly be wrong, though. We've been live for quite a bit of time, so I will take a test as soon as possible.
Quick thank you to Skill Biscuits, Pickle Capcom member, as has Two Man. We'll see you both in Discord. I'm very active in there, by the way. So if you're thinking of going to Discord, you will just talking to other people from the chat room. No. All the teams in there, and you'll find I'm quite active in there because it's my first Discord, and I didn't know what it was about, what it would be like, and as soon as I got used to it, I was like addicted to it. It is a very nice community. I'm really enjoying it in there. So you'll see me active in there a lot. Westy the Third again, who recently just became a launch director member, been at the LDN Science Museum today, up close with some RL-10s. So it was a New Guns module. Now for an eye with you guys, full on Nirvana day. Cheers, guys. Thank you, Westy. Smooth Juice, what are you like with the horse flies? Yeah, trust me, horses do not like flies. You become their best friend if you start brushing them off. Booster 7. I can't believe almost 15k of your watching just waiting for me. No, I won't read that out. Thank you very much, Booster 7. That was cheeky. Your reference to you doing a static fire test, but I know where you're going with that. I'm going to put it on screen. I don't care. Can Riza Afghan, thank you for your support. No question, just thank you. Mikazil, I'm finally out of cash. By the way, that's £2, so you're English. Mekazilla, say about where in the UK you're from. I say English, you could have been in Scotland or Wales. Put your location into chat, because if you're local, I want to meet you. You sound like fun. Matthew, as I recall, when the Dear Moon mission was first announced, refilling was not required. Is that still the case? So you could send payloads near the moon. Alex?
Hold up. I'm always looking at many other things going on. Okay, as I recall, when the Dear Moon. Oh, I know this one. That's actually quite an interesting observation that we actually saw that during the presentation, and even on recent graphics. I'm not sure they will go. They could go all the way to the moon without a refilling. I do think they need at least one. With just one, you can have enough fuel to perform a TLI burn, go around the moon, and come back. So, one refuel, it's not really that bad. It's just one. You can go around the moon. So, I mean, not bad.
I think I've started something up in chat. Where people are from. Okay, let's do it. We got 13,000 still in, despite lack of testing that's going on right now, and there's no sign of testing coming up very soon. 13,000 in. Where are you from? Put your location into chat.
Who lives in the most interesting place?
Yes, let's have a look. I saw Scarborough.
If you happen to live at the top of a volcano in the middle of the ocean, we want to hear from you. Do you have a spare room? Can I come?
Yeah. I saw Leeds. Uh-oh. Lincoln.
That's pretty close.
Yeah. There are some from York. I've seen them before from York, yeah. Illinois, Maryland, Pontefract, Ponte Carlo.
Someone said underwater, and I think he might have some problems if that's the case.
New York, USA. Wales, Netherlands. There's always a lot of Dutch. Always a lot of Dutch. Manchester. It always surprised me on the UK on it, actually. But when we do a UK meetup, it's going to be chaos, which I like. Yeah, someone put Mars. Happens every time. Hull. I survived Brandsham one night in Hull. That's a claim to fame. Bridlington. There's quite a lot of locals, actually, I must admit. County Durham. It's not too far away. Ripponden. Scunthorpe. Chesterfield. Doncaster. It's only Donny. Always lots of Germans as well. Dutch and Germans. There's always a lot of Dutch and Germans in. We see that on our analytical tools. Limerick in Ireland. Another Doncaster. Doncaster's a hot spot. Hang on, I saw York. Oh, Pennsylvania. France, Wisconsin, been there. Liverpool, London, Germany. Chorley. Sorry about beating you to playoffs. Skynet. Someone was Skynet. Oh my word. Halifax.
Seville, Spain, over here.
Did you see Spain, Alex? Yeah, but I say if you see Spain, do a shout. Coventry, Germany, Cork, Ireland. Wow. There's a lot of UK. Maybe they're the only people who understood what I was asking. And they're the only ones replying to it. All right, back to questions. Jimmy J, what will be the flight duration? What will be the flight duration? What will be the flight time of Booster 7? So it's the same two questions in one there. I think 2 minutes, like SOS boosters no longer collect core. Right, let's dissect that one. Look when it comes up in one line.
It should be about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. Sort of like the Falcon 9 first stage.
Nice.
Yeah.
William Wells asks, the shuttle and SLS are held to the pad by 8 explosive bolts. Can you talk about the orbital launch mount system and maybe a picture, and if you can? We don't have any pics of it anyway, I know that much, but they keep modifying it, don't they? Can I just talk a little bit first about the hold down bolts for the shuttle, because it's the same for SLS, and that's relevant to a launch that's coming up in just a few days. They are literally big, massive bolts. I'm going to find a picture and I'll put it in the chat. And they were exploded. Literally exploded, split open by a frangible nut. And that literally held down the shuttle stack and will hold down the SLS stack and released it when the nut and bolt was released. It's an absolutely fascinating, kind of like rudimentary system for how it works. Let me just find SLB bolts. Shuttle. Because the size of these bolts and nuts were crazy. Here we go. Let me put this into chat. 1 second. I'm going to find a JPEG I can actually do. Copy image as. Is that going to work? Chat, tell me if this works. It's a Reddit link, so I don't know if it will work. I'll put the original link in if it comes to it. But those are the frangible nuts, and you can see the 2 holes on either side, and they put explosives down there. And they exploded it at T0. That was launch commit. When the boosters fired up, they had no choice. They were launch. Now you can't abort our boosters. Well, forbidden. Right, let's try this link. 1 second. Try that link.
Error 403.
Yeah, it's probably because of the way I've linked it. I've gone back a pace and linked it that way.
But I believe the question was also saying SLS. I do believe SLS does not have these bolts, right? They only have them for stacking at the VAB, and then for there's another vent again at the OLM. Yeah, for stacking and for rollout. For OLM, the orbital launch mount, they have 20 hold downs at the bottom of the booster, and that's sort of like what holds the booster down to the mount. It's like grabby things that go in and hold onto the bottom of the booster.
Nice. Jonathan is almost replying to a question we were talking about earlier. His guess, he goes, my guess is building Boca, ship to KSC, etc. Work on to prove BC launches are safe, then apply for more launches from Starbase, from Dry Kent. I think there's a key part to all this here is where they could use Starbase to basically prove the system. Let's pretend, and it's a fair assumption, that Booster 7 and Ship 24 launches but goes wrong during a stage of flight. I personally think if they get to staging, that's a big win. Anything past staging is like bonus, because it's a test launch of a major, huge vehicle. I would not want to see any of those stupid YouTube channels with their clickbait things saying game over if the thing had a minor problem past staging, because just launching this thing is going to be a challenge. Getting past max Q and getting to staging in space will be a big win for this first flight. They've got Booster 8 and Ship 25 just down the road at Starbase production site. They could relaunch the test mission if it's something where they don't have to make any design changes, and they've got future vehicles down there as well. By the time they've got through that initial test cycle, they'll probably have some confidence that when they do first launch from KSC, they've got some very good data and information that proves they can go forward with this. That to me is their path forward. I think that Starbase will be the test cycles where they find the confidence in the first launch at KSC because they've had that experience behind them. Chris Bennett. Sorry, go on, Alex.
Just a short remark. I actually think it's going to be the opposite. They're going to be launching a few times from Boca Chica just to prove that the launches from KSC are not really a problem, because we've seen NASA a little bit concerned about that. So yeah, I think it's going to be the opposite here.
NASA's concerns presumably being that a Starship launch right next to the Falcon 9 pad at 39A, where we've got crew access and equipment, say a Starship were to explode and destroy that, America potentially loses its currently only access to space with humans, would be their concern.
That was brought up by the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel, NASA's body, which likes to be kind of like the, have you really thought about this type panel, which is fair enough because you kind of need that. You need the tap
It's
on
good
the
to have a
shoulder.
panel like that, yeah.
Yes,
an
it is.
outside opinion that's looking and saying, why are you doing X this way? And saying, how about you do it the other way?
They brought up that very point. They're saying, look, you've built a massive Starship catch system tower right next to 39A's crew launch tower. And, if one of your boosters comes back or it explodes on a pad during launch, you've risked taking it out. And they recommended that they look at a potential tower SLC-40, to have the redundancy to be able to launch from there if something did go wrong in the event of that. I don't know where the plans are with that yet. I don't think Elon's ever addressed it, but I think that is what the outcome of it is they were quite surprised, as all of us were probably, by the proximity of the Starbase, of the KSC Starship Tower at KSC 39A. Again, that's probably my point about proving things at Starbase before they get to the point of KSC, because then they'll have extra confidence they're not going to do that risky thing of blowing up 39A's crew access tower and then causing a major problem with crew launches on Crew Dragon, because that is their only launch site. Also, I'm just wondering about this one for you, Gav. Let's say they do launch from KSC and they bring it back and the booster's not happy on the way back. Would they simply abort like Falcon 9 aborts do? Abort to ocean?
It really depends what SpaceX wants to measure. I don't know if they have a way to terminate in flight like we've seen on other flight tests out of Starbase in recent times, where they had the ability to destroy the booster and ship. I don't know if they choose that as an option. It depends if you're launching over open ocean and your only risk is some fish, would it be valuable in just letting it land into the ocean and then trying to haul back some chunks for inspection? It depends what SpaceX, I suppose, wants to measure in their test. Do you want to explode it for safety, or do you want to try and gather up some pieces using one of their many ships and see if you can learn something from it?
I was kind of lining up a little bit because they did bring about. Sorry, Alex, you give an update, were you?
Yeah, I wanted to point this out because I've been here quietly looking at things. People in chat also pointing out some of the action. It's minor action, but it points out to potentially resuming testing on Booster 7. So if you go back just 10 minutes ago on the right view, you will see the engine chill lines are not as frosted as now, and we haven't seen the engine chill ground vent. So where that eventually goes out to leave the overall launch mount. But we have seen the OLM vent, like the main one that we see to the left on the left view, and yeah, it's quite interesting because tank farm is active. We're seeing that engine chill line frosty, and I believe I'm also seeing like condensation coming from the engine section, like from the engines themselves. So I'm now wondering if we're gonna have any kind of test again, or whether this is sort of like the normal thing that we will see when they are spooling down. Because for ship testing, we also see the engine vents going off even after they're detanking, right? We saw that yesterday, and we're seeing that probably now. I would like to think it is probably that, because I don't see any ground vents right now. Even though the line seems to be frosty, it does seem like there's not really much being vented right now, which kind of lines up with that sort of visual clue that we see from the ships doing something similar. In any case, we're going to be here looking for that. I believe we have someone else new, I guess.
Yeah, we got Jack joining us. Welcome, Jack. Live from Florida, I believe, right now.
I was at pad 39B for SLS remotes, and I drove straight from KSC back to where I'm staying, and in Port Canaveral, and I'm jumping on comms because holy cow, there's just so much going on right now. But what's up, everybody?
Yes,
I
Jack.
believe Stephen's taking a little break, so Stephen might be back later, but we thank Stephen for being on for what is now 3 hours, watching what has basically been the promise of a static fire test, but yet to see one. It's still active.
That was my next question: is what is going on? Because again,
How many-
I've been setting up remotes for SLS all day, and I have not been paying attention to. All I saw was Mary shot an insane photo of an F-22 with vapor coming off of it, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
But
that was crazy. That was before the testing started, right? So what we heard was on Starbase Live, we heard jets, and we were like, why we're hearing jets? We all went on Flight Aware, or what it's called, and we couldn't see any tracks or anything like that. So we're like, why are we hearing jets? Next thing we know, we start seeing this jet flying around in our view, and then Patrick did some amazing tracking with one of our cameras of this F-22 doing stunts and literally doing a stall stunt. So I did me quickly recording it for Twitter, and it was the F-22 demonstration team doing a practice run before their display at South Padre Island this weekend. So that was crazy.
The roar over the shore, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
The air show there. That's gonna be cool. So
Yeah.
testing wise, what's going on testing wise? Everybody watching who already knows what's going on. Sorry in advance that I'm asking.
Okay.
This, but give me a rundown.
So, I think I can do that, and then I'll be hopping off for a bit because I need to have dinner. Okay, so we've seen 2 spin prime tests on Booster 7. Each one of them, it seemed like it was using 3 engines. We're also seeing the new kind of ground vent engine chill thing that they have now with the new pipes at the OLM. And instead of being the radially ones that we saw on the past few tests for Booster 7, they are actually, it's a pipe that it's rerouted all the way around the OLM, and you can actually see it there, sometimes getting frosty. That's sort of another visual clue. And it goes down all the way from the leg. We actually showed on screen before, about 20, maybe 30 minutes ago, we showed that on screen, that there's that pipe going down the leg and all the way out to the tower area. And that's sort of where that new vent is located. Apart from that, we've just seen Booster 7 detanking and depress. I pointed out before that there was frost on the engine chill line, but again is melted. So yeah, this is probably again sort of what we've seen with ship testing, where the engine chill vent continues for a bit and just dies off all the way to just fully safe in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Ship 24 is at suborbital pad B, and we've seen the recondenser puffing a little bit, but the whole tank farm is not active. So there might be testing today. It seems like a good sign of that, but it might be a little bit later. I think that was a good summary.
I guess then you can bail, and I will have.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my kebab.
Nice. I see Gavin is in the. Is Gavin here too? Do we have a British takeover going on?
Yeah, desperate times apparently. They had to come and talk about the wrong kind of ship on the Starship stream.
Luckily, we had multiple ship related questions just as Gav arrived, which was wonderful timing.
That is good
Yeah,
timing.
funny that.
Oh man! All right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to throw some tea into the harbor here and declare independence from the British side of the stream.
Steady, Jack.
Oh man!
Well, less of that. We're still stinged about that waste of good tea in Boston Harbor.
I know.
Jack, you may want to just turn your microphone up for awareness.
Oh, a little bit. Hey, let me try.
You're quite quiet.
Oh, I'm turning it down and not up. Oh, here we go.
Yes.
How about this? One more. We're doing it live. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yes, perfect, excellent.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Patrick said I sounded good. I blame Patrick.
Patrick's a hero.
I shouldn't blame Patrick. He is an absolute trooper. Remember a couple streams ago when I said we are pulling out all the stops for SLS coverage? Oh, boy. Oh, venting. Ooh. Sorry, I'm like squirrel. Yeah, all the stops have been pulled out, so we are. Thank you, Patrick, for helping cover. So Booster's kind of it looks kind of condensate-y. And you guys said we saw some spin primes, and the recondenser's on, and so hopefully we see some more action? Question mark.
We're hoping so, but also the thing to consider is that Ship 24 is in the mix still. Not anytime soon, but it's in the mix. So we're keeping one eye on that. We have cameras looking at it. We're just focusing on Booster 7 right now because Booster 7 is where all the Venti stuff is going on. But while we're waiting, and interrupt me, please, at any point you see anything interesting, because when I'm reading chat, I can't multitask and just look at the same thing and the same thing twice. There's Ship 24 in all her glory. Looking great. They've just put a couple of decals on. It just looks so much better.
I really do think. Okay, I'm going to mispronounce this word again. What do you call the paint scheme on an airliner or an airplane or an ocean liner? What it's an L word. I'm not going to say it because I've mispronounced it last time. Everyone was like, "Whoa, is it livery?
A livery?
Yeah. Livery. Okay. I think last time I said livery and everyone was like, "Huh?"
Livery. Yes.
Okay. Go. You're not even supposed to be here.
Alex.
Go away.
I'm here. I'm just.
Can't help himself.
Muted.
I literally didn't stop for food on my way back from KSC so that I could jump on stream so that people could be relieved. Go away. Yeah. So yeah, a little bit of livery on a ship. It does wonders. It looks so much cooler. Cool. So let me grab my iPad here and I can have the panel up. But if we have any questions or anything going on, I am happy to field them. I can read super chats. I know you guys have been cranking away all day today, so I'm just happy to join in. And if I'm coming across like someone with ADD who's had a whole bunch of sugar, I apologize. But
tell you what, Jack. While you're doing that, can you just for the viewers and for my benefit describe what it's like seeing SLS up close and personal?
You know, I will happily do that. Obviously, I am jazzed right now because I just got to go see it up close and put cameras right next to it, like 1,200 feet away from it, which is insane. And I apologize if there's any Starship fans out there that don't care about SLS, but really, if you don't, I'm sorry. Like, whatever criticisms you have of the budgetary process or the congressional authorizations or the vehicle itself or any of that, it's a giant, massive rocket, and I'm sorry, it is so darn cool. And seeing it up close in person, it's really interesting. Having seen Starship fully stacked versus SLS stacked, you know, on the pad ready to go. SLS is a big boy. It's a big orange rocket. And
Jack, you've seen both SLS and Starship in person, haven't you?
Yep, sure enough.
So I'm in a weird situation. I've actually seen SLS in person in April when it was first on the pad, but I've never seen Starship or the booster on the pad. So could you, for the benefit of myself and Jack, kind of compare scale between the two?
Okay, Starship is definitely... Oh, test tank is on the move. Are they rolling out a test tank right now? Look at that. I wonder if that's the E-dome, the elliptical dome test tank, or if that's a different one. I'm not sure at this distance. We'll probably get good eyes on it as it goes by the highway cameras. But yeah, interesting. Never a shortage of activity, right? And Alex in the back channel is saying it's B7.1. Got it. So more testing for B7.1. Okay, so to compare SLS and Starship, Starship is bigger, obviously. The fact that SLS tapers as it you ascend up the stack and you get to the Orion vehicle, makes SLS at least a little bit feel tinier. But I hesitate to even say anything regarding tinier isn't the right word because SLS is huge. I mean, I have some pictures from remote setup that I will eventually edit and post, which I can't do right now, obviously. But like a pickup truck driving off the pad was in one of my shots, and it's like the perfect thing for scale, right? It's like, you can see tiny baby pickup truck and giant SLS. So I do think, comparing scale between the two, Starship is obviously bigger, just like by the numbers, it's bigger. But because it doesn't taper the same way SLS does, it's just more like chonk, if that makes any sense. Now, just to reiterate, SLS is not tiny. I have shot rockets at 39A and Slick 40, and of course Vandenberg. I've shot Delta Heavy. I've seen Starship, like we talked about many times, full stack. SLS is big. It's just, I know I'm not using like the most descriptive. Big is like all I can say. It's huge. It's massive, and the fact that it has those side-slung solids, try saying that 5 times fast, the fact that it has the solids on the side, especially since they have the worm logo, best logo, it just adds another dimension to the whole entire thing. So I'm glad you guys asked, because as I was leaving the press site today, like 30, 40 minutes ago, I was kind of struck by the fact that we've got 2 rockets like in flow for orbital test flights, and they're both to take us back to the moon, and they're both really, really, really cool looking. I'm just a little bit like I probably sound like a kid with ADHD who's had a whole bunch of sugar, but I am absolutely jazzed right now at the fact that we exist at this point in time, and that there is so much going on in spaceflight, and that we have not 1 but 2 massive rockets rearing and ready to go. I mean, Starship obviously is going to take a little bit longer than SLS for its orbital test flight, just because Starship got a later start, and it's, there's different variables at play. But I would be shocked, this is me personally speculating, I would be shocked if Starship does not fly its orbital test flight this year. I know that there's a lot of people, some people, I don't know, maybe a lot, that would disagree with that and say, no, it's probably going to happen in 2023. But either way, I think at that point you're really just splitting hairs. We have 2 massive rockets rearing and ready to go. And not only that, I mean, there's also Vulcan waiting in the wings. And it's just like, let's do this. Let's go to space. Let's go back to the moon. Let's put stuff on the moon. Let's establish a permanent presence there. I don't know. I'm rambling. But to answer your question more succinctly, maybe, Gavin, SLS is massive. It in some ways is visually less massive than Starship, but nonetheless, it is massive. And I cannot wait to see it fly, hopefully on Monday. And obviously, everybody watching this stream, whatever your opinions and feelings are about SLS, if you care about Starship, then clearly you care about rockets and you care about spaceflight. You should tune in to our coverage for SLS, because again, just to reiterate, I'm going to keep saying this until it happens, we have pulled out all the stops. There are no stops. They have all been pulled out. We are going to do our darndest to bring you guys the very best possible coverage we can of this historic moment in spaceflight. And you know we're going to do every single thing we can, because of all the support from everybody has enabled us to do some really, 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 really cool things, which I'm not going to talk about. I'm just going to say there's really cool things. And yeah, and I'm so stoked. And it's almost like I'm glad SLS is going first, because it's like it gives us a big rocket moment to calibrate all of our coverage and expectations, so that when Starship does do its orbital test flight, we will sort of have one under our belt, one big, historic moment under our belt.
Welcome to the big rocket era.
Exactly, and we'll be ready and ready to go for when Starship does its thing too. So that is my extremely long-winded, overly jazzed answer to your question there. But I tweeted this earlier. It is an absolute honor and an absolute privilege to be able to cover SLS for NASASpaceflight, and on behalf of all of our members and everyone, watching our streams, and everyone that ever comments or I feel so lucky. and I hope this doesn't come off as too cheesy, but like, you think about when you're in high school or when you're a kid. I think a lot of kids, like, at some point you want to be in a band. Like, you sort of like think about, like, oh, I can play the drums in a band. How cool would it be to, like, be in a big popular band? Like, I think in a lot of ways, being a rocket photographer and getting to do stuff like this is sort of the equivalent of being a rock star. I hope that doesn't sound too cheesy, but the thrust of my sentiment is, I feel extremely lucky, and I don't for a moment take for granted the fact that very, very, very few people get to do what we do. And I am extremely thankful for all the support from everybody, and I am extremely, obviously, excited for this big orange rocket to fly and this big silver rocket to fly. All rockets, good rockets, except for kill missiles. Those are bad. But seriously, we can go into like some viewer questions and stuff now. I think that's enough of a rant, but just so thankful for all the support from everybody. So thankful for the confidence on behalf of NASASpaceflight to send me out here for this and let me set remotes. And I mean, I'm the only one of our entire organization that got to set remotes inside the pad. Everybody will get to set remotes outside the pad, but there was one spot for remotes inside the pad, and I put 2 cameras down today, and no pressure, because if those cameras don't work, then I screwed up our inside the pad shots. But it's a burden that I will happily bear and consider myself lucky to do so. So, anyways, I got out of my car, I ran into my accommodations here, and I jumped on stream. So that is why I'm so floored right now. I literally was just taking pictures of Big Orange Rocket, and now I'm here talking to all of you. So,
speaking of the support that allows this to happen, for us to provide this coverage, and again, I'm not going to give any secrets away, but I don't even know half the secrets because it's all technical stuff that I don't understand. The Artemis 1 stream from us is going to be crazy. It really is going to be amazing. I'm seeing bits and bats in the back room of what we're preparing, and we've never done anything like it. Never done anything close to it.
I knew what we were going to do ahead of time, and sort of getting my feet on the ground today. I'm trying really hard to not say too much. Getting my feet on the ground today and seeing the puzzle pieces that are falling into place. Wow. Just, I'm speechless. This is the big show. SLS is the big show right now. Obviously, Starship will be the big show next, but there's going to be a commercial break in between now and then. The
commercial break is right now, because we're going to just thank people who do provide support, who help us, because the queue is now 46 minutes long, so I want to make sure we get through this. Harrison, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Ruben, thank you for your support, no question. Just support, thank you. Buzznote, there's a super chat to say it's from Doncaster, Yorkshire. Donny. Thank you, Buzznote, been there many a time. UK meetup should definitely happen, says Elizabeth. Yes, we're definitely going to do it. We're organising it in Discord, but I will tweet it as well. So you follow me on Twitter. Once we've got the location and time sorted, I will tweet it, and I know everyone will be welcome. It's not just like a member or anything like that. Everyone will be welcome. We'll have a big meetup, and we'll have a good laugh. It should be fun. Andrew's become a Capcom member. Thank you very much for that support, as has Michael Kelly. I'll see you all in Discord. Gavin just says Jack for the win. Jim says good rant, Jim. Jim says good rant, Jack. Oh, that's a tongue twister. And Westy the Third says, Jack, get yourself a bacon sarnie. Do you know what sarnie means?
I do not. Would you please explain?
Sandwich. It's short for sandwich. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Mike says, for Jack's Harbour Tea Fund. No. No laughing's allowed. We're all got to frown at that. Apart from, oh yeah, of course you can laugh at it. Chris Bennett says, I won the lottery last night and want to give you guys some love in the stream. You won the lottery? My word, do you want to buy a site?
Yeah, congratulations. Was it like a scratch off, or was it
the Euro Millions?
Yeah. Was it Mega? Which one was it? Oh man.
Philip Miller asks, this might be a ship-related question, Gav. I'm going to put it into the live stream so you can see it, because I'll just see. Let's see when it comes up. 1 second. Catch up, YouTube. Thank you. SS Kentar, SS Slick, SS Cassidy, SS Blaine, SS Caracanu? Do you see the pattern? Gav, do you see a pattern there?
No, am I
I don't
meant
either.
to? It's like, disclaimer, it's been quite a long day already, and it's like 10:30 British time. Can I have several minutes and I'll come back to you? There's probably something
Yeah.
here.
I did try. I did
Or
try
chat,
the cheeky.
chat. If anyone wants to message me on Twitter, if they know the answer, so I look intelligent, please at Space Offshore on Twitter.
I desperately hope it's not rude. You caught out. Anyway, Edward Rossington as was there an issue earlier with the chopsticks and scaffolding launch? Yes, there was. The chopsticks caught the scaffolding a little bit. They had to send people back to the pad and basically take down some of the scaffolding because it was a bit loose. And you don't want loose scaffolding ahead of firing up engines. Unfortunately, we're not fired up the engines either yet, so no problem. But yeah, just one of those things. It's, again, a lot of the things are temporary structures there because they've not completed it, but that's what happened. The chopsticks caught the scaffolding a little bit. Dawson says 3.5 miles locks welds fail. And I assume that's from earlier when I was talking about the success margin for the test launch Booster 7 and Ship 24, where if I said if they got to staging, that's a win. That's a major win because that's so many objectives passed. Maybe that 3.5 miles is how much percent it'll get before the ship falls apart. I hope that doesn't happen.
I'm wondering if they're thinking like the amount of welds, like if you tally up the length of each weld on each ring for the LOX tank, there's like 3.5 miles of LOX welds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that'll be it.
I don't. Maybe it's that they're concerned about welding on the line. I don't know. I feel like welding is sort of a known quantity. Maybe not welding stainless steel in this way, but I gotta have faith that. I mean, and that's of course what all the test tanks are for, right? Is to make sure that doesn't happen, but you never know.
Buzznote, the Doncaster friend from earlier, asks, how long do you think till we will see the demo test this year or not? Will we see the demo test this year or not? Watching from Donny UK. There's a good chance it's this year, but again, set your expectations accordingly because they've got to get through the test cycle first. I think we'll have confidence once they've completed the two big milestones of the 33 engine static fire and then the full stack. And then everything's probably set for the launch license to be approved. They may have approved it already, we just don't know. But if they haven't, that'll be the next step. And then they've got to find a launch date. They'll get all the approvals put through. They'll set it. It'll be down to weather. I would expect it to abort several times first time round because it's a lot of engines to fire up and get all healthy and ready to launch at the same time at T0. So you might get some burner static fires by default. But it's possible this year. I'm sure SpaceX is aiming for this year. Whether or not it will actually launch this year is the question. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it as we go. I'm sure Elon himself is very optimistic about launching this year, and he always likes to push his team towards that target. But the reality of rockets, especially rockets this size, are problems will happen. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Hopefully is the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's all milestone based, right? And well, the thing about milestones is you can add in milestones or remove them as desired. So, you know, it could be soon, it could be less soon, but it's just a matter of, you know, how many milestones are they going to attempt to achieve before the year is out? And at a certain point, does Elon get fed up and say, "I don't know, just send it"? I'm sort of wondering, like, if B7 is even going to fly still, just given everything that it's been through. Obviously, they want to test the heck out of it, which makes sense. But you know, B8 is getting built still. It's hot on the heels. So either way, we should be. We feel close. It feels close, even though obviously a lot has to happen between now and orbital test flight of Starship. But anyways, I'll let you keep reading there, Chris.
Thomas was.
Do you want me to read some of these? I know you've.
Yeah, please.
Okay, yeah. Hang on a second. Give me just a second to bring up the appropriate thing here. Stalling for time.
While we wait, if you just saw a moment ago, the B7.1 test tank is slowly creeping more towards the pad. I suppose we need to sort of wait and see if that comes through the roadblock
Oh my
Might be a
word.
sign we're sort of potentially done for the day if the train of cars follow it back to the pad. I suppose
Good
we need to
point,
wait
Gaff.
for an assessment, but this is probably something we want to keep aware on. But it's slowly, menacingly inching forward towards us.
Yeah, that's
Wait to
actually.
see what it does.
I feel stupid for not thinking of that immediately. Of course, they're going to have to let it go through the roadblock, and they're not going to let it go through the roadblock unless it's safe for it to do so. Even if they don't open the road completely, it's like, obviously they have to let it through at some point. So, I wonder what that
Using
means
if they get to the roadblock and they say, sorry, no, we're busy, and they sort of have to turn the test tank around and take it back and say, oh, okay.
I mean, sometimes it does sort of feel like with SpaceX, like one hand doesn't know what the other hand is doing. So you never say.
Yeah, someone hasn't quite yet read the email today for the testing plan when they decided to roll out the tank.
Will the deputies allow the test tank through? We're like, honk, 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 honk. Sorry, sir, roadblock. We can't let you through. But I'm a test tank. Let me through.
Yeah, I'll be safe. I swear. All right, let me read some. We got only a couple more of these here. Aussie, thank you for the support. They say, how close are you guys to SpaceX inside info concerning test and upcoming launches? I mean, we don't get inside info. We generally are just operating off of what we can see, and it can be tricky sometimes, but we try our level-headed best to clearly state when we are speculating, and label things as such when we don't know. I will say, if I know something and I'm alluding to knowing something, I will never really say that. But if you listen to us enough by now, you should probably get a feel for when we know something and we're saying something, or versus when we're clearly completely speculating. But I digress. Thank you for the support there, Aussie.
I can quickly give a journalistic answer to that. Is that anyone who goes onto a live stream or goes on Twitter and says, my sources say, you gotta be very careful, because first of all, a lot of it is from years of watching this now. You do build up a knowledge base of things, and you keep an eye on things. You can put things together. You do know people, but let's be clear about this. SpaceX is under NDAs. If you start saying a SpaceXer told me, you're not being clever there, because you're putting that person at risk of being a witch hunt, because they are not allowed to do things like that. And there's also the minefield on Twitter where a lot of people are pretending to be SpaceXers now and getting away with it, some of them, and they're not. So you gotta be careful. It's a minefield.
In addition to that, see previous statement about one hand not knowing what the other is doing. A lot of times you might hear something, but either things change so rapidly in Starbase, like literally by the minute, by the 30-minute or hour increment, like things change so quickly that by the time you assert something, it could have already literally changed, or the thing you're asserting could actually be incorrect even by the time you've heard it, based on it's like there's compartments. I don't really know how it works, but if you're working on Starship, say, you don't necessarily know everything that's going on with the booster. But you do obviously have greater visibility just being a SpaceXer. But yeah, all it is to say, we don't really have inside sources, and we just try and give you the best information that we can provide at any given time. John,
it looks to me, before we go any further, it looks to me like the roadblock has just moved and the test tank is coming down to the pad. Nice.
Somebody play the Baby Elephant song. Oh, copyright strike. Cool. So maybe the test tank can start heading down the road, and they can stay.
Well, I suppose we'll need to wait and see what they're gonna do next. But there's obviously people with that test tank, so if they're coming all the way down, that's probably not a great sign.
I mean, we haven't seen a depress or anything from the boosters, so.
We actually have seen multiple depress fins. I'm back, by the way. Hi.
I was just about to intro you.
Well, too bad. You should have done that before.
All right. Well,
with that, a while back.
I think we're gonna let Chris go, and we got Alex back. Chris, thank you for being on comms. I hope you feel better.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Let me run through some more of these really quick because they are getting pretty stale here. Jono, thank you for the support. They say, not a question, but if you are interested in the non-destructive testing that's used on these ships, hit me up. I have more than 5 years experience in non-destructive testing and 15 years in welding and offshore. Jono, DM me. My Twitter DMs are open. I don't know what you should DM me about. I suppose some sort of non-destructive testing information, but I will. What is the Simpsons quote?
Oh,
I find
hold up.
what you're saying interesting, and I would like to subscribe to your newsletter. What's up?
Yeah, it is. I'll say it later. It seems like it is turning to the right rather than going through the roadblock.
Oh, huh.
I believe that's the Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard. Is it called?
I think that's LBJ. Yeah. I always get the two roads there confused because there's Remedios back by the production site, and then there's LBJ, and then I forget what the other one is, but like those are the two roads that go in and out of Boca Chica Village right there.
So it's not done for today, I think.
Well,
because
thank
the
you,
roadblock-
P7.1, for giving us a nice little indicator there.
Yeah, the police car probably went down there to also close the road down there, because that's also another road that they have out there at Boca Chica Village.
Yep. Thomas, thank you for the support. They say, there is no thread on the explosive nut? I'm not sure. That must have been from a conversation earlier.
We were talking about explosive bolts holding down Shuttle. That was when Chris went on a rant.
Oh, love it. I'm going to have to go back and watch that. Stuart, thank you for the support. They say hello from the... I'm not going to read that. But thank you for the support, Stuart. Alexander, thank you for the support. They say, is it questionable that Starship could be compared to Concorde in terms of danger and new technology? I mean, is it... First off, you phrased your question weird. No, I don't think it's questionable that Starship could be... No, wait. I do think it's questionable? I would not compare Starship to Concorde. I don't think... I really don't think that's a fair comparison. I see what you're going for there, but nah.
Now this is weird because it stopped right there. It seemed like pulled over to the side, like it's at sort of the intersection with LBJ, but it seemed to have stopped there. I do wonder if it's probably waiting for the path to be saved. Like well, it's moving all the way in. I think they heard us.
Did the test tank just sort of want a better view of its bigger brother at work, you know?
Let's see here. It looks like it has a new configuration of vents on it versus what we've seen in the past, which is very interesting.
Quite big vents, actually.
I like big vents, and I cannot lie. Lord Nick, thank you for the support. They say, I feel the need to mention both bacon and shuttles. Here's hoping for a static fire tonight. Indeed. Thank you. Thanks so much, Lord Nick. Darkover, thank you so much for the support there. They say, by the time orbital launch table and orbital launch mount, isn't it the same thing? Tower. Orbital launch tower and orbital launch mount are ready in Florida. SpaceX will be able to build starships in the Florida Star Factory. No transport needed. Oh, you guys must have been talking about transport earlier. It still might happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Look at
Starship.
that. Enhance.
Yeah, that's a way different configuration of vents than we've seen previously. Interesting. I wonder if that is indicative of a different, intention for testing. Like they're going to do some sort of different type of test, or I'm super curious what is going on there. But never a shortage of something new in Starbase. Lord Nick again, thank you for the support. They say, do you think in 2031 there will be a frequent Starship lunar/orbital flights? How cool would it be for Elon to do a 50th anniversary shuttle orbital flight livery for Starship in April 2031? That would be epic. That would be real cool. Also, please don't make me feel old. I already feel old. 50th anniversary of Shuttle? What? I guess it's already old, but still. Do we think in 2031 there will be frequent Starship lunar flights? I think if there's not, we are on the wrong timeline and something has gone seriously wrong. And
I mean, you'd
finally,
hope so, unless by then we're looking more towards they're more interested in frequent Mars flights. But it depends. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, why not both? Por qué no los dos?
Yeah.
And finally, Grant, thank you so much for the support. They say, could you imagine if the UK had Starbase? Why don't the UK have launch sites like the US or anything? I'll let you take this one, Gav.
Complicated history and yeah, the UK. I believe, don't quote me on any of this, but I'm pretty sure many decades ago the UK government decided not to sort of invest in sort of space exploration, stuff like that, so it's never really been developed here. We are making changes to that. There's hope of the launcher one from Virgin.
One, right?
Yeah, that should hopefully be coming here soon. And I know there are some smaller launchers potentially looking to launch from Scotland next couple of years. So we're changing that. I think we're quite away from sort of any kind of like Starbase style enormous rocket testing going on, but we're making changes, and there will hopefully be some space activity in the UK in the next coming few years.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of odd, right? Like the British and UK like aerospace industry is legendary. I mean the things that have come out of that you guys have engineered, there's been some really legendary vehicles. So yeah, let's get that happening. Why not? I remember I was just in, you know this, Gav, but maybe viewers don't. I was just there in England, and I went to the National Space Center, which is a museum in Leicester. And
Leicester.
Sorry, every time.
Every time.
I'm not good at pronouncing things. In Leicester, and basically they had some shuttle parts on display. They had an explosive bolt. They had a couple things from Virgin, and they had the two rockets they had on display were a Thor and a Blue Streak, which is like both ancient vehicles. It would be nice to get like a nice new rocket for the National Space Center there someday soon. But I digress. Let's jump into some questions. Oh, Plutonium 239. Thank you for the support. They say, how many Raptors will they need to fire on Booster 7 to complete a successful static fire? Well, a successful static fire is, you fire one Raptor and it works, then it's a successful static fire. But if you're asking, how long until the static fire test campaign is complete, I think that would conclude with one or more 33 engine fires, which, it's going to be really cool to see. Cool. As usual, if anybody sees any question in the panel that is jumping right out at you, by all means, go for it. Eduardo, thank you for the support. I'm going to take this one really quick. Scott L. is asking, have any of us met Elon yet? And interviews ? I have met Elon. Thank you again to friend of the channel, Austin Bernard, who invited me on that little soiree there. That was at the first Starbase Starship update, back when they had like, what was it, Mark 1? Got to meet him. He did like a quick meet and greet and like talked with a bunch of us. I think Lab was there.
Picture.
Lab from Lab Padre was there. Yeah. There was a couple others. I forget all the people that were there. I'm sorry if you were there and I'm not mentioning you, but it was real cool. It was cool to sort of just hang out with the crew and yeah. I don't really have a lot of regrets. I try not to. But one of my lifelong regrets will forever be in that moment when I got my picture taken with Austin and Elon. Of course, Austin looks real cool and crosses his arms. Elon looks real cool and crosses his arms. I just sort of stood there like a schlub, and I'm just like, why did I cross my arms? Well, we could have been cool guys. But it is what it is. Let's see. Questions. David Edwards is asking, do we know a day and time SLS is scheduled to launch? It's scheduled to launch 8:33 a.m. on August 29th, if I'm not mistaken.
You're totally right.
No pressure. I'm not stressing that at all. Let's see here. Here's a question for Alex. Barry is asking, can they spin test with nitrogen or do they have to use oxygen?
Well, the spin prime test is of the oxidizer of the oxidizer pump. So yeah, they do actually need the oxidizer because otherwise you wouldn't get the actual one-to-one relationship that you will want for, you know, flowing the same kind of liquid that you will use on the actual firing of the engine.
All right. Beep boop boop. Flawed Perspective is asking, I noticed they are not using the orbital launch mount side vents this time. Is it because they are not testing the outer ring of engine? Is it because of that, or is it because they have changed how that plumbing works? Alex?
Yeah, so that's actually something that we noticed today. We kind of knew that was something that we were probably going to be seeing today, because they have been installing the new pipes, and that new pipe works sort of the same in the sense that it collects the engine chill vents, but instead of venting it outwards from the oil lamp directly, it diverts it to a berm, sort of more like a yeah, like a what's the word? It's just like a hole in the ground, basically, where the pipe goes out and it just dumps it all out there. Now that I will say it's probably safer than just like having the radial vents. That's the word. That seemed to me a little bit more janky. This one, it seems to me it is a little bit more professional. Still not what I will wish to see them do because it's still being vented overboard, like in some hole in the ground. But yeah, the ideal, I guess, it will be to just return it back to the tank farm, right? That would be probably the ideal option here. But no, this is probably good enough for now.
Good enough for now. Let's see. Musical Wolves, thanks for the support. They're saying, how much of shuttle pad testing is applied to SpaceX's catch tower design? I would hesitate to say any, because there was nothing like the catch tower with the shuttle program. Obviously, shuttle had the rotating service structure and the fixed service structure, but I don't know, how much is carried over from that. I would have a hard time. Ooh, venti. Tim, thank you for the support. They say I received my Tank Watcher tank top, and I'm wearing it now. Fun fact, I brought my tank top. And I may just wear it on launch day. We'll see. It's pretty hilarious, so I don't know. Spookster, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You get Discord access and a bunch of other cool perks. Speaking of member perks, here's a little bit of a plug for our member program. Today, at 39B, everybody got on the bus, and I was walking back to the bus. I was the last person, and the bus started leaving without me. And I was recording a video, like, for members at the time, showing, here's where the cameras are, here's where the bus is, etc., etc. And I see the bus start to move away and start to pull away from me. And so I started freaking out and running after the bus. And that is on video. And I will be uploading that for our members on our YouTube channel later. So if you want to see me freaking out about getting left behind at Pad 39B, become a member, and that will be a member perk that will get uploaded later on today when I'm not on stream. But yeah, thank you for becoming a Capcom member there. Did I lose your name? I think I lost your name. But Christopher Daly became a Padrat member. Look out for that hilarious piece of content from me coming later today. Christopher, thank you, and all of our members, thank you for the support. L Bagged One, thank you for the support. They say, with the cost of Starship being drastically less due to eventual mass production, do you think it could lead to it being weaponized by the military? I don't think it makes sense for it to be weaponized. I would not be shocked if it was used to launch things that had either defensive or offensive capability. But I think the main thing right now that the military is looking at is that point-to-point capability, because right now we use C-5s and C-17s and C-130s. We use a variety of cargo planes to rapidly airlift things around, whether that's personnel or equipment or cargo or what have you. If you could do that with a Starship, I mean, that would be fast and easy in theory. But the problem, of course, that you run into there is in times of conflict, a rocket launch that looks like it's on a ballistic trajectory with a landing point near where the conflict is not necessarily the best thing in terms of de-escalating a situation. In fact, it could probably do the opposite and escalate things. And how do you differentiate and say, no, this isn't a nuclear missile, this is just a Starship full of snacks? Like, it gets real tricky real fast. So who knows? Who knows there? But good question. Allin is offline. Thank you for the support, becoming a Padrat member. Again, if you want to see me left behind at 39B almost, become a member and check that out. We'll put it up later today. Beep boop boop. Stellar Raptor is asking, does SpaceX need to do a 33 engine static fire with the full stack? I don't, obviously SpaceX hasn't said outright, we are going to do a 33 engine test with the full stack. So we don't know if they will or won't. What I will say from a personal standpoint is I would be sort of shocked if they did not. Make of that what you will. I keep hesitating to talk over the vent.
It keeps venting, but I believe Patrick has us in such a way that we can talk over the vents.
Okay,
but I mean,
cool.
if people want to hear the vents, we can just shut up, right?
Or they can go to Starbase Live, right?
That too. You're right. Go to Starbase Live.
Let's see. Dean Quarterman, thank you for the support. They say, just because, watching from Penzance, UK. Gav, do you know where Penzance is?
Yeah, Penzance. It's very near the most westerly tip of the UK. It's not far from where Virgin Orbit will hopefully be launching, taking off to launch Launcher 1 from. So make sure you go and watch that. Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I gotta say, seeing a 747 with a rocket slung under its wing is so darn cool. Say what you want about air launch. I know there's some people that aren't fans of air launch, but I certainly am, and I also am a fan of the 747. It's an iconic aircraft, and the fact that they have modded it to throw a rocket on there is so cool. So if you get a chance there, Dean, definitely go check that out. I'm sorry I mispronounced Penzance. I put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
That tends to be how it rolls when you're naming places in the UK. It doesn't sound anything like it's spelled, but hey ho.
Mark Robertson, thank you for the support. They say recondense, everybody open your vents. It's the safety dance. They're asking us to name the parody song. It's a safety dance. I guess this would be the Starship dance. That dance isn't as safe as they said it was. Name that reference. Dean Harbold, thank you for the support. They say thank you for another sane day at work, guys. I don't know if I would describe today as sane, but either way, you do you. Thanks for the support, buddy. And Big Knowledge 34, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. You get Discord access at Capcom and above, and later on today, you will get to see me almost get left behind at Pad 39B.
This must be some amazing footage. You're really hyping it up. I can't wait to see it.
It's like a 15-second clip of me going, oh no! But
that brief flash in your mind where you thought, I'm going to be trapped here, the rocket's going to launch like 2 meters from me, and it's not going to be a good day.
It's really just, I never try to be the last person on the bus, but I frequently am, because I'm a lollygagger, and I am, you know, I don't want to be left. I don't want anybody to be like, "There's Jack. He's always the last one on the bus." And I especially don't want anyone to be like, "There's Jack. He got left behind last time." Like, so. Let's see here. Outdoorsman Show is asking if I will shave my beard again if Starship has a successful test flight. I'll tell you this: if Starship successfully launches on the orbital test flight, and there is no pad fallback, and they get to stage SEP, and Starship's engines light, I will shave my beard. And it's like a year. I mean, the last time I shaved it was for SN15 landing, so it is a massive beard. I would be sad to shave it, but
Will you film it, and will it become members content?
Maybe that one. I didn't really film it last time. I just took a picture and posted it. I was like, I don't know, filming it's kind of like a little bit extra for me, but maybe we'll do something, maybe like a member stream. Who knows? No promises, but yeah, maybe I'll just maybe I'll shave it if we get a successful orbital test flight. Who knows? It could happen. Maybe I'll check it out. We'll see. No promises. Steven got the reference. It was Philip J. Fry. It was a Futurama reference for the safety dance. Ken George, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Awesome. Super cool to see all the new members coming in. Definitely appreciate that. And just to, quick aside, it's not just me getting left behind at 39B. I also took a bunch of time lapses and shot some video and stuff. So there's additional member content beyond me looking like a fool. So if you want actual content of the vehicle itself, that is also a thing that you can get by becoming a member. So thank you to all of our new members. BMC TV is asking, how long do you think it will be until we see Artemis 2 in the vehicle assembly building? This is like a Philip question. I honestly have no idea what the schedule is, but I'm going to say a while.
I believe we are... he actually wrote about this recently, and I think he said the SLS program is planning to have the core stage 2 delivered by March of next year. But that wouldn't mean that it will go straight to the VAV for stacking. It will probably go to the VAV for storage, but actually the Artemis 2 mission is not until 2024, so it will have plenty of time to prepare everything for the rocket. The sort of the pacing item for Artemis 2 is not the rocket itself, it's actually Orion, the avionics on Orion, which are being reused from Artemis 1. See, I do know stuff about SLS.
Yay! I'm glad you do. Kings 3B, thank you for the support. To say all this members content when OnlyFans. Stop it. Ryan Hamstra, thank you for the support. They say if and when I shave my beard, can they have progress pics? Maybe. No promises. Maybe, probably, sure, why not? But thank you for the support either way.
Do it.
When I shaved my beard last time, I shaved everything except for my mustache. And then I went to the pad to shoot SN15 landed. And so there's shots of me with SN15 with the insane mustache. But I digress. Is Starship, is that the recondenser?
No, but that's the tank farm in general being active again. But that's the suborbital tank farm, not the other one. I said again, but that was not active before.
All right, so
but it's a good sign.
Spooling up, looks like.
Yeah, we actually saw before the which one was it? The recondenser was active, but I said back then that not always means a test is imminent, like minutes away, because sometimes they start that up many hours or many minutes before they start up the whole rest of the tank farm. And sometimes it actually fades away, it dies down, and then the rest of the tank farm goes on again, and then the recondenser comes on, and that's when action actually happens. So we're seeing now the LOX side of the tank farm being active. That could mean we're gonna see some sort of testing very shortly on Ship 24. Hopefully a static fire test. We have a notice for that. this time around. You can actually use the command on chat, exclamation point, right? And notice. And so we're seeing the log side active. We will need to see the recondenser active, and then propellant loading onto ship 24, the engine vents and everything, and all the shebang. But that's for later.
Cool deal. I want testing to happen. I mean, venting and tank farm activity is all good and everything, but let's get some testing done today. I have a question though. Isn't there an event in Starbase like tonight? Like in 3 hours? 2 hours?
In 2 hours. Yep.
How
Yeah,
how is anybody attending the event supposed to get to the event if the road is closed?
That's a good question. I do
Like,
wonder
are they
though.
are they gonna static fire like during the event? Like what's going on here?
Well, it will be cool, not gonna lie. If they actually live stream that, for example, that will be cool. But I guess they could probably, like, imagine recondenser goes on at the top of the hour at 5 p.m., right? We usually know that it takes about 35 minutes, probably 40, from recondenser active to whatever testing they do. And then they do the test. That will be around 5:35, right? That will put them in a right spot where they could probably open the soft checkpoint down the road and have the vehicle saved by the time 7 p.m. hits on the clock. I will think that will be doable. But again, we could also see them just keeping the testing, and perhaps whatever media that has to attend the event is just escorted down the roadblock by SpaceX. Like maybe SpaceX told the county or something, hey, these people are actually coming to an event that we have down here, let them in, and things like that. Like the meme, let me in. Same thing here.
Let's see here. we got a bunch of new members. Thank you to everybody for the new memberships. Matt Bennett coming in at Padrat, Leopold coming in at Red Team, and Brendan coming in at Padrat, and then they upgraded to Red Team. Very cool.
People asking where the event might be located. We saw some lights yesterday night on the Rocket Garden, so that's probably the best bet. And
yeah,
actually,
here, Jack Barnett is asking media event, or is saying media event is at the Rocket Garden, not the launch area. I know that, we know that, but the road closure that there's two road closures. There's a hard closure, which is the roadblock that we look at and wait to see what happens. And there's a soft closure that is like 30 minutes, 45 minutes up the road, basically at Brownsville. So I suppose if you have, if you're credentialed or whatever to attend the media event, then they would just let you through the soft roadblock. But still, that's kind of wild. And that would have to be coordinated. And I'm just like, wow, okay, I guess this is a thing.
Someone mentioning the soft closure is only for flights. Well, I think some people at the village will disagree with that, because we know it's active for testing as well.
Yep.
Not just for flights. Yep.
Let's see here. I remember being out there for Starhopper and other static fires, and being at Nomad's place right there in the village, and sort of having to like huddle and be like, "Well, they're gonna come knock on the door and kick me out of here because I'm not a resident." It's like a whole thing. So yeah, soft roadblock is a thing. Soft block and hard block. There's two components to the whole roadblock thing. Beep beep boop. Looking for... Oh, here we go. Pan is saying places in the UK for Jack to try and pronounce. All right, here we go. Edinburgh?
It's a fun game. Correct?
Durham?
Yeah, correct.
This one, I have no idea.
I see this one in chat. I'm not even 100% sure. I can't say I've seen it.
I'm okay. I'm going to put on my very best British hat here and say, UK hat, and say, Kono? I feel like the G might be like a false. Like I'm gonna breeze right over the G and say Coano. And then that last one is gonna be Norwich. I feel like that's got to be wrong. Is that wrong?
Norwich. I would accept your pronunciation. I believe on a test, I'd probably accept what you're saying. But yeah, I give you it's more Norwich, but I'll give you a passing grade on that.
Hey, so I get what, like a 75%? I don't know if I did good on.
Yeah,
Coano.
that counts. I'm going to give you that one. I think you passed.
Yay! Gina.
Okay, now
is
let's
saying-
try Spanish cities.
Okay, give me a couple.
And
Put them in the
towns.
back channel.
Oh boy.
Let's see.
There's
here.
actually one that is named that is the same name as as one of my last names. I'm actually gonna use that one.
Let's see. Do
There's actually a question here. If someone wants me to pronounce an American place name.
oh yeah, say it. Say it if you can.
Yeah, I'll put it in chat. So it's Gina G. Gavin said about conflict of spelling versus pronunciation of our British names. See, the problem is I know this one. It's Arkansas. So if anyone else wants to send me horrifying American place names to say, please put them in the chat. I will have a go and embarrass myself.
Arkansas.
Is it Arkansas?
No, it's Arkansas. I'm intentionally pronouncing it incorrectly.
Oh, don't mess with me, man. I was feeling confident. I thought I just embarrassed myself in front of like 12,000 people.
No, you did good. You did good.
Okay, fantastic.
Let's see. Someone says,
The
as
question queue.
a Norwich resident, I am extremely disappointed. The question queue has exploded with pronunciation issues.
It's now a horrifying English exam.
Oh, Gavin, do this one. I'm gonna just put it in the queue.
Where am I looking? Oh, what is? Okay. Right. Chattanooga.
Yep. Nailed
Okay.
it. Chattanooga.
Good. Is that in America? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, Tennessee. I think.
Patrick
Right?
is saying that you should try his last name.
It's Colhoun, right?
No. Cahoon.
Cohoon, right? The L trips me up. This is now turned
Yeah.
into pronunciation stream. Welcome to pronunciation stream.
See, I was right. I learned that very, very fast. Cahoon. I'm looking for actual town names in Spain.
Yeah, there's no more.
for
There's
you
no
to
more
say.
actual questions. Please, if you
Place
have
names.
actual questions, please go for it. But in the meantime, Connor McBride, it's Worcester, right? Worcester.
No. Well, Worcester.
Worcester. Got it.
Again, you're very close to a passing grade. You can have like a B- on that.
I'm gonna put it on chat just to, so you can put it on the view on the ticker.
Oh my gosh! In our back channel,
that's not real.
That can't be a place name. Stephen Marr has left me a delightful message. I don't even know what that is. Oh my god, that can't be a word. I can't even say it.
I don't even know how to say that.
Itchapakasa.
Yeah, it's a slurry of consonants and vowels. Let's just go with
Yeah,
that.
there's far too many letters in there.
And Chris Bergen, my boss, all of our bosses, says to say dirty leads. So I'm going to say that. But let's get back to watching what's going on with Starship.
Yeah.
Tank Farm has become active. So perhaps we are going to see some testing with Ship here. Hopefully soon.
We'd hope so. It's been a dry couple of hours so far.
Ghost of the Sun is asking, will they at some point do a static fire spin prime with all 33 engines all at once? Because so far it has only been a few engines being tested. They did do a 33 engine spin prime, but then it did an explosion. So there has been one 33 engine spin prime, arguably a 33 engine pre-burner or something. I don't know what you want to even call it. But yeah, I think at some point it's pretty safe to say they will do 33 engine testing, both spin prime and static. I would be very, very surprised otherwise. Jelly Verbellion? Maybe it's Hella. Now that I'm like on the pronunciation train. They're asking if B7 is done for today. It sort of seems like it is, right?
I believe Alex was saying something towards that effect, yes.
Yeah, I was hoping Alex
Yeah,
would chime in
it
and be
does-
like, yes, Jack, you're right.
It does seem like that, yeah. I'm still writing the, the things.
No, we're not. We're transitioning away from pronunciation, Jack. Come on now.
Shh. I'm still
Wait, did I
writing
say?
it.
Did I
Anyways.
say dirty leads? I gotta say dirty leads, otherwise the boss will get mad at me.
A+ on that one.
When you and I, Gav, we went to see Chris Bergen, and we drove past Dirty Leads, and the whole I just called it that. We drove past Leads, and the whole time I was giggling.
There was a decision point where we could turn left for Dirty Leads or right towards York, and I think that was quite entertaining.
For those that don't get the joke, I don't even fully get it, but Chris Bergen insists on referring to Leeds as Dirty Leeds. So if you are from Leeds, I apologize. I just don't want to get fired. Let's see here. Looking for some more questions. Kevin Bradford is asking, would they need to recycle as the onboard propellant gets too warm? I would think they would only want to static fire with propellant at optimal temperatures. I think that is correct. There is probably a known range of temperatures that they want everything to be at, and that if they broach, the boundaries of that, they will probably have to recycle. So that was also a 2-hour-old question, so maybe it was something along the lines of probably an older question from like when we were waiting for booster testing. Paragon 643 is asking if we'll ever get a metal print of Starhopper with the Milky Way. Yes, I will. I need to put that up on the store. It's like one of my favorite photos of it I've ever taken. It's honestly, it's not the best photo from a technical standpoint. It's kind of grainy. I had to shoot it at really high ISO. It's actually a composite because the lights at the launch site were so bright that I couldn't expose for Starhopper and the Milky Way in the same photo. So it's a composite of 2 images, which means there's some tricky bits. It's not the best photo, but it's for what it is. It's a good photo. I'm happy with it, and I'm happy I got a chance to make that photo. So we do need to put that up on the store. I will say yes. It's just a matter of time. Luis is asking, can I pronounce, and then it's just a slurry of that's not really, there's no way that's.
I believe that's
unfortunately,
actually
that is
thing.
real. That is a place in Wales.
Yeah.
That is real. Unfortunately, I will not be saying that. There's quite an iconic photo on the internet of the train station in that that location has a sign, and it really is that long.
I
don't even try.
Okay.
Don't.
No.
Thank you for the question. We're moving on.
Christian, thank you for the support. They say Lancaster, but I'm probably saying it wrong. It's probably Lancaster or something, right?
Yes.
Cool. James, thank you for the support. They say attaching the rocket to Cosmic Girl didn't require crazy modification. Okay, I know this, but maybe viewers don't. All 747s have a hard point on the wing for transporting their engines. So that was a thing. The 747 engines were so huge at the time when the 747 was designed. It's like, how do we ferry these engines back and forth if we need to bring an engine somewhere? Well, they put an extra hard point on the wing in order to accommodate carrying of an engine. So there are photos out there. You can see photos of a 747 with 5 engines on it, which looks wacky and wrong, but it's totally fine. That is that 5th hard point is what they used for Cosmic Girl to hang Launcher 1 under the wing. That said, it is not just the same hard point as on all 747s. They did do some intense modifications to Cosmic Girl to accommodate the Launcher One because it's much heavier, and also there is the whole thing about you have to load locks onto the vehicle, and you have to replenish the locks and top it off and do all that good stuff. So there's plumbing and other bits and bobs. There was mods that had to take place. Maybe not crazy modifications, but yes, that is why they selected the 747 as their air launcher, because there was already that hard point under the wing. Good shout. Matt, thank you for the support.
So hold up, because I believe the recondenser is active.
All right, somebody tell Adrian. Somebody type a timestamp down and send it to Adrian so he can spreadsheet it. But something like between 40 and 50 something minutes from recondenser active, right?
Yeah, it's about 35 to 40 minutes.
All right, so buckle your hat belts. It might have been out in the sun too long. Buckle your hat belts, everybody. We're getting into testing.
Something that might seem better for Chris will be hold on your horses.
There we go. Yeah, hold your horse. Well, hold your horses is like wait.
Hold on your horses. Like if you're riding them, hold on them because it's gonna get a little bit of a bumpy ride. Anyways, I do not really have to explain all of these things. Let's do more questions. There we go.
Ship 84, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Super appreciate all the new members. It's like just wait. When you see our SLS coverage and we explain how we did what we did, it will all become clear how key the membership program is to helping us do what we do. Matt, thank you for the support. They say, thanks, guys, for your coverage. I've been a Texas Tank Watcher from the beginning. Just getting my girls, Ruby and Zara, ready for school in Australia. Well, thank you so much. Don't let a dingo attack them. I don't know. Australia things? Kangaroo? Shrimp on the Barbie? I'm sorry. You're probably mad at me now. I really need to go to Australia because it looks like a really beautiful, amazing place. So count that as on my list. And thank you for the support. And I'm sorry for the stereotypes. Alvis, thank you for the support. They say, do we know how Ship 24's heat shield and the Starlink sat held up during its 2-engine static fire? I don't think we know. I didn't even assume that there was a Starlink sat in it. Is there? Do we think that there's a Starlink satellite in Ship 24 for like diagnostic and testing purposes? It wouldn't shock me, but I don't think we knew either way.
Yeah, that would be interesting. We did see something that appeared to be. It was obviously very from far away, so it's hard to gauge whether it was actually a thing or just an optical illusion of being far away. That sometimes happens. We did see things probably, but we also don't know fully how the loader works, so that could also be to play there. But as you said, I wouldn't be surprised if there was actually something inside the payload bay. Yeah.
It would seem to be smart, right? Like put a satellite in there, put some instrumentation on it, and gather data. Because here we go, more data, more better. Joe,
and before you go into other questions, I would like to point out I went back and recondensers seem to have activated at 5:05 p.m. Central Time, which, according to Adrian's sort of rough, timeline that I still kind of remember yet, it should be around 5:40, maybe 5:45, the test. So keep that in mind for whatever other things we might see down the line.
All right, excellent. See here. Aniko, thank you for the support. Westy the Third, thanks for the support. They say we have a village in Norfolk here called Three Holes. Interesting. Carlo, thanks for the support. They say try one last one, and I'm not. I don't even. I got nothing. But thank you for the support. Alex, do you want to try saying this one?
Hold up.
Holding.
I gotta look. I gotta actually look it up on the panel because otherwise, Nezahualcoyotl, something like that.
All right. There you go. Christian saw something about a LOX weld issue earlier. Thank you for the support. We were just talking. Somebody super chatted and mentioned a LOX weld issue. We haven't actually seen one or anything. We were just sort of talking about if they're, what their super chat may have meant. Brian Banks, thank you for the support. They say their theory is that Elon will either have a few tests done before the T-Mobile event or will actually continue testing until he can do it live. Elon is awesome, and he's also a showman. I mean, he is a showman, that's for sure.
We'll do it live.
Right? We'll do it live. I'll write it. I'll fuel it. And we'll launch it. We'll do it live. I can't say any of the rest of that reference because it's all explicit.
Yeah.
It's like the best video on the internet. I'll never get tired of that video. Alden, thank you for the support. They say, what happened to the claw on the Mechazilla upper support arm, the QD? Has it been permanently scrapped or temporarily removed? We don't, I mean, this is like one of those things where we don't know for sure one way or the other. They could install a new, like, lobster claw on the QD arm, or they could leave it bare. It's been months. It's been months and months since they took the lobster claw off. So, who's to say if it's permanent or temporary, but, we'll just keep watching it. We've got eyes on the prize in the form of Mary and Nick out in Starbase, although Nick is here right now, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So, we'll keep our eyes on the QD, and you better believe if anything gets raised up there and installed on it, we'll have eyes on it. So, Andrew, thank you for the support. They're from Leeds.
Oh no. We're so sorry.
I feel so bad, but it's so amazing. He says he's gonna find Chris B and have words, which is amazing. And Uncultured, thank you for the generous support there. They say, anyone else wondering if they're going for a booster test spectacle during the event tonight? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting at this point. Is they want some sort of testing during the event, which is pretty nifty. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Here's one for Alex. Max is asking, what's the difference between a spin prime and a pre-burner?
Okay, that's easy. So the spin prime, well, easy, relatively, right? The spin prime test just tests the oxygen pump, and it's basically like spinning the pump and letting some liquid oxygen flow through. Whereas the pre-burner test tests the fuel pre-burner, so you spin both pumps because you need both pumps to actually make all the propellants flow. And then they go into the fuel preburner and they are burned there. Now the oxygen preburner, the oxidizer preburner, is not fired during those because we've actually kind of inferred that probably what happens is that hold up. I'm hearing something here. Okay, there. What might happen is that the preburners do have igniters, but the main chamber doesn't have igniters, and that might be because the on exhaust from the preburners is so hot and it's such high pressures that things just come into contact and burn themselves. We actually see flames coming out of the engine when they do a preburner test, right? So you still have some kind of flame of sorts. So that might be probably Elon's secret sauce that he said to Tim, like, aha, that's our secret source. They do not have igniters on the main combustion chamber like they did with Raptor 1. So that could be a reasoning here. So if you ignite both preburners, you might actually be igniting the whole engine by doing that. And we call it as a preburner test, but it's wrongly called that. It's more like a fuel preburner test. But, because we always try to talk a little bit more. I mean, I'm already like 2 minutes into this explanation, right? And it was easy. But we usually remove the fuel of that expression and just say it's a preburner test. But it's more technically a fuel preburner test. So there you go.
Excellent. that stalled enough for me to sufficiently order or get close to ordering some food. I am so hungry. I have not eaten anything except for a sausage McMuffin this morning.
Oh,
Let's see here. Lysigo, thanks for the support. Drew, thank you for the support. They say $5 to put a giant wristwatch on a QD arm. I don't quite get it, but okay. Oh, because it's an arm. Okay. And Lysigo again, thanks for the support. They say, what do you think the chances are the next Starship will land? It's been so long since the last landing. I'm going to say 50-50, which is not really a satisfying answer, but the next Starship that is going to try and land will be coming back from orbit. So, you know, it's quite a tall order.
It's got a lot of steps that have got to go right before we get anywhere close to a landing.
Right, exactly. Like, I have full confidence they can land another Starship, no problem. It's just a matter of getting to the point where you're ready to land once again. That's more where my question lies. Evasive Snail, thank you for upgrading your membership to Red Team. Super appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy the Fire member content that we're going to be posting later from Pad Setup today, including me almost getting left behind.
wait for me, right?
I mean, that's basically, yeah. You'll see it. It's hilarious. I have no dignity whatsoever. Let's see.
Someone pointed out, wouldn't that be called a propellant preburner test? It's called a fuel preburner test because it is on the fuel-rich preburner. That should have probably have been even more technical. But yeah, it's the fuel preburner test, called like that because it is the fuel-rich preburner, which is the one that is sort of dangling on the side of the Raptor engine. There's one on the top of the main combustion chamber, and then there's one like sort of at the side where they have also the methane pump as well.
I'm looking for some more questions. Joe wants me to pronounce Darby County. I know it's Darby, even though it looks like Derby. So maybe I'm cheating on that one, but not to dive back into pronunciation.
Look at that, all that vents in there. It's amazing. It almost looks like Vandenberg.
Stop it. Just stop it. Let's see here.
I could do another joke, but I'm not gonna do that.
Alan is asking, what are the chances of getting the Road to Artemis shirts that we've made that are in our merch store in larger sizes, so you could use a 4XL but possibly get away with a 3XL? I think in general, the store team tries to make it so that the shirts are available in the widest range possible of sizes. Yeah, if it's not already up in that size, it might just mean we weren't able to get it in that size. But surely I'll post this in our store Discord channel, in our little back channel here, so the store people will see it if they haven't already. And
I'm feeling several of the store people might be watching the stream and they might have heard, and so I guess we'll see what we can do.
Excellent. Wait,
One thing that I would like to point out. Oh, go ahead.
No, never mind. Go ahead.
Well, I was about to say that I'm seeing the LOX tank on the ship. If you see the bottom, it's getting a little bit darker, and as we mentioned before, that usually is because they're probably loading propellants inside, and actually you can probably see even the plumbing is a little bit venti or like with condensation. So they're probably already loading liquid oxygen on that tank, and what happens is that the tank just gets cold. The problem is it just doesn't get as cold as you will need it to be to form frost. For that you need the liquid oxygen to actually touch the wall. Once you see frost, is because that's where the LOX is at. We usually have some confusion out there about that, but it's mostly that. I also explained before that you could see frost and not have liquid at that place, mostly because of adiabatic expansion of the gases on the tank. It's thermodynamics term, just basically means when the tank goes whoosh, okay, it cools down. That's the more less technical way to say it. And so it cools down. It might be cool down in such a way that it gets so cold that ice forms on the outside. But yeah, that will be a good indicator that they're loading stuff on the ship. Someone say, is this thing gonna launch or what? No launch today.
That's
We
like
always
the
get
age-old
those questions,
question
but
when you're at Starbase and you're taking photos. People see you with a camera and expect you to know what's going on, and the question is always, "So is it going to launch today?" And it's like, buddy, you wouldn't be here if it was going to launch today. In fact, it is such a common thing that oh man, I'm a bad I don't know, I'm bad. There's one of our viewers, I forget who. He would always see me in Starbase, and he would like come up behind me and be like, "So it's gonna launch?" And I would always be like, "No, oh wait, it's you." Oh darn it, I forgot who that was. But yeah, no, it's not launching today. Let's see. Absol, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Enjoy all your sweet Red Team member perks. And Jim, thank you for the support. They're saying order up some chicken chow mein. I need real food. I need like actual real food. I've been living on fast food for the last several days. I need actual real food.
just not a spicy food, please.
I would eat something spicy. I just need to,
Okay, well.
I just need it needs to there needs to be something green involved. Like it can't just be meat. As much as I love and eat only meat. Okay, anyways, no one cares. Ship84, thank you for the support. They're saying pronounced. Oh God, more pronunciation.
You're never going to get this in a million years. Have a guess.
Appispra?
Haysborough.
Yeah, no way. No way would I ever
looks nothing like it's pronounced, but it's Haysborough.
And then Tavrum?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, Tavrum.
So my go-to is just smash all the letters together and sort of just run through it without really moving your mouth too much. Tavrum. Like, bam, done. If I was going to pronounce that like an American city or town name, I would say Taverham, but that's obviously wrong. And Norfolk.
Damn.
Anyways, that's plenty of. No more. Can I humbly request viewers we don't do more. Don't do more pronunciation.
I think I'm seeing frost appearing on the LOX tank now. Just very, very thin. But I do think that's LOX. Like frost on the LOX tank. And engine vents.
That's definitely.
There you go.
That's definitely a frost line, and we've got the engine chill vents going. Look at that.
We're in business.
We are in business.
So
this is the part where I wish I was Adrian, and I knew how long we had based on the vent. Although I think that the engine chill vent has become less of a solid indicator in recent times.
Yeah, but it's usually about 13 to 15 minutes. The usual indicator for any test is sort of like yesterday, deluge at the pad. and also the vents, the engine chill vents go upwards, and we think that is because there's like some kind of it's like a bottle opener, and you have like the place where you put the bottle caps below. You throw them below, and that thing below just basic seems to be the case that it closes and the vent just shoots upwards or something like that. It's really hard to tell without a close-up picture, but you can probably guess it in this current view. It's like the vent going downwards, and then there's something right there below it that might be what's causing that. Oh, I got stalled there.
I'm liking this. We have a rapidly developing frost line here. All signs are pointing to a static fire test, given that there was an overpressure notice delivered to Mary. So, yeah, I mean, hooray. I like engine firings, and I like things happening.
Should we hear a siren? Now that I think about it, we should probably be expecting a siren if we're going to get a static fire test, right?
Yeah, good point. Good thinking.
It's not always the case. There's probably been a couple of them where we didn't have a siren, but it is indeed something that usually happens, and it's on the notice. It's on the notice. Oh, geez, it's on the paper thing that they give to the residents. The more I stay awake, the less I can English. And frankly, I will probably not be able to Spanish either.
Let's see here. Andy Skiba is saying an Adrian spreadsheet T-shirt or poster would be fun. We had a spreadshirt, as we called it. I'm not sure why the spreadshirt got removed from the store. Store people who are listening to this, spreadshirt was like the best shirt. But it did exist. Maybe it'll exist again sometime. Maybe in a limited fashion. Who knows? But that was a thing that did exist at one point.
I believe it is still in the shop, right? Or am I
maybe
just
maybe it is.
thing?
Maybe it is, and I'm just a dumb head.
Yeah, and it's probably like all the way because it was a long time ago, so it's probably way back on our shop. But probably if you look in it, you can probably find it. I'm actually
that was my favorite shirt because I could always say, like, when the recondenser started up, I could be like, if you're wearing your spreadsheet shirt, like, look at your shirt and figure out where we are in the. It's always it's like if you're wondering where we're at, well, we have a shirt for that. Let's see here. Matt is asking, do you think they are going to time the static fire with tonight's presentation? Based on what we're seeing right now in the flow, it's going to precede the presentation's at 7, right?
Yep, it is at 7.
Yeah, so this would be a little bit before the presentation, it seems like. Based on the timing and the flow that we're looking at right here. When is the road closure tonight till?
It should close at 10 p.m. But obviously we're looking for an event at 7 p.m. So question mark?
Got it. Jurassic Orange, thanks for becoming a Red Team member, and Don Phoenix, thanks for becoming a Pad Rat member. Super appreciate that from both of you. I mean, again, I really hope people don't just like roll their eyes when I go through the spiel here, but like, we do so much trying to upgrade our coverage and bring you guys the very best coverage that we can. And the only reason we can do anything that we do, and especially anything more than we already do, every time we add a new stream like McGregor Live, or every time we do certain things like for SLS and the pulling out of the stops that were aforementioned, it requires a lot of effort and time and money. And the membership program, where whatever amount you can contribute every month, it's just so helpful because we can post a YouTube video, it can get some views, it can get a lot of views, it can get no views. It's all the vagary of the algorithm. And the membership program is like the bedrock that everything else sits on top of, that we can depend on month after month. And allows us to do things and take risks, frankly. Take risks on big investments that may or may not end up working out or paying off. And it's just thank you so much. And there we go. Tech Family becoming a Capcom member. Super, super appreciated. At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. So Tech Family, pop into the Discord, say hey. I give you permission, Tech Family, to @ me in Discord and say hey. Because otherwise I might not see it. Just because there's so much going on. I got to go back to the launch site tomorrow. I got to go back to 39B and set more cameras. It never ends. Not that I would want it to. A33 is asking, and again, if you guys have questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we will see your question pop up. Let's see. Where did it go? Oh no, okay, yeah. A33 is asking, any guess as to how many people are in the control room monitoring systems? I'm gonna say between one. I'm gonna say between 1 and 50. I'm sorry, I'm not more specific than that. That's all I got.
Between 1 and 8 billion.
Yeah, it's a non-zero integer, and it's a whole number.
Yeah, it would be weird if it were a whole number.
It's like 2.5 people. one
Yeah.
guy's kind of like not paying attention. He's kind of like messing around on his phone. Let's see here. We're getting a lot of questions about the event tonight and what the announcement is going to be. Will is asking it. Let's see. Jaden is asking it. Burper is asking it. A lot of people are asking what's going on with the event. Basically, it's something to do with Starlink and T-Mobile. And I immediately remember around this time last year, as we were gearing up for new iPhones, there was a lot of rumors going around that there was going to be some sort of satellite connectivity for iPhones for emergency calling. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being what this announcement is. I feel like it's sort of a no-brainer that Starlink eventually is involved in the cell network in some capacity. I'm not smart enough to know what capacity is even possible or feasible or what have you. But it just makes sense that as technology advances, as the phased array antennas get to be made cheaper and smaller, eventually that stuff will wind up in your phone. So tonight's announcement could be very limited in scope and just be, oh, we're doing this one thing with T-Mobile. It's a partnership. Here you go. Or it could go, that's one end of the spectrum. Maybe it's a limited thing like emergency calling, or maybe it's, maybe it's nothing that's even imminent. Maybe it's just an announcement about future plans. And the other end of the spectrum is they could really do like a deep dive and say, this is what Starlink V2 is going to do. It's going to enable this, that, and the other thing. And in 10 years or in 5 years or in 2 years, Elon time, of course, you will have a cell phone in your pocket that connects to Starlink somehow. Who knows?
We'll find out pretty soon. Whatever it is, Elon's clearly excited about it, and they're making a big deal of it. We're having a big event. Otherwise, they would just do a press release and just release like some text on a web page. So they're clearly excited about whatever it is, and we're not far away from finding out, I suppose.
Yep. Somebody earlier, maybe this is just a cynic in me, because I am a bitter cynic with a cold black heart that's dead. But maybe it's just me being cynical at the end. I feel like that SpaceX and specifically Elon wants some good press ahead of SLS doing its thing. I think Elon definitely wanted to beat SLS to orbital test flight, because what kind of an optic would that have been? That would have been amazing in terms of a PR coup. But part of me wonders, is this event worthy on its face? Or is it the kind of thing that would normally have been a press release, but because they are trying to generate positive Starship press ahead of SLS, maybe they're doing a full-on event to make it more of a thing? I'm hoping that's not the case. I hope it's something that's, worthy on its face, stand alone as a, as something that we want to be excited about and as an event. But I will say, don't expect anything too crazy from the event in terms of details on Starship. I think it'll be a lot of talk about whatever the partnership with T-Mobile is, and it'll be focused towards the mainstream audience. It'll be focused towards that. So, but maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong. But in the meantime, we've got Starship on Pad B, suborbital Pad B, and it's got a healthy frost ring, and we've got the engine chill vents. They've been going for a while now. We are coming up on the time where we would expect to see some testing occur, right, Alex? When was the recondenser starting?
Yeah, it started about probably, I think it was 10, 11 minutes ago. We think there are between 13 to 15 minutes until they go for a T0 from engine chill vents going off to... I'm still looking. They're doing some kind of weird behavior here and there.
But we haven't heard siren. So
no, we haven't yet. We're also seeing the actual umbilicals chilling, like where the umbilicals are connected. They have like some kind of chill vent, or not chilling, but whatever vent they have. So yeah, it whatever thing they're gonna be doing, it's imminent, like within minutes. How many minutes? Probably 2, probably maybe 5, maybe 10, but very shortly.
Excellent. Well, we are very close to some testing, as you just heard. That is what we want to see. We want to see a cool test ahead of tonight's event.
Be sure if I see something, I'll yell. Yesterday it happened that I saw the water suppression system coming off, and I was like, the water. So yeah.
Hey Patrick, old buddy, old pal, can we get the camera on the left tilted down just a hair?
Or perhaps ticker removed?
I feel like we have a lot of headroom right now. But now we're at this point,
Yeah.
we're just telling Patrick how to do his job. Sorry, Patrick.
I mean, it's fair, right? We kind of want a little bit more view.
Let's see here.
We want more.
Let's see if we can take a couple questions while we get closer to testing. Or should we just hang out and sort of wait for this thing to go?
Well, if you have a question, maybe we can see what happens.
All right, well, let's see here. Bup. Jurassic Orange is saying, I had all 4 wisdom teeth pulled when static rar. I don't get it, but thank you for the support, buddy. Andrew Hart, thank you for the support. They say, last chat was a bit angry. Dirty Leeds refers to how dirty our football team used to play. Sorry, football club. Keep up the amazing coverage. Love you all. Thanks, buddy. Ali, thank you for the support. Becoming a Capcom member. Super cool. Ali, pop into our Discord when you get Discord access because you are a Capcom member now and say hey. I also give you permission to @ me. Pampalak, thank you for the support. I'm not going to try and pronounce that insane name that I still refuse to believe is real, but thank you. Alan, thank you for the support, becoming a Padrat member. Super appreciate all of our members. I just said it again. I said it before, I'll say it again. We can't do what we do without our members. Russell, thank you for the support. Holy cow!
Water suppression! Water suppression system.
Okay, here we go. I'm shutting up. But thank you, Russell. Any second now.
Aw.
Oh.
It was a spin prime test.
Yeah, it looks like a spin prime, huh? I mean, it makes sense because we didn't hear any siren or anything like that.
Yeah, but usually you see the water, it's like,
Was that worth the several hour wait?
Yeah. Well, now the question follows: is what do they do next? Do they go into a static fire, or do they close it down for the night and get ready for their event. So it's really something. I mean, of all the press and media events they've had at Starbase, I don't think they've quite tested so aggressively before.
It is certainly weird that they turn on the water suppression system. I do wonder though if it's probably to avoid any fires in the event of
That would be my
an
guess.
Booster 7 repeat, but ship style.
That would be my guess. Yeah, so it also could be that was an aborted static fire given the deluge. It could be that it was a spin prime and the deluge is just there for safety, or that they were testing a static fire flow. Who knows? We don't, but we'll make that clear. Maybe we'll get a tweet from Elon or something like successful ship testing, getting ready for tonight's event, or something like that with a photo from the top of the high bay. That'd be cool. Hey Elon, if you're watching, tweet something so we know what's going on. Oh, look at that. That's perfect. Whoever just moved the camera, A+.
I'm trying to look how many engines it might have been, just to see if we can sort of decide. Although, I'm gonna say, the last time that we had a static fire, I said, oh, those are all the 6 engines, because it appears it is. And then SpaceX was like, no, 2 engines.
The way it goes. Let's see here.
Yeah, the test seemed to be 15 minutes from chill vent to T0.
Well, then that is in family in terms of data. People are saying the orbital launch mount is lit up with venting. I need to have more screens going here.
Well, yeah, it's venting again, but I do not see any sort of indication of testing. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were to go ahead with more testing of Booster 7. Could have done a full recycle. Yeah, you can see the OLM vent. But I'm looking at the, I think it is on SBL, where we have the closer view, and I don't see any frost on the engine chill vent pipe, which usually means it is obviously doing some kind of engine chill. So if there's any testing at Booster 7, it's probably gonna take a little while.
Yeah, and typically we see that vent shut off before they go into prompt loading. Would you just say that? You just said that, didn't you? I was too busy ordering bacon wrapped scallops.
Yeah, we see the OLM vent stop, and then they start propellant loading, and afterwards we just see the engine chill pipes getting frosty, which means they're doing the engine chill vents. We also see the engine chill vents by the tower at the bottom, and that's sort of the sort of sequence of events. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they went for more testing on Booster 7. Just because they can, basically.
You know what, Alex? You know what I say about more testing?
Yeah. Go
more
ahead.
Testing,
say
more
it.
better. Yeah, more testing, more better.
Yes.
Ding.
It's like The Simpsons. Hey, say it, Bart. Say it, Jack.
I didn't do it. Oh man. But before we got that spin prime, Russell Snodgrass did a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Russell. It's absolutely huge. That's a huge amount of support. And just once again, I won't talk everyone's ear off about it over and over again, but we really are working our butts off to do the best that we can to bring you coverage of Starbase, coverage of everything that we possibly can, spaceflight related, and of course, coverage of Artemis 1 and the first SLS launch. So thank you so much, buddy. It's so appreciated. And you're one of those names that pops up all the time with high dollar support. And it's just so, I mean, a deep, heartfelt thanks from myself and all of us at NSF. It's just absolutely a wild amount of support from you. So thank you. They're saying
It's amazing.
If every engine needs to be static fired before they can stack and launch, or do we know if every engine needs to be static fired before they stack and launch? Seems like they have to work 24/7 to accomplish that with Ship 24 and 7. Haha, I get it. Basically, yeah, it seems like every single engine is going to need to be static fired. Maybe not individually, maybe in banks or groups, but it does seem like they're going to fire every single engine, and it might take a little bit. That's just the way it goes. That's how testing works. But thank you again from the bottom of all of our hearts. Super appreciate that huge amount of support. Steven Schroeder asking if we've seen The Chosen. I have not. Remy Turk is saying buzz before SLS. A collaboration between SpaceX and T-Mobile will be announced on Starlink V3 orbiting the moon. That's a fair guess. Thank you for the support, Remy. John, thank you for the support, becoming a PadRat member. Super appreciate it. Tim Chance, thanks for the support. Man De Peter, thank you so much. They say, I love tour content. I suspect that's a typo, and they meant to say I love your content. Thank you for the support there. Houston Lucas, that's a cool name, saying it's fun that SLS will get to launch first, but all bets should point to Starship for the race to second launch and third, and etc. Thanks for the coverage. Looking forward to more. Oh, absolutely. I expect Starship to launch many times before Artemis 2. And while SLS is good to have in the pocket, I think SLS is a sort of a time-limited beast, and Starship is obviously the wave of the future, to quote the aviator in Howard Hughes. wave of the future. There's your movie reference for the day. Somebody asked Adrian in the back channel if he's seen The Aviator. I already know he hasn't, but the permaculture habitat, thank you for the support. They say, I always wondered why they vent the fuel into the atmosphere instead of having a way to capture and recycle it. Well, they do both. They capture and recycle it when they can, and when it makes more sense to vent to the atmosphere for whatever reason, they do that. I think that's the shortest answer I can come up with there. Bill Sparks, thank you for the support. They say, keep on keeping on, and we will with your support.
I should point out something before you keep going, just because, a little bit of a reminder. We haven't seen any depress vents yet, and the test was almost 10 minutes ago. So usually that means they're going to be doing another test. And while we want and we probably hope for a static fire test, maybe the next test, if they do another test on Ship 24, might be another repeat of the one that we saw just before. But we're going to stay here, right? We're not going to miss it. We're going to be staying here and see what happens. So, don't go out yet.
So we have a tweet. Go ahead, Gav.
Go ahead, Jack. I was going to say exactly what you're about to say. So,
go for it.
What I was saying is that while we're waiting for Ship 24 to decide what it's doing, Elon's been tweeting, he's once again hyping up his T-Mobile event in the next hour. He's promising big news. So let's hope it is big news. He's definitely excited about it, so we'll have to wait and see. But he's really
fired up.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, Ship 24 will soon be fired up as well. So we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, that was a good one.
I see what you did there.
That was a good one. Yeah.
All right. Stop looking at the food menu, Jack. Let's see. Dario, thank you for the support. We got We got so many Capcom members. We're gonna have a bunch of new faces in our Discord, which of course is what you get at Capcom level of support and more. Dario, thank you for becoming a Capcom member, and Chris Henry, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Super appreciate that. Here's one. Jurassic Orange is saying, well, first off, thanks for the support, Jurassic Orange. They're saying, you guys probably get this question a lot, but what is your favorite rocket? Mine is between the Titan II and Saturn V. Also, hi from Canada's Prairies. Hi. Titan II was a gorgeous bird, absolutely. So was Saturn V, despite what Adrian says. What is my favorite rocket? You know, I hate to do this, and I feel like every time we get asked this, I probably have a different answer, but I'm gonna go with Shuttle. I don't love Shuttle's propensity to kill crews, but I do love Shuttle from its like insane. Hello.
There you go. Well, that's the
That was
deepest
loud.
right then. Okay, so that probably means just
depress. So either recycling or wrapping up testing. But either way, the next step is not imminent immediately. Immediately imminent? I don't know. Did I just hear somebody join the chat? Steven,
I think you did.
I'm back, baby.
Hey!
Heck yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Back in the
Let's see.
NSF
Yeah,
groove.
yeah, that's right.
That's a song reference.
I think I spied a spin prime test while I was gone.
You did. You did, in fact. Or an aborted static fire, one of the two. Kind of
Okay, yeah.
unclear at the point. But yeah, that's about where we're at. No, I don't think anything has happened since you tapped out earlier. Basically, I've just been waiting for something to go on. We saw the B7.1 test tank get moved to the roadblock, but it didn't go through, obviously because they're still testing. And yeah, ship 24 just did a spin.
And then Jackson.
I'm sorry. I the thing is I have a Red Bull like 10 feet away from me, but like I said earlier, I literally got done at the pad, ran back to where I'm staying, ran inside the building, and sat down with my computer and put my headset on and started talking. So it's probably warm at this point, but with that, I'm gonna let you ramble for a minute while I actually get a drink. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Right before that, Stephen, if you let me, the vent stack is active. That usually means they're draining propellants. So this is a D tank.
Okay.
Go.
And we saw this yesterday.
Yeah, you're very familiar with that, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I got to see it firsthand yesterday. Well, cool. Well, I hope Jack comes back quickly because I wanted to nerd out with him about SLS on the pad because I know that he just got to see it for the first time.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So jelly.
Oh my god. Oh
Isn't
my
it
god.
cool? I mean, oh my gosh.
God.
When I
Oh
saw
my
that
God.
thing emerge from the VAB for the first time, I was just like, what? It's so big.
I like, holy cow. And in a way, it almost makes me sad because I look at that, I look at the SLS stack, and I think, oh, wow, what must it have been like to set remote cameras for Shuttle?
Oh, yeah.
Like, just a whole different ball game. I mean, Orion is cool and all, but it's not a space plane, and it's definitely not a space plane mounted to the side, offset thrust style of an entire. It's just whole other ball
You say
game.
that like you think it was a bad idea.
It's a terrible, horrible idea, but also super cool. Do we want to say what our favorite rockets are? Gav, go first.
What? Sorry, it wasn't paying attention.
What's your favorite
What's your
rocket?
favorite rocket?
Falcon Heavy. Definitely.
Ah,
Nice.
Is that because
choice.
they can deploy 2 Electron ships?
Yeah, maximum ship-based opportunities of that particular.
Boom, there you go.
What's
You have
not
the
to like?
air recovery vessels, 2 drone ships. Yeah.
That's
I knew.
amazing. Some more venting from the ship. You can see it right there, sort of at the top of the raceway, with that last vent. Steven, what's your favorite?
I always say that the Delta 4 Medium is my favorite. I only ever got to see it once, and it was its last flight. But man, it's a really cool looking rocket, and I think that is kind of why I like the look of the SLS so much, because it's sort of like the Delta Medium, just way bigger. You know, you got the big orange tank in the middle with the solids on the side. It's such a cool visual, you know, to have the liquid engines firing with the super bright and powerful solids putting out a trail behind it. You know, it's such a cool looking rocket.
That's one of the things I'm sort of anticipating and really looking forward to with SLS is the plume trail and that huge arcing plume. Like, it's going to be not something we really see a lot of the time. I mean, you see it a little bit with Atlas when there's solids. Anytime there's solids, you kind of get a little bit of it. But just the scale and scope of the massive 5-segment solid rocket boosters on SLS means that plume is going to be amazing. And it's going to make for some really awesome photos.
Yeah.
Alex,
yeah, a lot of people don't realize when you're seeing a Falcon 9 launch, you don't get that that lasting plume trail, you know. So, which that plume, when you're trying to photograph a launch, that plume trail from the solids really helps, because if you ever if you take your camera down and that trail really helps you find it quickly in the viewfinder.
Yep, 100%. Alex, what's your favorite rocket?
My favorite rocket is obviously Falcon 9.
Yeah, I guess
if you had asked me, I'm gonna throw myself under a bus, and I'm gonna say 10 years ago it might have been Ares 1.
Really?
Yep.
Firmly under the
10
bus.
years. Not 10 years ago, because that was 2012 and it was already cancelled. But like sort of 2008, 2009. That will have probably been my response.
Okie doke. All right, well, with that, Gav, do you want to tap out or do you want to keep hanging out? It's up to you, buddy.
I will take the opportunity to tap out, by all means.
All right, bud. Thank you for joining us on this one and going down the pronunciation rabbit hole.
Oh, hey, before you leave, it's Itchapakasassa.
Really?
Oh, there you go.
It's the name of a creek, and my grandparents used to live in a subdivision that was also named after it. So, Itchapakasassa Creek.
All right.
I'll be sure to remember that when
it's like a Native American name. Yeah, there's a lot of Native American names around Florida, and that's one of them.
Love it. All right. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Gav. We'll see you next time.
Yeah. See you later, buddy. Bye bye.
Okay. Speaking of pronunciation, Jeremy McCutcheon super chatted $2 to hear Alex say propellant instead of propellant. I guess they want to hear both. I don't know. Alex, go for it.
Propellant and propellant. I said it the other way around. Just
potato.
So that,
yeah.
Now you all have to say my whole name completely correctly.
Okay, wait.
Probably chat wouldn't be able to say that.
It's Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero.
Okay. Yeah. Well, very English, but yeah.
I mean, I'm American. What do you want from me, America?
Okay.
Alejandro
Alcantarilla Romero.
Ooh, I can't roll my R's. To this day, I can't roll my R's.
Anyways, just think of raptors. The sound of raptors is like. So
I can't. I'm mentally deficient because I can't roll my R's. Fawn Lake, thank you for
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Fawn Lake, for the super generous support. They say thanks for all you do, and that's an extremely generous amount of support. But thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. We will keep doing what we do in return for that amount of support. And also, holy cow, Gravelly Dawn with a $100 super chat matching Russell's from earlier. Gravelly Dawn, thank you so much for matching. It's always cool when you see people do that. and it's absolutely insane when it's such a high amount. But yeah, just it's like when you're in line for Starbucks and the person in front of you pays. It's like it turns into a chain, something like that. I don't know. It's never actually happened to me. Drink better coffee than Starbucks, everybody. But
And then you find yourself behind the person that got $50 worth of coffee. You're like, oh.
You're like, hey. But seriously, Gravely Don, thank you so much. We are absolutely we've pulled out all the stops for our SLS coverage and for our Starship coverage, and we're doing our best. So thank you so much for helping us to do our best. Beep beep boop.
Now back to pronunciation cat.
Yeah, right. Let's see. So the
I'm gonna try to
vent,
throw some in the queue as well.
Please do. The vent on the orbital launch mount has stopped, which means they might be starting to load propellant into Booster 7.
Has it? I still see it.
Oh, it's being masked. It's being masked by the Pope stack.
Oh, yeah.
The Pope stack. Still laugh about that.
We have a new space Pope.
The Pope stack?
I don't know. Somebody said it once, and I've latched onto it, and I refuse to let go.
It's catchy, right? And it kind of makes sense. It's like
it
this big
is.
plume of white smoke.
Plus, it lets me say Space Pope, which is a Futurama reference. So it's just
yeah,
like
that's true. Movie references.
Has that on the ship? There's condensation coming from the engine section. Was that happening before, and I just missed it because of the way the wind was going, or is that new?
Sometimes it might happen just because the engines are still cold. The engine chill vents, for example, are not active, so you will probably think that they're not flowing anymore. Like they're not flowing all the cold bits and liquids through the engine. So, question mark? Exclamation mark?
Interrobang?
Yeah, Interrobang.
That's fun fact. The Interrobang is the best punctuation mark of all punctuation marks. Don't at me. Sven, thanks for the support from Germany. Jay French, thanks for the support. They say, in relation to Elon's big news, potentially news relating to launch license tonight, thoughts? I doubt it. There will probably be some forward-looking statements in terms of, oh, we're going to launch Starship in X amount of time, but I don't think that's going to be the
focus,
the big deal. Yeah.
Do we know the media that is going to be on site for this? I do know Eric Berger seemed to imply that he's coming to Starbase for that.
I mean, Mary's going to be there, so
yeah, Mary should be on site. I don't know if
at the
Nick.
very least. No, Nick is here.
Oh, Nick is in Florida. That's right.
Yeah, he's shooting Starship for Everyday Astronaut. So, or not Starship. He's shooting SLS for Everyday Astronaut. So he's here in Florida. I saw him today. He was photobombing my shots as always.
Nice.
That's cool.
Let's see here. Allison, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Evan, thank you for the support. They say it's my 31st birthday and all I want is a static fire. Thanks for all the amazing coverage. Evan, happy birthday. Happy 31st birthday. Congratulations on another orbit around the sun. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, how many bacon pieces equals calories needed to ignite the pre-burner of a Raptor? Don't make me do math. Please don't make me do math. I don't want to do math. I'm not going to do it.
A lot.
Thanks for this. Yeah, a lot. There you go. Done. Jurassic Orange, thanks again for more support. They say, what's the launch time window for SLS? And try to pronounce Saskatchewan. It's Saskatchewan. It's easy.
Saskatchewan, come on.
Yeah. Quit giving me all that Saskatchewan. I don't know. I'm basically delirious at this point. The launch time and window is August 29th at 8:33 a.m. The window lasts 2 hours. The current percent chance of favorable weather is 70% chance of favorable weather.
And in case it scrubs, which we don't hope so, there's another attempt on the 2nd with a T0 at 12:48 p.m. Eastern Time, another 2-hour window. And then there's even a third attempt on September 5th with a T0 at 5:12 p.m. Eastern Time with a 90-minute window. Instead of 2 hours, it's an hour and a half. So there you go.
Got it. All right, now let's try and pronounce Saskatchewan, but wrong answers only. I'm going to go with Saskatchewan. That's my wrong answer. I don't know. Nobody else has to do it.
Smashion.
There we go. Thank you.
Smashawan.
Alex, say it. Do it. Go. Do the thing.
Saskringus.
All right, then.
Steve Brule style.
For your health.
For your health. Yeah.
For your health.
Beep boop boop. Looking. Chase Lang is asking about the depress event. What does it mean? What are they doing? Who wants to take this one?
Yeah, I was hoping one of y'all would. 'Cause I thought that was a brilliant question.
I mean,
Alex, can you explain that?
tanks-
Yeah, I'm feeling like I will have to do that. But Jack, do it yourself. Come on.
the tanks are pressurized to flight pressure and testing pressure, and when they do a depress event, we call it that because they are depressurizing the tanks in as part of the process where they remove propellant from the vehicle. So a depress event is like opening up the soda can and relieving some of the pressure. No, hear me out. A depress event is like when you have a bottle of soda and it's all shook up, and you want to open it up and pour the soda out, but if you just open it all the way up, the soda would spray everywhere. Instead, you sort of open it, you crack the top a little bit and let out some of the pressure, and you let out some of the pressure, and you let out some of the pressure over time so the soda doesn't explode everywhere. That's probably a terrible analogy, but there you go. So it's part of the process of removing LOX and methane from the ship and getting stuff out of the tanks and getting things safed so that people can return to the launch site. Is that a fair summary?
I
Yes,
think
Jack,
so.
it's
Yeah.
fair. Cool.
Hey,
I
I
was
don't
gonna say,
have
but
such
well,
a high-pitched voice. Come on.
Okay, I need to step away for a few minutes. I will be right back, but I will leave it to you two for a moment.
Door?
Not yet. It's something else.
Okay.
Let's just go
Not
with that.
asking.
Yeah, don't. Okay, bye.
Hey, all right. See you in a bit.
See you later.
Oh yeah, and speaking of stepping away, because I had to earlier, because I thought I heard the knock on the door. I did get my camera.
Woo!
Has arrived.
Are you gonna use it for Artemis 1?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. This is a big upgrade over the cameras that I have already.
I have a
Photog's
question
out
for you,
there.
Stephen.
Okay.
Are we gonna get a sideways view of SLS launching?
Well, yeah. With the engine shot type settings. Yeah. I'm really hoping. This the camera that I got is it's a Canon 5D Mark IV, and photographers know that that's like one of the best rated Canon cameras that there is. With the cameras that I have now, I struggle a lot with noise in them because when you're photographing rockets, there's you gotta there's a lot of different things that you might want to do, and one of them is like taking the exposure super dark so you can get the detail in the flame, but then you want to be able to bring out the surroundings, and you end up with a lot of noise that way. Well, the 5D Mark IV is supposed to be really good at not generating a ton of noise, so I'm really hoping for good things with that.
Yeah,
But
I
this
really
is not
like
a-
your sideways launching rocket photos. I'm gonna drop one link to one picture that you showed from the KPLO launch earlier this
Yeah.
month. I really love that one.
Yeah, I love doing that. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the light is not great for those kinds of shots, but when you've got really good sunlight and the sky is clear, it turns out really well. But yeah, this is not a photography cast.
It's okay. It's
Starbase.
okay. We appreciate the NSF photographers here. we do have a lot of talent.
Yeah, and a lot of them are arriving today and maybe some tomorrow. I know
Yeah.
Nathan Barker is coming down, and Michael Baylor is coming. Jack, of course, is already here. Who else? Of course,
I'm
there's
certainly
me and
excited
Julia.
for. Yeah, I'm certainly excited for all the coverage that we have planned
Yeah,
for Artemis 1
yeah,
before,
it's
during, and after. It's amazing.
yeah, it's going to be really awesome, and we're going to be showing up to the press site the night before to avoid traffic. So sleep will be
Hmm.
interesting, but they've actually sent out a notice. It's like, look, if you guys don't get here early enough and you get stuck in traffic, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah,
And that's the
I'm
truth.
not back yet, but I deliberately rented a car I can sleep in the back of, for that reason.
Yeah, there you go. Well, let's hit some questions, I would say. Eric Brewer asked this actually quite a while ago, and I'm not sure if we have an exact answer for it, but the question is, do you have a scheduled start time for Monday's coverage of SLS? I know it's going to be pretty early. We're going to be live for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah.
we've publicly announced when we're going live yet. I don't know if that's deliberate or if we're like keeping it a surprise or what.
Right.
But we are going to be live for a very long
Early.
time. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, very early.
Yeah, expect something like we do for Starship, right? We go early. Just we want to follow everything.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, once
Don't want to
activities
miss
start.
anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
We want to be able to bring you as much coverage as we possibly can.
As Chris G will say, indeed.
Yeah. Let's see. Jackson asking, could the vent that is not a spin prime be them clearing the plumbing? Oh, I think we answered a similar question earlier about they got the spin prime vent that shoots out, and then there's a secondary vent that comes out of the engines after that, seconds later. And I think you said it was possible that that's the case, but we don't really know.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
Daniel Wheelert is wondering, what would it take to launch a crewed version of Falcon 9 at Vandenberg? Well, you'd need a crew access tower first. What else? Some kind of astronaut quarters?
Yeah, you probably need also some kind of emergency egress system at the pad, like the slide wire things. And I guess you also need sort of recovery assets there for Crew Dragon.
Yeah, you're gonna have marine vessels that can fish a dragon out of the water if they have to abort.
So sad Gabby's not now here.
Also, how are you gonna ask the Vandenberg question when I'm trying to order food over here?
And the thing about launching crew from Vandenberg, it's not even necessary unless you decide for some reason you want to do polar launches, in which case you still might even be able to do that from the Cape. I'm not sure what the margins are in terms of a crewed flight, but obviously we know that we've already done polar launches out of the Cape, which I know Jack was very happy about. He was glad to see some of the polar launches back to the Cape.
Steven, I haven't eaten anything today except for a sausage McMuffin at like 8 a.m. Please, for the love of God, let me order some food. I need to eat. Polar launch corridor, worst corridor.
Welcome to the best coast.
I can't. You're king troll right now.
So I know people were asking us before about the event. I'm seeing a tweet by Eric Berger from Ars Technica. He says, at the SpaceX and T-Mobile event, we're on a Starlink Magenta Wi-Fi network. And since Magenta is T-Mobile's color, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. Also, it implies that probably media is already at the event. They probably
Right.
went through the soft roadblock that is located. I think it's about 6-7 miles down the road, if I remember correctly. So yeah,
Yeah, that's
they
about right.
Yep.
I'm trying to look up this tweet now. Oh, there's not a picture. I thought there'd be a picture.
No, it's a tweet.
Yeah, so I guess is it pretty certain that the event is happening at the production site?
It seemed like it. We saw yesterday some lights pointed at the rocket garden with the pink colors, the magenta colors of T-Mobile. So maybe it is there. It does seem like it might be there.
Yeah, with what's going on at the launch site, I don't foresee them
The
quickly
OLM
setting
vent
up.
has
go ahead.
stopped. Well, not fully. It's not stopped fully, but yeah, it's like more like on a standby kind of thing. You can see some small vapors coming off of it,
Yeah.
but not really like the long stream of venting that we saw before. Now the question is, are they going to be testing Booster 7 again? And I guess the indications for that will be, now the OLM vent has stopped. That usually means they're loading propellants, but it might or might not be the case. Now, if they do load propellants, then the next thing that we might see is engine chill. And the way that we now recognize that is via the new pipes for capturing the engine chill, and they vented somewhere else on a pit near the tower. And with that, basically it indicates that they're chilling down the engines, and a test is within minutes. We still haven't pinned down like a really accurate timeline of how many minutes it is, but yeah, the next thing that we should be seeing is that frost on those pipes, and sort of subsequently after that we should be seeing a grass vent of sorts coming from that engine chill vent, coming off from nearby the tower. I believe our camera is not set up for that yet. Might need a little bit of adjustment. Oh, no, it's actually good. It's actually good. I'm looking right now.
Yeah.
Damn, it's actually good. They're okay for that. See, sometimes I have to stop the streams because I have like 3, 4, 5 streams going on at the same time. I don't know, on a Wi-Fi connection, and while it is sometimes good speed and good latency and everything, if I have many streams open, it's just like it consumes the internet. So I
Right,
have to
yeah.
sometimes stop the streams, and just so I can have maximum internet availability for being here in commentary, basically.
Maximum internet.
All right, food has
Here,
been ordered and beer has been opened. I am go for testing.
The depress vent has occurred.
There you go.
All right, let's hit some of these super chats. But you guys did great catching up on those. I got us so far behind, and I don't want to get us there again. So let's hit some of these super chats. Andrew Hart, I'm just sending you guys money tonight, as I always watch coverage and never. Wait, I always watch coverage and never do. Staying awake for the SpaceX announcement later on. Oh, okay, I see. Sending you money because I always watch the coverage but never send the money. I got it. That's okay. We appreciate everybody. You don't have to send us, but we definitely appreciate those who do. Dave Wolf, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Been a lot of red team memberships gifted today. Super generous of you guys. And Thomas Williamson, come on SpaceX, light something up. Yeah, I mean we've been doing this for a long time today. I think we deserve to see some fire. We deserve it.
Past the Starship on the left hand side. I don't know. They said light it up, so that's where my brain went. Sorry.
Let's see, Gunfox saying, Jack, did Adrian just say Futurama was a movie? Also, I wonder will Starship go into Clad if Adrian doesn't get that one Jack movie night is required. I read that right. Wonder will Starship go into Plaid if Adrian doesn't get that one Jack movie night is required. I think we might be missing some punctuation, and it's making me not able to read it right.
I'm kind of I don't know. Okay.
I think they're probably thinking I'm Adrian. I'm Alex. I'm not Adrian.
Is Adrian in chat? Maybe Adrian's in chat. I don't
Maybe.
know. Either way.
No, he's too busy this week.
Did you say Futurama was a movie?
I mean, there are Futurama movies. Alex knows Futurama, so I don't think he did.
No, I've watched the series. Obviously, I don't think every single episode, but I do have seen many of them. Yeah, and Eric Berger just tweeted a photo, and it is indeed at the Rocket Garden, sort of where the RVs are located.
The little Airstream trailers.
Yep.
Yeah, on the corner of Rocket Road, I believe.
Yeah, it's like Remedios and Rocket Road, right?
Yeah. All right, Ryan England coming in asking how many engines are going to be needed to allow the booster to hover waiting for the catch arms. Also, I'd love to hear you pronounce Streatham, UK. I'm guessing I'm saying that wrong because that is like the most straightforward pronunciation. It might be Streatham.
Knowing Brits in the UK, it's probably like Stratton or something. You know, like you just mash it all together.
Drayton.
Oh man. I don't think it's gonna hover though. I know the booster is capable of hovering theoretically, unlike Falcon 9, but I think people dramatically overestimate the amount of wackiness that's going to be involved in the catch. I just think the booster is going to be coming down slow. The arms are going to be nice and wide open, and then the booster slowly threads the needle between the arms as it reaches a zero velocity, and sort of reaches a zero velocity as the arms close and the pins go into the arm. Like it should be a nice little dance, sort of ballet type thing. But I don't think it should be anything too dramatic or rapid or like the booster hovers and then translates sideways 10 meters and then no, I don't see that. But I could be wrong. What do you think, Steven?
I picture it, and you know, I'm no rocket surgeon, but I picture it like slowly reducing its velocity until it reaches like a few miles per hour or whatever it is, and then just slowly descends at that rate until it makes contact with the arms, and then just kills the engines.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Oh my God, I can see it. The food is coming towards me. I'm going to have food. I will be able to eat something.
I will say something about that of the hover and everything. I also don't think we're going to see a hover. I don't think it's needed to. And also, we've seen certain other rockets that land back on land do hovers, and that never means they're more precise than rockets that do not do a hover. And I think probably people know what I'm talking about. New Shepard does a hover, and truly doesn't really land on the center of the landing pad.
Right. Yeah,
never. I haven't seen it, never.
Yeah, you'd think that the hover was there so that it could land more precisely, but It really doesn't.
Whereas Falcon 9, most of the time, it's a bullseye, and it's hover slam, it's suicide burn all the way down to the ground, and it cannot even hover. Whereas on Super Heavy, while you can, it might not need it. Like if you can do away with that, why waste propellant, right?
Yeah, and it's less efficient.
Yeah, right. It's like, why waste fuel on that when you don't really need it? It's probably gonna be a little bit more slower than Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is also very dramatic. It feels at least very dramatic. I haven't seen it in person, but when you see it on a webcast, it truly feels very dramatic. You guys have seen RTLS many times. Well, at least attempted to, Jack. But
I've seen them. Oh, because of the fog.
What is you're just throwing shade at Vandenberg. You realize that there are seasons where Vandenberg is less foggy, right? In fact, like not foggy.
I know.
Like you understand that I've seen many RTLSs at Vandenberg with my own 2 eyes. Thank you. I know you're trolling me, and I'm just feeding you right now, but stop it.
I will say though that the RTLS is impressive. It like every time I see it, it always surprises me that it's able to hit the brakes so fast and stop when it like right when it reaches the ground. Because when it's falling, I mean it's at terminal velocity. You know, after the entry burn, it's just falling, and it's actually kind of gliding. Like I don't know if you get that perception on the streams.
Yeah, Falcon 9, it'll sort of orient itself, right, to generate lift a little bit and glide in a way. Like there is some cross range there.
Yeah, and that was actually interesting when I learned that, because I'm like, man, how can they boost back all the way and come down straight above the Cape? But they don't have to. They touch the atmosphere pretty far offshore, and then they sort of surf. They surf back towards the Cape until they get close, and then they return to a more vertical orientation. And it's super impressive. I mean, it's just coming down so fast, and you don't see how in the world it could possibly stop, but it does.
Mm-hmm. And I guess it's probably more dramatic on Falcon Heavy RTLS because the Falcon Heavy side boosters do a 1-3-1 burn. So if you have watched any Falcon 9 launches with me, I always emphasize that the re-entry burn is one engine, then 2 outer engines, and then the center engine keeps going. The outer shut down, and then the center engine keeps going until it shuts down too. Well, the Falcon Heavy side boosters, when they do our RTLS, they also do that kind of burn, but for landing burn, which means they come in screaming all the way to the ground, and they don't initiate the landing burn until they're really, really close to the ground. So they're like very, very close to the ground, and that's when they ignite the engines. They ignite first one engine, then 2 outer engines. They dramatically slow down. It's incredible. I've seen pictures, wide open video of how you see those candles basically stopping in there almost, and then they go on one engine all the way to the ground, which is amazing. And I will guess that's probably even more dramatic than just one booster, but also because it's coming down way faster, and it's doing the burn way closer to the ground, which is crazy. But yeah, I'm imagining something similar to a regular Falcon 9 RTLS will be for Super Heavy, but instead of landing on landing legs, the landing legs are at the bottom, near the grid fins, and instead of landing on a pad, you land on chopsticks. It's called a catch, but it's more like landing on the arms. Truly, the arms just close, and that's it.
From Brian Zier, says, I've been away for the last 90 minutes. Did I miss anything? Saw the first 2 Booster 7 spin primes and Ship 24 spooling up. Anything since? And maybe that's a good opportunity to kind of catch everybody up on what we've seen. I'm sure, a lot of people have probably been here all day with us, but some people have probably. Alex or Jack, do you want to sum up what we've seen?
In the last 90 minutes, I mean, basically there was the spin prime with ship 24, and then ship 24 depressed a little bit, and that's basically where we're at. And now booster 7 looks like it's starting up again, and yeah, I mean it's sort of lack of anything more than that is just that's because not much more than that has happened. We're just all hanging out waiting for something to go down here.
Is that more ship or more booster? It's a lot of guns here. It does look like it is the ship. Yeah, it's the ship.
Ship doing its thing. Depressing. It's like I almost don't even want to say anything. I just want to sit here and listen to the thing vent.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
Almost making me wonder if they're even gonna wrap in time for the event. Like maybe they'll just press on through.
I think they won't. And I'm starting to think even more, like, are they going to do a test during the event? We saw some people suggesting that earlier, and I sort of was like, yeah, maybe, maybe not, who knows? But and the longer this goes on, the more I'm just like, okay, so they're just going to test during the event, huh? But it's weird, because if people are at the event over by the rocket garden, I don't think there's really line of sight between there and the launch site. Like,
not right there. No, there's not. You've got a big high bay in the way.
If they do a test, it'll just be like, and that rumble you heard is a Raptor engine just fired. Or you'll be sitting there and you'll be watching a screen of the, showing a video of the test. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
That alone leads me to think that they wouldn't test during the event, but at the same time, Elon and SpaceX are good at PR. Elon's a showman, and it would not shock me in the least for them to test during an event. Of course, it's the one that I'm not there for. Every Starship event except for this one, and they do a test during the event. Like, come on. Let's see here.
I mean, we did just witness a pretty big depress of the ship.
Yeah, it seems like ship is continuing to wind down. The frost line is completely gone. So ship seems like it's done, at least for now. And if anything, we're waiting on Booster to pick up and get involved in the party here. Which, like, what is that meme where it's like a stick figure character, like, poking something with a stick? Like, come on, do something. Like, that's how I feel about Booster 7 right now. Like, come on, buddy, do something. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Like I said, testing during the event seems like really odd to me. Like, why would both because of the placement of the event itself, like location wise, and not having an eyesight, to the launch site, but it's just, really curious that they would have like you. I would have, knowing that there was an event today, I would have expected them to wrap up like hours ago.
Yeah, me too.
But maybe I'm just dumb.
Yeah, no, I thought, I was like, okay, well, there's an event, so surely they're not going to test during the event, so that's about how long we'll go today. I know the road closure is approved until 10 p.m. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll hold, I mean, the people at the consoles don't need to be at the event. I mean, this can continue while it's going on, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, sure enough. You know what else is going on?
What's
we
that?
have merch in our merch store. That's going on. We've got metal prints. We've got t-shirts. We've got this new Starbase design. It's like an all-over print. Same with the new Road to Artemis design. If you're all hyped up about Artemis 1, we do have the sweet Road to Artemis merch. We got the SLS hug emoji.
I like that one.
I really do like. That's probably one of my favorite ones that we've done. I think we had to buy rights to that emoji or something like that. It was a whole rigmarole. But I love it. It looks so happy. Look how happy it is.
That's a very commonly used emoji in the Discord.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you're a member, you get access to that very emoji.
Sure enough. But yeah, there's all kinds of sweet merch. We've got the new Road to Artemis stuff. We've got, just a bevy of different things. Whatever piques your interest. So yeah.
Even swim trunks.
Right? You gotta love the new Starbase design. It's like you compare this to the old Tank Watchers design. It's like that's the old busted. This is the new hotness. Although I still do love the old much. Like it's got a place in my heart. But we'll post a link in the chat to the merch store. If you find anything that piques your interest and you want to pick it up, we super appreciate it. Like we always say, we've got the membership program, and we can't do what we do without the members. And we thank everybody for doing the super chats. That's super awesome of you. Another way to support us, in addition to those two ways, is to grab some merch, and that in particular obviously allows you to get a physical item in return. So however you want to support us, even if it's not monetarily, if you just hit the thumbs up, tell your friends about us, watch the streams, we appreciate any amount of support from y'all. We really, really do. It is absolutely key. We would not be able to do what we do. What is going on with Ship? What is that?
I believe it's been called an engine chill vent.
Are they going to static fire the ship at the start of the event or something? Like, at the sound of the Raptor honk, the event has started. What is going on? What is going on today? Can I get some rest, please?
Not like you've been traveling for days and out in the hot sun and.
Yeah, let me tell you, Southwest botched my flight. So instead of flying Burbank to Denver to here, I flew Burbank to Vegas, Vegas to Chicago O'Hare, Chicago O'Hare to Tampa.
Whoa.
It got real squirrely real fast. So yeah, it's been many days of travel for me, many hours, and then of course I had to drive from Tampa. Yeah, because my family, that's where my family is. Shout out to Mom and Dad if you're watching. Hi, Mom and Dad. Yeah, so that's where my family's there. So I said hey to them, and then I drove the couple hours over here to the Space Coast, which is the best coast of Florida. I will concede.
Oh yes, that there is no doubt there.
But not the best coast overall. Can we just have like an NSF brawl one of these days when we're all in the same place? We just get a whole. Remember sock and boppers? Remember those things?
Yes. Yep.
We can just all get sock and boppers and just have like a brawl. Be like, no, Shuttle was the best. No, West Coast, best coast. No, that's not how you pronounce that. Just go full on, crazy
Yeah.
mode.
Sure. That's the
You
real
said it.
reason we're all gathering in Florida.
Yeah, right. You heard it here first, folks. Steven said sure.
I said sure.
It's legally binding. We're going to hold you to that contractually.
Okay.
Well, I mean, with ship starting up the engine chill vent, do we expect another ship test here shortly? I mean, I think that would be logical to think, right? Although
Well,
I guess
Alex pointed out
go
that,
ahead.
and Alex had to step away. By the way, people said it activates as it spools down, and I think he was making reference to the engine chill vents. But he can, if he's still listening, he can correct me if that's not what he. Okay, he said yes. Yeah, so
Okay, so
engine chill vent could still mean that they're spooling down. So we really don't know for sure.
Got it. And that is why we are showing the booster right now. I am looking at Starbase Live in addition to our stream here. So that is where I am seeing the ship action. If you're wondering, like, oh, where's the ship? Where's the ship? Go get another screen somewhere and then put on Starbase Live, because that is what I'm looking at as well. But yeah, right now, booster, we're waiting for the booster to do something. Please, booster, do something. I think that would make us all happy, right?
Yes, be very happy. I mean, it would be really cool if you were right about the test kicking off the event. I mean, I think that would be super cool, because they're, where they have the setup, that it's not far to walk to a place where you could see it. I mean, I don't know, those berms might be in the way. The view of like the base of the booster is not great from that angle. In fact, I think from that angle you've got the tower blocking your view.
Yep, sure enough.
So all you would see, you could see the plume shooting out, I guess, and then walk back over to where they're holding the event.
Yeah,
It's
like
not far.
if you're standing at the roadblock, the tower is in the way, if I'm not mistaken. However, if you're further back towards the production site, as you get further away from the roadblock and closer to the production site, you do get better sight lines without the tower in the way, as I'm sure you remember, Steven, from having been there. But yeah, it's curious. It's very curious. Someone, I'm seeing in our back channel on the store channel that someone bought a Starbase puzzle. There are puzzles. If you're a puzzle person, check out the Starbase puzzle. That might have been the first one of those we ever sold. There's a thing where, like, there's like super hard puzzles where every single piece is white, so that you don't have anything to go on, and you just kind of have to, go, full metal.
Yeah.
I submit that we should do an all-white puzzle and call it the Vandenberg edition. See, I can joke about it. I'm allowed to make the jokes.
I see. I'm not allowed to joke about it until I've been there.
No. You're not allowed to joke about it until you've driven away from the launch pad crying, because that was the fourth time you drove up for a specific launch and remotes, and none of your remotes turned out because of fog.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
I've had 0 remotes turn out before, but it wasn't because of fog.
That's just
Actually,
how it goes.
Wasn't that long ago.
It's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Richard, thanks for becoming a launch director. Wow. Thank you so much, Richard. That is one of our higher levels of support. You get Discord access, you get the members-only emoji, you get the members-only content, and you get your name at the end of every episode of NASA Spaceflight Live. So we hope you enjoy your perks. Jurassic Orange is asking, what's our... Oh, my food's here. Hang on just a second. I gotta go. Coming.
While Jack is attending to his delivery, Jurassic Orange was asking, what's your favorite next-gen rocket? P.S. Vandenberg best launch site. Well, since Jack's away, I'll tell you. Look, it probably is very beautiful. It looks beautiful. I would love to attend a launch out there. But what do we consider Electron next gen, or is that too operational? Because I do like Electron. I like the reusability aspect. So I'll go Electron. All right, and Andrew Tillery, spin prime tests all day long then. You guys rock, hang in there, super chat from a super fan. Thanks for what you do. And thank you for your support and hanging out. And thanks to everybody that hangs out with us. You know, just y'all being here and sharing the stream and, you know, maybe hitting the like button from time to time or watching the ads as they roll at the beginning, you know, that's support too. And just the fact that y'all are here, really, you know, it helps boost the morale.
It does. It really does. And you know what boosts morale? My food being here.
Your
Yay!
food.
Oh my gosh. So relieved. I'll make sure to not eat while I talk because I know that's really annoying.
Yeah, I almost opened a bag of Chex Mix a little bit ago. I was like, nope, that's probably the worst thing that you can eat on stream.
It's particularly loud too. Like you get one of those rye chips, you start nomming on a rye chip, you're gonna hear that from like 2 doors over.
That's right. All right, well let's march on. Try to chew something and just I don't know, mute yourself. They don't want to hear you chewing.
Yeah, no way. I will not. Yeah, I'll mute.
All right, I'll try to run through these super chats.
I'm here. I'll join you. Don't worry.
Oh, look here.
Let Jack eat.
From across the pond, Chris Birkin is back. Well, thanks for coming back.
No, you're welcome.
I'm back as well.
Oh my God!
Wow! Hey, it's a party.
Yeah, I had an emergency. Being back now. There you go.
All
Nothing
right.
serious, I hope, Alex.
No, nothing serious. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right. Well, I was just gonna clear this super chat queue if I can manage to get through it. I tend to get sidetracked. Robert Gator just became a Pad Rat member, so we definitely appreciate that support. Mandepater, do you think Ship 24 will attempt to take Starlink 2.0 to low Earth orbit? I think it might be a little early to say that about Ship 24 specifically. What do you guys think?
I'll start, Alex, if that's all right. Do you think Ship 24 will attempt? Yeah, I do think they're going to put probably a small amount of Starlink V2s on Ship 24 and attempt to go for the full bingo house of actually getting to orbit and actually deploying payloads. Imagine how much of a coup that would be for the maiden launch. And if they lose it, then they only lose a few of their own satellites. They've got a tradition of doing a mass simulator on the debut launches, and rather than the Tesla Roadster or a ball of cheese, they could do a few of their own Starlink V2s. And again, they lose it. That's okay. It's theirs. It's not like someone else's customer's payload. It's also the bonus factor of if they do get to orbit, then if they had a ball of cheese on board, we'd be thinking, well, we could have put some Starlinks on here. We could have actually deployed some real, actual working payloads. So I've got a funny feeling they will put just a small amount, not the full set, just a small amount of V2s on the off chance they actually do make it to orbit.
All right, here's a question from Donna Harvey. I think I've seen this in the queue a lot today, so I just grabbed it. And pretty simple question: what ship/booster do you think will be the first to be reused? Maybe just go around the horn. What are your predictions? It's all speculation anyway.
Alex first on that one.
Oh boy, that's quite tricky question. I wouldn't venture to say any specific number, but probably like a range of numbers. I will say for the ships maybe in the 40s, maybe 50s. And for the boosters, I will expect that probably on the 20s. So 10, 15 boosters from now.
Yeah,
Like,
I would probably go. Oh, you seen something?
no, it was just going to be that I will expect boosters to be reused first, rather than ships.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be a while off. I think they may get some back by then. I think they'll be
Hmm.
probably attempting their catch quite early, and they may have some success with that as well. And that is going to be a massive coup in itself. But then to take that returned vehicle back and turn it around and refly it, that's the trick here. So when people think we're talking about a long way off, it might not be a case of a long way off until they succeed with the catches, but it might be a long way off until they can then say, well, we've caught it, the vehicle performed great, and we're ready to refly it again. And then the next step will be rapid turnaround. Remember, this is a fully reusable launch system, but also a rapidly reusable launch system. To get to the rapidly part is the challenge. I bring up my favorite word, shuttle. That was originally envisioned to be a rapidly reusable vehicle. They never got the rapidly right. So that's the challenge they've got to do. And I think they've got everything lined up to make it a far easier goal than Shuttle ever was going to be. So that'll be something in the future to come. But I'm confident that by the 10th, 11th, 12th flight, and say the 8th or the 7th catch, they may have a vehicle back that is in a good condition to be reflown. And that, again, will be another milestone.
Yeah, that's sort of kind of the path I was going to take. Like, not a specific ship or booster number, but maybe, and I was going to say, like, maybe, like, after, like, the 5th or 6th orbital flight, well, provided they're actually catching them. They need to, obviously be catching them. But maybe, maybe the 5th or 6th flight after they make their first successful catch. And then maybe they'll try to refly, like, the 5th or 6th one after that. So whatever that number would end up being. It's not going to be, like, immediately reflying them. But I don't think it's going to be too long. I mean, I hope. I guess that's just wishful thinking. And then we've got Ryan England saying, sorry if this is a simplistic question, but with all that methane around the site being vented and loaded, is there a bad smell in the air?
That's not a bad question because methane isn't. Yeah, I mean, that is not a bad question at all. Obviously, we've never had people out there during these tests because you're not allowed. The road is blocked. The views you're seeing are from our mobile devices. Mobile devices? Hang on a minute. I can't think what the word would be. Our remote cameras. There we go. I got that.
I have been relatively close when they have done engine firings, like within a mile or so. And you can smell it, and no, it doesn't smell bad. Methane itself does not smell bad. The thing that smells bad that you're thinking of is called mercaptans, I think is what it's called. It's a scent that is added to the gas so that you're aware, hey, there is gas around here. Because methane is naturally odorless and colorless. So there, if there's methane that is colorless and odorless and it's accumulating somewhere, you have no visual way of identifying that. But if you can smell it, then you can know, oh, hey, I better get out of here immediately. So that smell is something that is added to methane or natural gas in the like home environment and whatnot. But in terms of rocket propellant, that is not something that is added. So no, it doesn't smell bad. And if you're thinking of methane farts, the thing that smells bad in farts is not the methane. It is sulfur dioxide or something like that. I'm not a fartologer, but yeah, it's the methane by itself doesn't smell.
There you
I
go.
did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Also, this clam chowder is so good.
Clam chowder? New England clam chowder.
Is that the red or the white?
Oh, I can never remember that. The white.
This is why we're friends. This is why we're friends, Steven.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
So good.
What were you going to say, Alex?
It was a reference to The Simpsons.
Oh.
It's chowder.
Chowder. Chowder.
Oh man, I love a good clam chowder. Flawed perspective saying money is a cure for all confusion. Are there separate Ship 24 and Booster 7 test teams? That is an interesting question. I don't know. Do we know? I would assume that it'd be one team because they have to operate the whole thing. But I don't know.
I would assume separate teams, but who knows?
Cynical Texan, anyone know why F-22s were doing flybys? I think we got that answer earlier, that it was they were practicing for an upcoming air show, right?
That's
there's an
right,
air show
South
this
Padre Island.
And Chak31, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We appreciate that. The Tuba Man. That's the second tuba-related name we've had today that I have noticed. Tuba Man says, I think, above all else, we all need to hear y'all's impression of the Raptor honk. It's deeper. It's like,
It's like a two-toned. It's like a two-tone, like. But I can't do it. I'm eating chowder.
You can tell we've been streaming for like 6-7 hours.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, we're expecting Elon on stage in not too long. I wonder if he'll provide any surprises on Starship's timeline going forward, or if it'll be just some like, well, we're doing something with the phone company. Yeah, there they all are. There's lots of team up. Mary's there.
They have rave music too, which is amazing. I won't complain about that though.
Yeah, we can't play that on stream. We'll get copyright striked.
Right.
Yep. Can do that. I do hope they have drinks and everything.
What are the little things that shoot out the sparks on a launch pad? What are they called?
Radially outward firing igniters or initiators or something.
Oh, Rofies.
I don't remember. Yeah, Rofies. Radially outward firing igniters. Yeah.
That's what it looked like they just had shooting there a second ago.
Mary says Elon's just turned up.
Well,
very surprisingly on time.
Yeah.
In many an event where he's been like 20 minutes late.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can hit a couple more questions and super chats before anything happens. Big Will Dog saying, say most, if not all, engines ignite. Do you feel SpaceX would quickly run all 33 engines on this same test day? I guess what they're asking is, would they go from some engines and then turn it around and do all 33 in the same day?
That's possible. I mean, if they have a good static fire test with a subset and then they decide the data's great, they could technically fire up again later on in the day with a full 33 set. I think just because of the complexity of it, the full 33 engine static fire might be a single event in itself. They might do, for instance, a 33 engine spin prime test, a 33 engine pre-burner test, then the 33 engine static fire test. That would make more sense to me. Oh, the van is there, the worker van. They may be deciding we don't want to do many testing while Elon is on stage.
Indeed.
Reference to Chris G not being on the side. Indeed.
He didn't
Indeed.
trademark that word. All right. Well, let's see. Still.
What? I have a question. What, in your
go ahead.
opinion, is the best thing to bacon wrap? I submit that it's the bacon wrapped scallop.
Yes, that's what I was
Sausage.
going to say.
Sausage.
Okay.
Bacon
I'll
wrap
allow it.
sausages.
Is it a bacon banger? Is that
Kind
what
of,
that would be
yeah.
called?
Yeah.
All right. I'll allow it. Tell us what you think in the comments.
All right, let's see. Let's hit a few more of these super chats. Matthew Dahl, give us Kerbal gamers an official NASA spaceflight challenge to tackle while we watch. That's a good idea. I'm not sure I'm creative enough to come up with a super. I could come up with one that's challenging for me, but it would not be challenging for y'all.
I've got one.
Okay.
If you're in our Discord, ping me in the gaming channel, and I will send you my save game file, and you can try and rescue my crew that I have stranded on Eve. If you can rescue the crew I have stranded on Eve, you are much better at Kerbal than I am.
Yeah, that would be challenging. I never even successfully landed on Eve. I think I had a splashdown once, so I guess that's
I can do
successful.
that, Jack. Oh, there you go.
Oh, road
Workers
is
to the
open.
pad.
Well,
you know what that means.
I've asked you to do that multiple times, Alex. You're gonna need to step up. But yeah, the road appears open? ? Or at least the workers went through, and the roadblock remains, at least for now.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's. We have just a few super chats remaining. I want to get through them to make sure that we show appreciation for everyone that's supporting us. Bradley Allen just became a Capcom member. We've got Bill Smith asking why is QD arm not being used for the booster. Anybody want to grab that real quick?
Because it's
Or
for the
do we
ship.
even know?
It's not for the booster.
There you go. How? Bob Smith, Jack, this was going to be $20, but you stole my fart joke. Thank you very much. Cynical Texan, baked bacon wrapped chicken is bomb. All right. And then the last one I've got in the queue here is Nicholas Benatier, just became a Pad Rat member. So thank you for that support as well.
SpaceX are calling their event announcing plans to increase connectivity.
Nice. Announcing plans. So not anything anytime soon. So is the road open? Is that what we're looking at?
Oh wait, yes, they removed the barrier, didn't they?
There we go.
But there's still a sheriff there. Maybe because B7.1's waiting.
All right. Well, I think the consensus is going to be that we go ahead and wrap it up. We've got one last super chat coming in at the last hour. Jeff Francis, thank you very much for that support. And with that, I think we're probably going to go watch the event and see if there's anything exciting coming out of it. And thank you all for joining us. I know it's been a long day, and there's been a lot of us helping out on the commentary. So thank you all for joining us. I'm Stephen Marr. With us right now, anyway, is Chris Bergen. We've got Jack. He's down here for SLS. We've got Alex over there across the water. And then we've had some other voices jumping in here. Of course, Gavin was with us. But yeah, thank you all very much, and enjoy the event.
And if you want to keep your eye on testing while you watch the event, put a Starbase Live on another stream or another screen.
Right.
Yep.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good. Throttling up. Roger, roll with Latch.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Latch
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.